my god. It's redundancy. Okay. I'm gonna check out the new stuff first before heading to the event, but I am so hyped that I couldn't even sleep. Allow me to pull up my own stream so I can monitor what's going on. I'm so hyped though. Goodness. Okay. First of all, I want to see what is up with Nemesis. Because she is a new unit. Oh. I can find her in the events tab. Where is she at? Reunion? Oh? No. No stick insight. Okay. Nemesis Gnosis. Just complete the stage to receive Elif Nemesis' very first doll frame. Its workmanship is one of a kind and it looks incredibly lifelike even when it's in sleep mode. Can be used for Nemesis doll mod. Huh. Oh wait, can she speak properly?
拥有巨翼的鸟群.
Oh no, it's the same line. Anyway, I kind of want to do this first. Let's take a look. It all moves. Okay. Calamity Resonance. Extra command. Ooh. Corrosion damage to first. Corrosion damage. Whispers of Nirvana. Damage to Paradeus units is increased. Oh, okay. Too bad we don't have any Paradeus units here, but allow me to.
收到，请您指示.
Oh. Let me hear you one more time.
请您指示.
Oh. Okay. I'm not used to that voice coming out of you, but I am not complaining. Okay. Let's get a couple of these up. Oh, we have a.
要来一杯茶吗？火光，呼唤。
Okay, let's see here. Selects an enemy target within 9 tiles, deals corrosion damage, and she gains an extra command. Let's take a look at this shit. I have no idea how this works actually. AoE corrosion damage. Oh, interesting. Okay. If I do this, oh no, it's only a plus sign AoE, but yeah, somehow I still do damage. Let me take a look at this.
命运降罪于此。
God damn, okay. Just toss that out there.
别太快就投降了，现在逃走可来不及了。了解。
Oh, it's Chan. What the fuck? Let me swap this with myself.
不紧张。了解。
Bush.
别手抖。请您指示。 以真理与庄严奉上来自彼端的启示，将真理与迷途昭明。
I love how she has both complete sentences and still the same cryptic like phrases that she's doing. That was pretty sick. I kind of I can probably expect like the process to get her to a higher dupe, but I'm not sure how much. Pure Paradise. Where's the thing with Jiggies? It's probably in here, right? The neural integration. Yeah, there she is. But you can also get one from the Platoon shop if I remember right? Or some other shop. Let me see. Mod supplies. Here we go. Okay. And she has a signature, Sybil. Something tells me it's probably better that I save my Doritos and just kind of get the dupes every month. Because Nemi is very fun. Frame optimization. Mod.
昔日散射的眼光，终于在今日交汇。指挥官，纳美西斯归队。
It's so uncanny, but it's so cool. God damn, your shoes are fucked up though. Alright. Well, looks like I got a razor all over again. Oh my god. I'll do it though. It'll be worth. Trust. Let me... Do you have different animations when leveling up? No. At least not yet.
Artifact test. 呼唤。New squad.
Was that English?
正确的连接。
Okay. Let's grab you. There we go. So you can just swap between them like this. Huh. Okay. Oh god, I gotta fucking get all these back up. Okay, fine, man. God damn. Okay. Okay. I'm pretty sure I have all the mats ready. Oh. I need about... yay much. I don't have enough. Wow, I'm actually running out of mats. Okay, well, I'll figure this out later. Right now she's a bit of a mess, but I'll make it work. Okay, so we've got Chiral Redundancy here, Gilded Largesse. I'm assuming that's like the soiree or something. Boy Messina's rerunning, Basti, Juno, Cringe. What is this? But hold up. Chiral Redundancy. They shared the same blessing, one that shielded them but also caused them to be cast out, becoming eternal wanderers. We've got... Alright, let's load in. Okay, you know what? That was pretty sick. Although hilariously, I did accidentally peek the CN release when this first came out, and Sawpo's is just fucking hard bass, so I can't wait to listen to that one. Anyway, whew, I'm a little hyped. All right, Path of Exile. Okay. All right. Chiral Redundancy. OS 1-1. Story first. Cocooned Dream. Cocoon? Oh, are we gonna see a bit of Cocoon here? Okay, hold on. In a cold, steely womb, the butterfly dreams the dreams of others. Alright. Let's begin. Oh. Ooh, that bass line, the bass is hitting a little bit here. Who am I? Oh god. The dust on my monitor made me look like he had freckles. Zzzt. In this darkness devoid, only the caustic flow of electrical currents can be felt pricking at her senses with unerring clarity. Even now, the sensation remains. It lives and breathes. It clings to her frame. This organism, if she can call it so, brings upon an unnatural sensation that she knows not of. Yet, she can bestow upon this organism many names. It is, after all, a part of her, her appendage, her strength, her nightmare. Nightmare. Several months earlier.
真令人费解，我难以明晓如此作为究竟有何意义。
好了，别苦着脸。从今天开始，她就是我们的姐妹了，要好好相处哦。
哼。
Are they talking about me? Who am I? Was that Darture? The hatch imprisoning her slowly unseals, releasing white mist into the air. Okay, so I was right. It was Darture and Cocoon. She opens her eyes. Two unfamiliar women stand before her. There they stand, and... it's in my ear. You. A part of her, and she feels, a part of her cries aloud and vibrates with an unfamiliar resonance.
早晨好，朱诺。
Juno. Okay.
你看起来气色不错。朱诺。是的，朱诺。按照我们的习惯，其实原本也该用天体为你命名。不过，这个名字应该更适合你。
Juno's head lowers as she stares at her own hands. These hands. These hands, are they even hers?
我是谁?
She poses the question once more, now with purpose beset in her words.
你和我们一样，是奥尔劳格财团制造的最先进的3代人形。就这一点而言，你应当感到荣幸。 在我们之后，你是唯一享有着殊荣的人形。奥尔劳格财团。是的，很遗憾，不久前你和这位黑眼小姐一同前往代号 ODE-01的地点执行回收某件样品的任务，但在执行过程中，你们遭遇了
The voluption. The voluptuous doll deliberately pauses. Yes, very good distinction. Wait, that's hilarious as fuck. Wait, I gotta fucking type that shit. Making Juno realize that the woman is monitoring her reaction.
让我猜猜，我们遭遇了敌人，而最后的结果是，我需要休息一下，来保持清醒。没错。
Seemingly surprised by Juno's proactivity, Cocoon narrows her eyes, the smile on her face deepening.
你被卷进了一场波及数个街道的爆炸。相信你自己也已经发现了，你被毁坏的相当严重，所以直到现在，我们才有机会把你重启。只是你的心智出了点小状况，对吗？
She raises her eyes and stares directly at Cocoon. For a brief moment, the roles of the monitor and the monitored seem to have been reversed.
可以这么说，不过别担心，后续调整还来得及。你现在更需要的是活动一下，熟悉你的新状态。
Gross. Upon hearing those two words, Juno feels something writhe almost imperceptibly deep within her chest. Something far too pronounced to be a heartbeat. Click. The restraints securing her limbs release one after another. She slowly sits upright as the unfamiliar sensation creeps up to her. The white glare above the maintenance pod pouring down at an angle outlines her figure. From collarbone to shoulder, from waist to thighs, black or vine-like patterns crawl along the seams between silver alloy and synthetic skin. They are not decorative markings, but the proof of the organism residing within her. Following her very motions, the patterns contract and stretch, stirred by an invisible current, as if they're breathing. Ugh. Juno lowers her gaze once more to her hands, although she now has more than one pair. These are the hands she's more familiar with. Nothing is out of proportion. Her skin shines with a pearlescent sheen, yet, in contrast, a dark hue encroaches on the tips of her fingers to the webbing resting between them. The dark hue is but the traces of the foreign substance that had been integrated into her frame. Perhaps it sought to take a bite, only to find itself forcibly stitched onto her. Yeah, that is kind of freaky, isn't it? It's kind of... She clenches her fists, and the chaos writhes no longer. So too does that accursed static fade into silence.
还能用。
She steps out of the maintenance pod, her movements crisp and clean, her gaze sharp without the slightest trace of weakness or hesitation. To an outsider, it would seem as though it were Cocoon who had been spending days unconscious inside the pod instead. Her feet touch the floor, the damping mechanism strike the ground with a dull thud, as though proclaiming her return.
且慢。
A parasol extends from the side, blocking the path ahead. Darture looks at Juno, her eyes still filled with distrust, caution, and contempt. Does she think she's hiding it well, or does she not even intend to conceal it at all?
我等上尉同意你可以。
Juno looks up. Their eyes meet. Sparks fly. Their gazes electrify the air between them through sheer voltage. Or has it? Real or not, their fervor remains true. The thing residing within Juno presses lightly against her. Stop with that sound effect, man. Fuck. A cold hostility rises through her neural pathways. She steps forward and seizes the parasol.
我听得见。
She did not raise her voice. There was no need to, for the steel that lay within her words could freeze anyone still.
也看得见。
Her gaze travels along the parasol to Darture's wrist, finally settling on her face. All the while, Juno's expression remains utterly unreadable.
别挡路。
Darture's arm tenses for an instant.
别碍事。
Oh my lord. Holy shit, that is... Woo! The air grows tense.
好啦，
Having been watching from the sidelines, Cocoon gently claps her hands. Her smile neatly douses the smoldering tension.
他说的也没错，流程上的检查可以边走边做。黑眼，你把注意事项整理一下，之后发给他。至于现在，
Her gaze shifts towards Juno. Her look is one of appraisal, as if admiring the completion of a finely crafted work of art. Or perhaps examining something far more complicated.
让他自己走一走，也好。
Darture sneers coldly, reluctantly acquiescing. Juno does not look at her again, simply stepping into the corridor. She neither turns back nor hesitates. She knows without a doubt where she must go. Yet, deep within her neural cloud, questions linger still. Who am I? And...
闪电是谁？
oh. Falling. In this void stretching to eternity, in this unfathomable abyss, she falls forever and ever. Currents descend like cold rain, soaking inward beneath her skin. She can hear the sputter of her joint motors like a broken lamp. They flicker endlessly between light and dark.
跑啊，继续跑啊！
预计0010后突破奥德萨湾大桥最后防线。
我快要追上你了，等我抓到你，你的那双腿我会一节一节一节的全部拆下来，一颗螺丝都不会留下。
Oh yeah, this is the ending of Deep Oblivion.
有点本事，再来！可恶！再来，再来，再来！
别挣扎了，
我好得很，不用你操心。
How strange. The scenes before her seem to have frozen in place. Seeing that blurred face, Juno turns around and looks toward the other trembling figure from her memory.
闪电。
A piercing sensation punctures her neural cloud, the pain far more unbearable than any injury inflicted by that rabid doll. She opens fire.
你不是闪电。
Her face is blurred. Blurry. So blurry. Is that somebody else? Oh, shit! It's the Hey, I didn't realize we had a fucking silhouette. Hey, that's pretty sick. Is this kind of like the quote-unquote second person?
闪电。
Her hand no longer obeys her will. After all, a machine must behave as a machine. It raises the weapon and pulls the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rings aloud, a cause-demanding effect. Blood slowly spreads beside her boots, pulling into a mirror that reflects that strange face afore her once more. This sanguine mirror will not hold. Once that name evolves from thought into a spoken word, it shall shatter into naught. And with it, every displacement, every fragment, and every distortion shall return to its rightful place. Closer. She's getting closer. The white noise grows louder. Like a page in an illustration book, the memory is lifted by its corner and folded neatly in half by an invisible hand. All sound retreats. Her shadow and the mirror are swallowed alike by the darkness. There, she finds a new home at the bottom of the abyss. The darkness slams its jaws shut, only to rise once more for the grand overture. Juno pries her eyes open. The scent reaches her olfactory module before anything else. For a moment, she thinks, is that blood? No. She corrects herself. That is only the sweet stench of coolant. The parasitic organism coils and writhes around in her heart. Having awoken from the dream alongside herself, it brushes against the inner walls of her chest, producing an almost inaudible hiss. A syllable that should have been enunciated so easily by her Vox module now only finds escape as a wordless gasp. Can't remember. That human woman, she who asked for her name, was a Namva counselor by the name of Kalina. She knew her. Juno, however, had never met her before. Besides,
那是谁?
The face of that replaced her memories within the dream, the face that emerged from nothing, the face lying down in the pool of blood. Can't remember. She tries but fails to remember. The more she tries, the more this anger burns from within, growing into an infernal heat that will surely melt her neural cloud down. She must find out. Find out who that person is. Beep. Communication established.
睡醒了吗，亲爱的？
什么事？
不算什么大事，只不过，如果你休息好了，我们还有任务要做，到中央来集合吧。
知道了。
She is still being watched. Not even in her sleep can she escape their gaze. She needs to be more careful, more cautious. Sooner or later, she will get her answer. Oh, what a start! Hey, yo! Okay. Fractured reflection. When the Oracle forgets her words, who will listen to the footsteps of the storm? Okay. I got 48 in total, although I can imagine each of these would be very long. Let's go. I set the last dossier in my hands and rub my tired, aching eyes. As I stretch my body, I can almost hear the crisp crack coming from my shoulder blades. Hey Groza, what's up? Not far away, Groza sits placidly at another desk that has been temporarily moved here, her head lowered as she carefully studies the files spread out before her. As she monopolizes my attention for longer and longer, I finally notice that her hands do not seem to be moving at all. Is she zoning out? The unusual sight piques my interest. As I continue staring at her, I pick up the coffee on my desk and take a small sip.
好冰。指挥官。
As my voice pulls her back to reality, Groza suddenly raises her head and sees me wincing from the cold coffee, then immediately scrambles to her feet.
抱歉，我忘了给您重新沏热的。哦，没事，你也在忙吗？
I set the cup down, wipe my mouth, and try to reassure the visibly perturbed Groza. She's been like this for quite some time now. Had I not known the reason, perhaps I would have been more proactive about helping her and finding a solution. But the fact that I know what ails her so is what halts my hand. This may very well be the only matter that has seen no progress as of late.
有什么让您烦心的事吗？没有。
I deliberately put on a relaxed smile, hoping that she may at least mirror some of my enthusiasm.
斐图萨刚刚送来了社区那边的作物生长记录，看起来相当顺利。这2天又会有一批作物收获。佩利和樱花的分销也做得很好，他们做事很机灵，还洋洋得意地跟我报告甩掉了很多图谋不轨的家伙。至于之前最头疼的物资问题，现在有莫科什的协助。 也基本能够满足需求。最近的工作完成情况都不错呢。是啊，
对了，6分仪那边怎么样了？
修复很顺利。美玲虽然是第一次经手3代人形的维修，但已经做到最好了。就算有她处理不了的地方，也都在其他部位修复后自愈了。
Hold on.
是啊。啊，对了，6分仪那边怎么样了
？6分仪。Wait, so her name is supposed to be Sextans then? Wait, so we're just saying we just named her Sextans? My hands are up here. I'm not gonna question it. What the fuck?
自愈。
Hearing those words, I respond thoughtfully.
您也觉得3代人形的这个特征和帕拉蒂斯的涅托很相似，对吗？
Groza looks rather worried. I shake my head and smile reassuringly.
我们已经不是第一次跟3代人形打交道了，他们体内有薄芥母这种事也不是什么新闻。6分仪已经向我们证明，他们作为人形拥有独立的思维和思想，而我们既然已经选择了给他一个机会，那就要贯彻到底。说到底，根据格里芬时期收容涅托的记录来看，结果也不总是坏的。
Yeah, they weren't always bad, you know.
我们还收容过涅托。
Groza looks surprised. Almost as soon as the words leave my mouth, I realized I said something I shouldn't have, especially considering that Groza had become particularly sensitive to the missing pieces of her memory.
是啊，所以就算是3代人形，我们也应该给他们一次机会。
So I quickly moved past the subject.
而且往好处想，这不也正是我们研究薄芥母的好机会吗？
要是真的这么顺利就好了。
As Groza flashes a bitter smile, a sudden commotion outside the ops room draws my attention.
作为医务人员，我绝对不同意这么干。
啊？
总要试试吧，还是说他一直这样你们也无所谓。但也不能敲那美西斯的脑袋呀。
What?
又不是老旧的电视机，拍一拍就会好了。
Just wake up, Nemi, wake up.
幼苗生长，衰败，枯萎之怨怼。
你说谁幼稚啊？
你们在吵什么？
指挥官，克罗立刻要敲开那美西斯的头。
Guess we'll see. Oh my god. More Nemesis content. Let's go.
完全没有好吗？怎么回事？
Outside the ops room, several dolls are engaged in a heated debate surrounding Nemesis. Even Melanie, who should be accompanying Helena, is caught amid the blaze, looking quite conflicted. And standing at the center of it all is none other than Krolik, who single-handedly fuels the flames with her ire. There is no more for further elaboration. I immediately catch on to the subject of the prevailing debate. Though we successfully extracted from the red zone that day, Nemesis took it upon herself to stay behind to cover everyone and was thus trapped within the tower, leading us to label her as MIA for several days after. By the time that Elmo had left the red zone and Sextans' neural cloud stabilized a bit, Nemesis suddenly reappeared in the endless desert. According to her words, she escaped the castle through a hidden passage after that massive explosion and followed the Elmo's signal out of the red zone, having undergone many hardships to find transportation along the way. Although everyone is overjoyed by her safe return, countless mysteries still remain for her to answer. With this thought, I follow Groza and walk over, joining the dolls' discussion.
但那天我们从那座稀奇古怪的城堡逃出来之后，我们就一直想调查纳美西斯跟那里的关联。
当然了，就像指挥官说的一样，我们都信赖纳美西斯，他是我们的同伴。不过
那里有那么多跟这家伙长得一模一样的人形，这家伙还莫名其妙对那里的地形熟悉的吓人。最重要的是，虽然大家现在都不怎么提了，但本来他的来历就……那叫什么？
怒风，鞭挞，无名的雨。
啊，对，来历不明。这话由你自己来说，是不是太奇怪了？
这件事我本来也准备调查，只是被其他事情耽误了。但这跟敲开纳美西斯的头有什么关系？
很遗憾，我们没法回去调查，也找不到其他有迹可循的线索。最好的突破口就是纳美西斯自己。但是纳美西斯说到过去，就是让人无法理解的句子，所以我们在想办法，要怎么帮他修复记忆。
And just whack her fucking. All right. That long-worn page, turned yellow from time buried within my heart, finds itself turned once more. I know all they want is to delve into Nemesis' mind, to dig, to explore, and to search for every possible clue. I once did the same thing to someone else.
纳美西斯，
I'll walk over to her and place a hand upon her shoulder.
想要调查那座城堡隐藏的秘密，他和帕拉蒂斯的关联，还有那个神秘人的身份等等，我们有很多其他的方法。如果你不愿意，我们什么都不会对你做。我们是同伴，不论如何，我都愿意将我的后背交给你。所以，如果你觉得不安，或者就是单纯不愿意，都没关系，不用勉强自己。
Nemesis seems to have understood my words. Even though I still cannot comprehend her language, fortunately no words are needed to convey what we mean right now. Aw, look at her. The softest smile.
酷烈之风暴，无疑。
让海伦来处理，是可以了。不过，我们也会看着的。
After the boisterous bunch escorts Nemesis away, I notice Groza remains still, seemingly lost in thought.
怎么了，闪电？
没什么。
Realizing that I'm talking to her, Groza snaps back to reality and shakes her head.
只是有点能够体会纳美西斯的心情。还有就是，刚才指挥官和纳美西斯说的话，也让我有些感同身受。
闪电，
如果纳美西斯能够找回自己的记忆，那我是不是也可以呢？
闪电，
I put up a stern expression and looked directly at her.
就算你暂时想不起来那些记忆，也不会抹掉我们曾经一起经历过那些事的事实。你是闪电，是格里芬的闪电，是艾莫号的闪电，也是支持我一路走来的闪电。
I smile and gently pat her head. She deserves all the encouragement and more. True!
只要有我在，你就没什么好担心的。
我们还是快去看看纳美西斯的状况吧，指挥官。
She's so flustered.
走吧。
Okay. Let's keep it a little lore accurate here. Low key, I kind of want to have like a story platoon so that I can like adjust at will, but probably that's not really necessary. Come on. Let's put up the dukes.
前滚开！好的，调姆。听，好的，调姆。火光，呼唤。
Not that bitch.
以真理与庄严奉上。
Oh yeah.
纪念。开火。风， 碎掉的镜子。
Nemesis sits quietly on the edge of the maintenance pod, her feet resting on the floor. Her gaze appears vacant, yet remains firmly fixated on something within her perception. Sensor cables extend from the back of her neck and her temples, plugging into the nearby terminal. Fluctuating data displayed on the screen bears a resemblance to a tangled mass with no discernible pattern.
怎么可能什么都没有？
Krolik irritably scratches her hair, leaving several stray strands trembling in the air like a physical manifestation of her frustration.
你至少要给点反应吧！想想，努力回想一下当时那座城堡的样子啊！想想它的特征、颜色，哪怕是闻起来的味道都行。说不定就想起什么了呢。你当时不就带我们走了近道吗？
石灰、裂隙、行走的暗影。
什么叫只是感觉啊？
别着急，克罗利克。
Mailing appears somewhat discouraged.
纳美西斯已经在努力配合了，但我和海伦小姐还是没找到好的办法。我们只能确定，她的心智中的确存在大块未知的部分，但原因和解决办法都还没什么头绪。即便勉强从当中提取能解读的碎片，也都只是无意义的内容。
I silently observe the data displayed on the console. While I can't make sense of it myself, Meiling's explanation has given me enough to realize that the situation is far from optimistic. This task is placing too great of a burden on Helen. Perhaps I should ask...
腐朽的骨。
别放弃的那么早，这可不是你一个人的事。肯定还有什么别的办法，比如说，
克罗利克。 别着急，好吗？
我当然知道急不来，我只是……
She let out a sharp sigh, her eyes never leaving Nemesis.
算了，没什么。
Oh, that's a new expression. Wow, I have never seen her so dejected. What? Amid the brief silence, a slender hand rises from the crowd.
那个，我这边也许算不上什么情报，但有件事我似乎从来没有提过。
All eyes turn toward her. Melanie grows visibly nervous with so many gazes suddenly bearing upon her. Her fingers squirm, yet she forces herself to keep going.
就是以前在海伦娜的房间里，负责日常维护管理的尼特，曾出现过和娜美西斯小姐长得十分相似的个体。
这倒的确是第一次听你提起。
我担心，贸然说出这样的事，会显得像是在挑拨娜美西斯小姐和大家的关系。
没关系。 娜美西斯是我们重要的同伴，我们还不会因为这种小事和她产生间隙。而且，在见过那古堡里的东西之后，这件事听起来也没那么有冲击力了。
所以，兜了个圈子，还是什么进展都没有。
Krolik haphazardly flicks her hand. The frustration in her eyes gradually mounts into exasperation.
能想到的法子都已经试过了，音乐刺激、气味唤醒、环境模拟、故事诱导，连海伦直接潜入平层这种事都做了，他还是什么都想不起来。
至少可以排除一些无效选项，这本身也是进展。
哼，真是鼓舞人心。
Yep. Is that a fucking Doge dialogue? Hey. Localizers, I need you to snap back into reality right now. It is not 2016, alright? And she's a rabbit. Hey, Localizers, if you hear me right now, stop fucking doing this. She sneers dryly. At the same time, deliberately exaggerated footsteps echo from down the corridor outside. As the footsteps approach, a familiar voice sounds in the doorway.
你们在开会？
Oh, I did not expect Peritya to be here. I'm not gonna lie.
还是又在准备什么危险的新游戏？
Having been drawn over by the commotion, Peritya peeks into the crowded infirmary. Her tone is jolly, almost mockingly so, yet her heterochromatic eyes still sweep across everyone's faces with undeniable vigilance. As DeFi's temporary partner, she should be out in the field on a survey mission with Alva and Voimostino now, yet she chose to remain aboard the Elmo, claiming she just can't keep up with those two. The moment Peritya makes her appearance, Krolik suddenly deflates like a punctured balloon and turns her head away.
算了，既然如此，这里暂时也用不上我。我去练习了。
哎，叫得最响的推手和始作俑者怎么说走就走啦？
Coffney teasing remark goes completely ignored as Krolik walks away without looking back, going as far as to leave through a different door.
佩里提亚，你怎么来了？
我听说你们准备帮纳美西斯修复记忆，就过来看看，有没有什么我能帮得上忙的？
Peritya smiles brightly as she speaks, her expression fresh and candid. Faced with that innocent smile, Groza instead appears somewhat uncomfortable. Normally, Groza is capable of handling interactions with her comrades with ease, but now she finds herself silent for a brief moment. She nods politely to Peritya, though her attitude carries a certain detachment.
你的好意，我们会记在心里。不过，关于纳美西斯心智的处理，目前还是以现有的医疗团队为主。如果有其他需要国安局援助的地方，我们会第一时间告知你。
没问题。
Peritya accepts the metaphorical polite distancing.
那我就先不打扰了。如果你们有新的进展，记得通知我，拜托啦。
Okay, I can. You know what? Fuck it. I was about to say thanksies is kind of weird until I heard that tone, and I was like, okay. Okay, she's got it. She's got it. Okay. She waves the crowd and turns to leave. Sextans passes by her. Their eyes meet briefly, one wary, the other amused.
我来看看情况。阁下可有需要我的地方？
暂时没有。这次的问题和三代人形本身的性质没有太大的关系。
I look at Sextans. Although she remains as meticulous and diligent as when I first met her, it is impossible to ignore the invisible yet undeniable barrier separating her current position from the other dolls. I ponder for a moment before walking up to Nemesis and sitting down so our eyes are level.
纳美西斯，
航路蜿蜒。
Her gaze lingering on my face for a moment, or lingers on my face for a moment, as though confirming something.
抱歉，让你经历这些。关于那座城堡，帕拉蒂斯，还有你自己的过去，我们不一定非得从你的心智里把所有答案一股脑挖出来。那样做不公平，而且我们不知道是否会对你造成伤害。
浪有既定之轨迹。
Her voice remains fragmented, yet it is now tinged with something that feels slightly less distant. I stand up and look toward Sextans and the other dolls present.
爱莫号的情况你们都清楚。经过这段时间的修复，他已经不是那个只能勉强维持、随时可能抛锚的大家伙了。现在他有余力带我们主动往前走，去追踪帕拉蒂斯的残余，顺便也帮纳美西斯把他的身世查清楚。
你当然知道这份工作要交给谁来做，对吧？火星，怒散的雷暴。
当然。
I chuckle.
你们2位都是当仁不让的主力。
如果可以的话，能不能也带上我？我虽然可能没有2位战斗力强，但可以帮忙提供掩护身份。我那个也想为指挥官出一份力。对不起，我太嚣张了。不行就算了。
Oh, Sakura, don't worry about it. Sakura's voice is as quiet as a mouse that had accidentally skidded its way onto the Elmo. If not for everyone else falling silent while waiting my response, I would have likely missed it.
当然没问题，拜托你了，樱花。
拜托我，交给我吧。
你当然也不会让404小队缺席的，对吧？
那当然不是嘛。Klukai proudly exhales with a humph, her countenance the very picture of confidence. I do in fact need 404's might.
说到底，这些麻烦也是从过去一路拖下来的。既然我们已经卷进来了，就没理由在这种时候说什么留守后方。
这样的话，就只剩下……
哦，
指挥官，是莫克什那边。
接。
Yo, what's up, man? The call connects.
喂，指挥官。
What the fuck is up, Vasily?
告诉你2个好消息。这些天，我们根据你和国安局提供的资料，复原出了几条疫苗生产线。之前受财团影响而停工的厂房，现在都已经陆续开始改造。相信很快，整个药厂都能投入生产。
太好了，疫苗效果能保证吗？
I cannot help but feel delighted by Vasily's report. For the Mokosh of present day, successful production of vaccines is of enormous significance.
第一批疫苗已经生产出来了，从初步检测来看，效果是达标的。不过，到底是你们对这套技术更了解，合不合格，我想由你们做个复检比较好。
那是当然，事关莫科什居民，我会尽快安排的。不过，还有一个好消息是。
是你拜托我的那个药剂，我们清点厂房资源的时候，用一片空闲区域改造成了临时生产线，现在已经在运行了。这次过来，你可以一起看看效果。
哦。
I had just handed the nutrient serum formula recovered from the Paradeus laboratory to Vasily not so long ago. I never had expected results of this quickly. If we can secure a stable supply of nutrient serum, it would be undoubtedly a tremendous boon for Helena.
多谢，帮大忙了。
相比于你对莫克什的帮助，这算不上什么。闲话就不说了，指挥官，我们莫克什见。
What a fucking guy! The call ends.
指挥官。
I studied the situation for a moment and bring up the holographic tactical display. Several colored routes spread through the air.
那就这样分配：6分仪、纳美西斯、樱花、404小队，还有不在这里的克罗利科。 你们作为主力小队，兵分2路，在红区附近活动，重点负责追踪帕拉蒂斯的据点线索。艾莫号和社区这边也必须留下足够的力量防备突发情况。就交给沃尔利德、佩里提亚、海伦还有方糖小队，你们负责留守。
交给我吧。至于莫科什那边，就由我们负责吧。
嗯，闪电、科尔福还有季风小队。 你们跟我一起去莫科什，还有梅莱妮，为了确认他们生产的成品的效果，你也要一起去。哦，对了，还有美玲也跟我们一起去。关于那边的生产线，有些东西要和瓦希尔确认。
好的，放心吧，最近的高尔夫每天都是超级高尔夫哦。
好，那就按照这个方案执行。
I close the terminal and look at every doll gathered before me.
这次要面对的是我们在这个世界上曾经最了解的对手。但10年过去，我们变了，他们也变了。不论是谁，都不能掉以轻心。不论怎么变，我相信帕拉蒂斯都不会因为我们多了一点准备就放弃他们的计划。但至少这一次。 我们不会只是被动挨打， 更重要的是，
I look at Nemesis, and our eyes meet.
他们欠了我们很多东西，我们要亲手拿回来。
灰骨陷落。
Sheila slowly rises to her feet. But that chat box is way too
来自
fast.
彼端的启示，将真理与迷途着迷。
The moment her heels touch the floor, an almost imperceptible echo reverberates throughout the ground. Oh, she's ready. She is ready. Okay. OS1-2. We got 3 story nodes. Oh, shit. I'm glad I have water for this. Hold on. Let me pour this into my cup so I don't have to keep, like, unscrewing it. Delicious flavored water. Okay. Send to our CPS. Okay. But for your sake, the Protector's blade is often drawn in the unlikeliest of places. I can't recall the last time the MO felt this quiet. Ever since more and more comrades have found their ways back to me, a quiet night like this has become a luxury. It's almost surreal. While footsteps would echo throughout the corridor every now and then, they're soon swallowed by the low hum coming from the depths of the hall. Everyone's busy getting ready. Only a singular lamp is left alight in the ops room.
指挥官，
Groza steps to the doorway, in her hands a freshly brewed cup of tea. The earthy and rich aroma from the coffee she brewed earlier in the day is a stark contrast to the soft and gentle scent that wafts across the room now.
该休息一下了。
I glance at the tea and take a sip with a smile hanging on my face. Indeed, just as the scent indicates, it's light and fragrant.
难得现在事情都这么顺利，我想尽早把他们都推进下去。
只要有指挥官在，事情总是会变得顺利。相反，如果您因为操劳倒下，我就不知道该怎么办了。
哪有那么夸张？
不，是真的。
Oh my god, please, Groza, please, don't look at me like that. Groza shakes her head. I look at her, about to say something, but decide I've probably said enough already.
回去好好休息吧，明天还要赶路。
She nods, picks up the empty cup, and turns to leave. I watch her go, lightly tapping against the desk, lost in thought. Just as I'm lost in thought, a figure quietly slips into the ops room.
佩里提亚，
抱歉，指挥官，我不是有意偷听的，只是刚才不太方便进来喵。
Okay. I said, okay.
没关系，我也没想到闪电会突然过来。
这大概说明闪电小姐是真的很关心您，真让人羡慕呢。
是啊，
所以特意等到大家都休息之后把我叫过来，是有什么事想要单独跟我说呢？
关于这个，
指挥官私会女下属，这可是个不错的新闻标题哟。
哎呀，晚上好哦，丹德莱小姐。
在找你之前，我跟忤逆还有罗雷莱都讨论过。其实想跟你们谈的是同一件事，就是关于闪电。
I take another sip of the tea. Light as air, its scent spreads through my senses, lifting the fatigue that plagued my mind.
关于闪电的情况，你们都了解。现在我们也都知道了， 导致他变成如今这样的元凶。说是元凶可能不太友善，但事实就是，国安局肯定在这个过程里对他做了什么。忤逆因为已经脱离了国安局，目前和国安局只能算是合作关系，所以不太了解内幕。而罗雷莱则表示，闪电涉及的任务和档案的加密等级都在他的权限之外，所以也帮不上忙。不过，他倒是告诉我，你对这件事会有些头绪。
I stare at Peritya. Oh, that's got a serious face on her right now.
闪电是我的副官，也是我重要的同伴。不论出于怎样的原因，我都希望他不要陷入自我怀疑中无法自拔。既然如今你也成为了爱默号的一员，我希望你能够对此提供帮助。
你一直在想办法替闪电小姐解决这个问题吗？
过去的那些年，我作为赏金猎人，已经很久没有与国安局扯上关系。那时候，闪电的问题也并非不存在，只是一直被他压抑着。我知道，但是却帮不上忙。如今，随着我越陷越深，过去的很多事、很多人，也包括国安局在内，都慢慢向我越靠越近。闪电没有办法再逃避，我也不可能再这样坐视不理。既然现在国安局也想要跟我合作，那么你们就要拿出诚意。不论是你还是丹德莱，我希望你们不仅要给我答案，还要给我方案。即便只做中间人也没关系，我可以亲自跟国安局的负责人谈。如果有必要，我也可以直接和泽林斯基先生通话。
哇哦，真是有魄力呀，指挥官。
你能帮忙吗？
不能。
Dandelion shuts me down instantly, not offering an explanation nor any room to argue. In truth, this is by no means surprising. After knowing her for all these years, whenever she says no, it either means that what I request is truly impossible, or that the end of that road spells disaster for me. Also, once she's made up her mind, there's no persuading her.
你呢，佩里提亚？
其实我本来以为您找我来，一定是想要聊一聊关于他的事。本来我还一直在烦恼，要是您真的问了，我该怎么说才好？毕竟，不论您想问什么，我都肯定不知道答案。
我答应过丹德莱，不去探究关于那个世界的事。如果他有什么想让我知道的，我一定会知道。如果他没有告诉我，那我也不会去追究。
Oh, right. GFL1. That's true. Oh, man. Okay.
更重要的是，我现在想要帮助闪电，仅此而已。
真是败给您了。不过很遗憾，出于国安局的规章制度，我不能主动向您透露涉密信息。
I can't actively disclose classified state-sec intel. She flashes me a playful wink. Wouldn't have any answers and can't actively disclose, huh?
恒星风计划的目的是针对我一个人的吗？
不是，
闪电是这个计划中的一环。
我无权透露。
丹德莱牵涉其中吗？
没有。
闪电身上有国安局的后门。
我无权透露。
他会因此失控吗？
我觉得不会。
红洋葱的事情，到底是什么情况？
我无权透露。
那我换个问法，那件事和闪电到底有没有关系？
我无权透露。
谢谢你，佩里提亚。
不客气，喵。
Just something about it, man. I just can't fucking handle it. All right. I lean back into my chair, rubbing my temples.
您感到不快了吗？
不。
I shake my head.
我不在意国安局是否在监视我， 或者说，我在不在乎并不重要，因为我理解这种做法。换作是我，大概也无法放任像我这样的人自由行动。但你们，他们，不该用这种方式，这对闪电并不公平。
我在你们2个身上看到了人类政治学中最为耀眼的闪光点。
不，闪电内耗和不安的根源，就在于对自己心智的不信任。他始终担心自己会失控，会给我带来麻烦。现在我知道了，国安局的确对他做了手脚，但这并不是我的目的。我不是要正视这件事，我是要解决这件事。现在告诉他，只会让他更加不安。
您打算怎么做呢？
我要你帮我办这件事，佩里提亚。既然你也说了，你自己也是恒星风计划的一员，那么，开诚布公地说，我能够容忍国安局，不论是谁发起的，我可以被监视，但不能是闪电。转告他们，我要解决方案。他们是如何留下的后门，又是如何对闪电的记忆做了手脚？我要一切都回归正途，这是我们合作的基础。如果连这点都做不到，那我会拒绝跟国安局有任何往来。到时候，我就会自己去拿我要的解决方案。
哎呀，泽林斯基一定怕得不得了。如果真要开战，他肯定很烦恼，要上哪儿找那么大的仓库，用来堆爱魔号的残骸和人形垃圾？
好啦，我知道了，我会转达的。我想，在跟您实际产生接触之后，他们也料想到了这一刻。
谢谢你，佩里提亚。
都说不用客气了，指挥官。
She blinks playfully.
至于你，丹德莱，我找你还有一件事。关于今天纳美西斯，其实包括闪电，他们的记忆问题，如果让你出手，能不能解决？就像
Dandelion's teasing smile fades. It's not only me. That name holds significance for her as well.
就像我对马赫莲小姐做的那样。
对。
如果你忘了的话，那我要提醒你，其实上一次我也没成功。虽然我从马赫莲小姐的记忆里找到了一些碎片，但并没有真的帮她重构完整的记忆。
I did not expect that name to pop up. Oh shit. Oh my. Okay. Shit's gonna get fucking real.
纳美西斯和闪电的情况截然不同，两者各有各的麻烦之处。唯一的共同点就是，即便是对我来说，也都不是轻易就能解决的。
这样吗？
I let a quiet sigh.
好吧，闪电这边先以佩里提亚为主。如果国安局愿意开源，那总能有办法处理。至于纳美西斯，就走一步看一步吧。也许他的记忆没有办法恢复，但那也没关系。他依然是我们的同伴，我会尽力帮他查明真相。那就先到这里，麻烦你们了。
好的，领导，不客气，领导。
嗯哼，请多指教哦，丹德莱小姐。
Kalina doesn't respond and simply logs off immediately. Yeah, I did not expect them to bring out fucking Macalean, if that's how you say her name. That's how I always fucking said it. But like, oh god. I still remember when Mordo killed her. Fucking. Woo! Okay. Goddamn. The night deepens. I thought what remained of it would stay calm and quiet until something faint snaps me awake. It's the sound of soft footsteps echoing down the corridor. I exit hibernation mode and head towards the ops room. The commander should already be asleep. She knows better than to exhaust herself right before an important day. I'm sure of that. Oh, I'm Groza. The corridor lights are dim, casting a thin glow across the floor. I carefully approach the corner, hearing the sound inch even closer. If this was one of us, there'd be no need to act so inconspicuously. It's Nemesis. Her almost imperceptible steps are what alerted me.
这么晚了，你还在这里做什么？杜鹃的噪声，掩埋。
Cuckoo chirps buried.
你刚才去了指挥室。
She pauses before nodding.
影子，变鬼之妨碍。
Her words are still hard to make sense of. Despite being her leader, I still can't fully understand her without Krolik.
你见到指挥官了吗？寂静的风。好吧，早点休息。明天开始，你也有很长的路要走。星舟，追随风暴。
She walks past me. I glance back at the faint light at the end of the corridor, watching it flicker in and out of existence. The light dims further, leaving only emergency strips glowing faintly in the dark. I follow that strip of light back to my room as if nothing happened. Interesting. Oh, my heart is pounding. Oh. Stolen echo. If I am real, then who is the person standing in the light? Ooh, I think we're Juno again. Who am I? Coolant flows slowly through the pipe, sealing her off from the world beyond the chamber's walls. Rivets driven into her neural cloud exert tremendous force, forcing her consciousness down into an endless, lightless void. And then, something sparks a light in that dark, a faint glimmer. From that faint, shimmering light, a scene begins to unfold. Oh. A golden chandelier rotates lazily beneath the tall ceiling of a grand hall. Music performed by the orchestra drifts through the air, elegant and calm. Juno lowers her head. Hey, it's her OG outfit. She sees herself wearing a lavish evening gown. Not a combat suit meant for a third-gen T-doll, but something purely decorative, refined, beautiful. Even her extra arms are gone. Thin gloves cover her fingertips, the fabric trailing softly from wrists to knees. She tilts her head, staring at her hands, dazed by the sight. These aren't the hands she should have. And yet, there is this strange sense of familiarity. She'd grasped, touched, and held with these hands countless times before.
幻觉，还是我因损坏而失去的记忆碎片？
The uncertainty stirs nothing within. She stands, calm and collected, in the center of the ballroom. There she is, in this space, a shining star in the dark universe. Standing in the middle of the vast hall, a banner of sorts hangs high overhead. Through the halo, she can just make out the word Griffin. The banquet tables are covered with pure white cloth. Light reflects off the glass's rims, casting a soft glow over the figures in the ballroom. She withdraws her gaze. In the middle of it all, two indistinct figures move in unison in a slow waltz. To her, they are but faceless figures. As she looks on, she sees clumsy steps, occasional stumbles, tense shoulders, and uneven breathing. Nothing special at all, but why has it sparked something in her mind? Familiar. So familiar, it makes no sense. Then she hears...
闪电小姐，闪电小姐，我的拉链，请帮我拉一下我的拉链。
Is that Suomi?
闪电小姐，您的香槟。
Springfield? The same name called again and again by different voices. Groza.
闪电。
She parts her lips instinctively trying to respond, only to find her throat is completely stiff, with mere faint breaths escaping. She turns her head and sees a blurry figure sitting beside her. That person holds a glass. Though she couldn't make out their features, she sees a smile, a comforting, natural, trusting smile. Familiarity. How many times have they sat together like this?
怎么了，闪电？
The OG uniform with the cap. Juno's chest flutters ever so slightly.
闪电，我是主，不，我是闪电。
Wait, hold on.
闪电。
She instinctively tries to reach out to grab hold of that blurry shadow. But the next moment, she is violently ripped away just as the music comes to a screeching halt. The grand ballroom is torn apart by an unseen force. This golden canvas is torn asunder, tainted by a pale gray that floods the scene. Now she bears witness to what is now laid bare. Rot and decay. The cold blue of the screen illuminates Juno's sharp features. Black text blinks and scrolls across her eyes. She sits at the terminal, fingers hovering just above the keys. On the screen, there is a photo being zoomed in and enhanced. An orange-haired woman stands among the crowd, wearing a medal. Her smile looks weary, drained even.
Kalina.
Her data remembers this name, but nothing more. Aside from that one encounter, there shouldn't be any connection between them. And yet, that gut reaction stemming from her base layer doesn't feel like she's staring at a stranger. It's almost like a memory she ought to have, but was ripped from her. The file keeps scrolling.
格里芬的指挥官，法兰克福的英雄。根据官方情报，已经牺牲在战斗之中。
She can't make sense of this. Why would a long-deceased human's file be found in the dossier of high-ranking Namva official? Why would Kalina make mention of her? Why? Her hand rises to meet her chest, though she knows well that whatever she's looking for isn't really there. Deep within her mind, something suppressed, strained, desperate is echoing, like someone shouting at her with a hopeless, hoarse voice.
闪电！
Her chest pounds violently the moment she hears that voice. She feels it. The organism, too, has felt it. It squirms and constricts inside of her in agitation.
数据，错误发生。不。
Her instincts tell her that this is not an error. All this noise, this instability, this data, they are from her real past. From Griffin. From the one dancing in that ballroom. From the voice calling to her on the battlefield.
到底谁？
She tries, no, wants to keep digging. to uncover everything about this commander. But then she sees the wave of white noise come crashing down, annihilating everything. Her vision leaves her. So too does her last chance to gaze at that blurry shadow. Only darkness remains. System shut down. The smell of coolant returns to her olfactory module. The maintenance pod opens amidst a haze of mist. Technicians bathed in white light are the first to come into sight. Darture stands in the distance, her expression cold. Juno has long noticed that she probably doesn't like her.
心智正常，未检测到外部攻击迹象。
还请谨慎，阁下。未发现任何额外反应吗？
啊，请放心，我们检查过记录，没有发现。
Fucking nerd.
只是一次常规的3代素体与植入心智的冲突，或者是我们之前拔除它原本心智里的后门的时候，留下了一点后遗症，但是不会碍事的，只是一点小小的误差。
甚好。
Darture steps closer, looking into the pod.
我姑且询问一番，你还记得捡谭吉的那次任务，对吧
OD-101。
甚好，我还以为你被那场爆炸弄坏了心智，莫要忘记，导致你如今变成这般模样的那个罪魁祸首，我们还需寻到他的踪迹。想来你并无其他意见。
没有。
Her voice is steady.
就容许你再休息一段时间，不要再让我等继续失望。
The pod shuts again, then seals tightly. But this time, Juno doesn't enter hibernation. Her eyes are shut, but fragments drift through her mind. Those strange orders, familiar silhouettes, lingering warmth, and that name. A name that should be, must be, still ought to be. Hers. Groza.
还不完整，在这里找不到。
Her memories. The commander. The Elmo. The missing pieces of herself. She's going to take it all back. Uh-oh. Tenebrous Whisper. The martinet whispers in the depths of the web while new desires grow wildly on the bones of days past. 2074 Odessa, Czech Fob and Headquarters. With the blinding sun hanging high overhead, the spacious conference room feels dim nonetheless. The only light source rises from the center of the long table, stretching Zimmerman's and Cocoon's shadows across the floor. Cocoon, meanwhile, is giving her report.
截至目前，我们已经确认此轮损失全部属实。
生意场上总是会有起起伏伏，一时的溺水并不代表什么，能够重新浮出水面的，才是能在这世界上谋取位置的人。
这是对我的教育，
是对我自己的劝告。说下去吧。
根据乔治的汇报，莫克什的药剂供给恐怕可以视为已被切断。我们已经失去了对那里的实际掌控权，通讯方面的业务也发生明显下挫。同时，那位女士方面的通告，还有黑眼的调查结果，都指向同一结论：原定送到帕拉蒂斯作为实验品的6分仪，在据点遇袭之后，已经确定丢失。黑眼本人也在作战中受损。除此之外，其余实验资产亦遭到毁坏。那位女士表示，我们后续的人形研发计划进度需要暂缓。
Mother. Oh yeah, because Cocoon's a fucking 3rd gen doll. I totally forgot. Following Cocoon's motion, numerous reports are projected onto the table. Zimmerman must admit, It's been a long time since he last sat through a briefing filled with entirely unpleasant news.
看来我们最近时运不济。
根据乔治和黑眼提供的情报，我们得出的结论是，阻碍他们的很可能是同属于一个势力的队伍。经过指认，基本可以确定，是最近新上榜的通缉犯。这个人，兰汀小姐大概会非常熟悉。
啊，是的。虽然我与一线人员的交流并不算频繁，但我还是多次听他提起过。他似乎喜欢叫他指挥官。
Zimmerman taps the table rhythmically as he studies the blurry figure on the wanted poster with considerable interest.
除此之外，更重要的是，我们确定了他的存在。
The wanted poster is replaced by a much clearer image of a female doll.
我们已经证实，在莫科什的事件中，存在国安局的特工暗中活跃的迹象。实际上，倘若不是这位女士从中作梗，那位指挥官也不可能对莫科什造成如此大的影响。要小小的惩戒他们一下吗？
不。利沃夫之后，罗联高层一直在对集团进行调查。虽然表面上，我们已经顺利应付了那位没用的人形调查专员，把集团摘出了烂摊子，但暗处窥视的目光不会轻易停止。摇篮曲政治关键时期，我们不应吸引任何多余的目光。正面和国安局发生冲突，显然是不明智的。耐心一些，简。
我明白了，谨遵您的教诲。
啊，收敛锋芒，但这不意味着我们要放弃机会。就像现在的情况，仍然很值得利用。
您打算怎么做？
巧合的是，那位女士刚好委托我们在那附近执行一些物流方面的护卫工作。我想将这个任务交给恶兆去执行。至于莫科什这边，那个人形的情况怎么样？
您是说，朱诺？
啊，没错，让他去吧。想要钓上鱼，就要舍得投下足够的鱼饵。希望泽林斯基能够喜欢我们的礼物，同时，也把这当成是小小的警告。
是。
Interesting. Inside the maintenance pod, Juno keeps her eyes open, calmly watching the flow. She lies suspended as the liquid surrounding her reflects a pale blue glow. Nothing out of the ordinary. She has long since grown accustomed to this. The voice of a human reaches her auditory module through the equipment, crisp and clear. That, or it is being directly transmitted into her neural cloud. She can't really tell the difference. Meanwhile, the thing coiled up inside her body also seems to have fallen into a slumber, remaining unusually quiet.
心智记录校验开始。朱诺女士，请维持当前意识水平，不要抵抗，这是常规检查。
Cocoon stands on the sideline, her expression calm and composed.
这次维护极为必要。你最近的几次宕机，我们怀疑是3代素体的兼容性问题。你马上就要出发执行重要任务，我们要确保你不会中途出现差错。
She does not respond. In a way, it's fortunate that she currently lacks the ability to do so. Small ripples spread through the liquid as progress indicators illuminate one after another. Oh. She gradually loses the ability to comprehend human speech, yet continues to passively listen in silence. Like cold stakes that are repeatedly driven to the deepest layers of her neural cloud, they stay, reinforcing their place, deepening the wound. There's no room to resist. Every strike makes her feel as though she's been grafted onto a life that doesn't belong to her. Huh. So that's it. All these inspections were meant to achieve this goal. If not for that voice, if not for that fragment inside her, she will undoubtedly continue to sink until her past is entirely drowned in this new reality created for her. But now, even deeper within her neural cloud, that glowing fragment begins to rise. She has been very careful. Taking advantage of when Cocoon and the conglomerate weren't watching, she followed the guidance of that voice and uncovered much, much more. Her eyes remain open as the cold blue light reflects into them. She saw Elviv, saw the fragments left behind by the explosion. She saw the commander, saw her face clearly. There's my sprite! Oh my god! Holy fuck. Pink creature. She saw the comrades fighting alongside her. She saw the doll standing next to her. It was herself. At least it should be her. It ought to be her. It has to be her. She does not understand why her heart hurts so. Agony, pain, restlessness, and an inexplicable fear. She wants to continue searching. Find that person. Fill in the blank meant for that missing name. But every thread leading back has been deliberately rendered to naught. Only frayed fibers surround her, all too small to even grasp with these hands of hers. She must stay calm. She cannot give herself away. Even if she doesn't fully understand the significance of these memories, she knows well that the conglomerate does not want her to keep them. She must hide them all.
Hmm. 心智正常，无异常波动。
很好。
The maintenance pod slowly opens, and Juno rises naturally. Her cold gaze remains fixed ahead as she removes the wires and tubes attached to her body.
这是你的任务简报。蓝雪球和我会给你提供一切支持。为了奥尔劳格财团，期待你的表现。
Groza, acknowledging order. Juno almost answers instinctively, but she simply closes her eyes after twitching her eyelashes slightly.
我喜欢爽快的胜利和盛大的庆功会。我会为你带来前者，希望你为我准备好后者。
Convincing. Thanks to her being assigned to the task, Juno no longer needs to investigate in secret. She now has access to everything she needs openly and without obstruction. The mission target, the file on the commander.
赏金猎人。
She feels as though the very title is mocking her. This woman calls herself a bounty hunter while riding around in a land carrier. Where the fuck did she even get something like that? A sharp pain pierces her head. Juno holds her temple, suppressing the agitated parasite. Just as she saw in the fragment and consistent with the footage from Elviv, countless T-dolls were at her side. The relationship appears completely different from that of the conglomerate and its third-gen dolls. Counselor Kalina of the Namva administration has also contacted her numerous times. It's said that her recent investigation is connected to this matter. According to Cocoon, she and Darture encountered those two during their ODE-01 sample recovery mission. Kalina issues the order and the commander carries out the mission. There are signs the file has been tampered with. Although the editorial work has all the makings of a pro, the alterations were clearly made in haste. If her assumptions prove correct, she may have never been part of that fateful encounter.
离我府大爆炸。
The last officially recorded event involving that commander. Afterward, she became a wanted fugitive and dropped off the radar, up until recently when she resurfaced in Makosh. Juno slowly exhales. That commander, Kalina mentioned. That commander in the files. That commander once employed by Griffin. And the figure from those many scenes, the one who was reflected through the kaleidoscope fragments of her memories. Perhaps they are the same person after all. The name she has always wanted to call out. The name she has searched for in vain. She needs confirmation. She must make sure of it. (2074) Red Zone, certain Paradeus facility. Sounds of scraping metal echo through the ruins. A woman in a protective suit leads Ataraxis and a few Neeters still light on their feet into the darkness.
请恕我多嘴，母亲，但我不太明白，我们到这里来做什么？尽管对我而言，这里的空气十分清新，但我担心对您的身体负担会有些太重。
这里埋藏的东西，值得我走一趟。
While Mother's expression is obscured by her protective suit, Ataraxis can sense that Mother is very familiar with this place.
您好像不是第一次到这儿来，这里曾经是您的研究工房。
The woman signals the Neeters to begin clearing away debris and reactivating the surviving equipment. Machines that had lain dormant for years gradually awaken. Despite having endured the radiation of the red zones, they retain their basic functions.
这里并非一开始就是红区，在坍塌风暴将这里吞噬之前，曾有一个显贵的家族在此定居。在这个人们早都习惯出卖同类换取利益的时代，他们拥有让人难以置信的良善，依靠他们的财富、管理以及力量，这里甚至一度成为了一处聚落。
听起来像是个童话故事，这是母亲对我的关爱吗？
类似的地方，如果放眼世界，或许并不罕见。偶尔总是会出现这样的人，最终惨败于不应受考验的人性之下。这里也不例外，但他们有一点不同：为他们招致毁灭的，不是无边际的愚蠢，不是无限制的怜悯，而是因为他们之中诞生了他们无法护有的宝物——完全免疫体。
At those words, even Ataraxis' dismissive expression fades slightly.
完全免疫体，多么悦耳的音节！我很想见一见他们，我想知道，是他们更优秀，还是我更优秀呢？
很可惜，最后分析的结论显示，那个素体距离完全免疫体仍有差距。不过，这已经足够成为他们溃灭的火苗了。我当时刚刚开始对你们的研究，也承蒙他们的照顾，在这里暂时落脚。
The woman's voice is as light as a speck of dust, mirroring the fate of those who were once here.
我原以为不会再回到这里了。回想起来，相比现在，那时确实很轻松。
She shakes her head before abruptly changing the subject.
这次来，是为了寻找一些遗落的资料。六分仪的事，让我产生了一些灵感。又想起那时候，我在这里，好像也有过类似的构想。不过当时的记录我并没有带走，所以应该还留在这里。也许我当初的思路并非尽善尽美，但或许我应该试试重新开始。
She turns toward Ataraxis.
我已经通知财团，之后把我需要的素材送到这里。等他们把O-43找回来， 就可以展开下一阶段的实验了。
2074, a certain Nampa facility. Inside the conference room turned temporary interrogation chamber, lights have remained on for over 10 hours. Now, Kalina is certain that they won't even turn them off during breaks. Truly, the electrical bill must be a sight to behold. Another round of questioning ends, and Kalina slowly walks back to her office. Fatigue lingers in her every movement. She no longer possesses the strength to do anything, not even to make herself a cup of coffee. She is not the only one affected with this plague. Everyone in the department, from field agents to office staff, has been subject to constant investigations. She herself has already been questioned more than a dozen times. The investigation team sent by the top brass seem to have discovered an infinite stamina glitch. They take turns and show absolutely no mercy when dragging her back for another round of interrogation. Of course, she knows exactly how to put an end to this endless torment. They're simply waiting for her to give in, waiting for her to provide the testimony they want. Then everyone can happily go home and she gets to go back to her cozy counselor job. In their eyes, she's the one causing them trouble. Even Kruger is hinting that she should throw them a bone or two. After all, nothing she says or does now can make the commander's situation any worse. But she takes a big old stretch. She absentmindedly thinks maybe she's really past her prime. Never had she felt this exhausted, even when she constantly pulled all-nighters writing combat reports in the past. Or could her change in goals have also resulted in her change in physique?
就算是那样，我也不想无端地说抹黑指挥官的话呀。
She opens her terminal and decides both her work and checks both her work and personal inboxes. Both accounts are currently being monitored, yet messages continue to flood in regardless. After all, there's no rest for the wicked, especially when you're under investigation. Hidden amongst them, one unfamiliar advertisement immediately catches her attention. Luxury yachts on sale! Her heart skips a beat. Suppressing her excitement, she opens the message, her hands trembling despite herself. The contents are nothing out of the ordinary. Still the same elegant vessels, still the same prices far beyond her means. But next, her eyes begin to redden.
恭喜。
Cheyenne succeeded. She smiles. At that moment, it feels as though a heavy burden has finally slipped from her shoulders.
游艇啊，我这点工资连尾灯都买不起。
She deletes the email but leaves the terminal open. The little boat called Cheyenne has found a port to dock. Then, what about her?
参事，请勿随意删除邮件。下一轮问询将在15分钟后开始，请做好准备。
我知道了。
She nods, a bitter smile appearing on her face.
我也差不多该启程了。
She raises her head at the image of that person appears in her mind.
指挥官，你现在又在哪里呢？
She's our goat, man. She's our goat. Oh my god. Calm before the storm. A once flourishing greenhouse teeters on the edge of collapse in the wasteland. Let's turn on fucking heroic mode. Let's see here. Oh, that's like anti-Voimus, yeah. Never mind. I'm good. Oh, this is just straight up a battle. Okay. Well, in that case. Oh, okay. Strolling underneath the artificial lights, we bathe in the warm glow of Makosha's streets. I breathe. A faint sweetness permeates the air, one I could not discern the origin of. A sign, then, that order is finally returning to the city.
哇哦，和我们上次来相比，这里变得好不一样呢，有种番茄刚浇过水的感觉。
Monsoon Squad hauls several wooden crates filled with vegetables through the streets. As they are spotted by the populace, many rush out to give us warm greetings. It's a strange feeling, for sure. I'm not quite sure how to react to their enthusiasm, but as I muse over it, a pleasant warmth spreads through my chest. Cheyenne, on the other hand, has no trouble adapting to it and starts moving back and forth, checking inventories and deliveries. Over by the street corner, several newcomers are constructing their temporary shelters together. They lend each other their helping hands for whatever plights they face, with nary a trace of hesitation. It's as if they had lived here and known each other for countless of years.
是啊，或许我们就是为了看到这种画面，才坚持到今天的。
Before long, we arrive at the pharmaceutical factory. Vasily and several staff members come out and greet us.
欢迎你们！我还以为你们会再晚几天。
What the fuck is up, my dude?
我们也没想到这么顺利。
Vasily smiles and leads us inside. Setting foot here once more, the factory now looks completely different from my last visit. The once lifeless factory floor is now filled with workers busily going about their tasks, getting the production lines running. Meanwhile, on the already completed lines, robotic arms move about under the supervision of technicians, sealing one batch of vaccine vials after another.
看上去，这里变得热闹了许多。
大家知道，这回真的能自己造疫苗，都可有干劲了。
Vasily waves to a technician nearby, who quickly brings over a box of sealed vials.
这些是近期几个不同批次产出的样品，我们的检测技术有限，就拜托你们了。
当然，交给我们吧。
After getting the dolls to secure the samples, I follow Vasily deeper into the factory. Soon, a temp production line comes into view. Pale blue liquid flows through a spiral filtration system before being poured into specialized containers.
指挥官，这就是营养液的生产线了。你之前送来的那批样品，我们已经复制成功了。第一批营养液已经完成。我认为品质在可控范围内，但是不是真的符合要求，还要你来把关。
Before I get to say anything, Kaufney has already snatched a sample vial and starts studying the liquid carefully. Melanie stands beside her, peering curiously into the vial.
我觉得没问题，比我预期的要稳定。梅兰，你觉得呢？
Melanie carefully opens the cap. She dips her fingertip into the liquid and nods firmly.
梅兰，你觉得海伦娜一定能用得上？
Vasily visibly relaxes after receiving their approval. She signals for the workers to pack the remaining serums before leading us toward the exit.
指挥官，我们的合作能够顺利，我很高兴。
God, I fucking kiss you on the lips right now, brother. He then pauses, concern surfacing on his face.
不过，在正式交货之前，我必须先提醒你们一件事。
出什么问题了？
不算问题，但我很担心。你们一路走过来，想必也看到了，莫克什如今的发展很好。我们等这一天等了很久，对我们来说，这当然也是好事。但消息传出去了，就有很多流浪的人涌进来，我们不好拒绝。再加上我们也的确缺乏人手，何况他们大多也不是恶徒，只是单纯想找一个能活下去的地方。但你知道，这样的情况不会持续太久，财团的人迟早会回来，他们不会那么好心把莫克什就这样让给我们。你跟国安局有来往，也许你知道他们现在在计划什么。
I let out a deep sigh.
抱歉，但我也不知道他们具体什么时候会来，又具体有什么样的计划。我和国安局的关系并不像你想象的那么紧密。退一步说，我觉得国安局也未必清楚财团的想法。但是，我们不需要依靠别人。艾莫号会和莫科什并肩作战，我们会一起做准备，确保他们不管什么时候来，我们都有应对的方法。
Vasily's expression visibly eases after receiving my guarantee.
你能这样说， 我觉得放心不少，指挥官。莫克什现在的发展离不开你的帮助，如果没有你，我不确定我们是不是真的能够渡过难关。
当然，这也是我这次来的另一个目的。我们要做好战斗的准备。
你有什么想法？
首先，我需要你把财团肯定会卷土重来的消息放出去，让大家都知道，至少要让大家都有个心理准备。财团再回来，恐怕除了肮脏下作的阴谋手段，也会采取直接强攻的措施。我们要做好战斗的预期。
I think for a moment before continuing.
莫科什现在的武装力量远远不足，等药厂稳定下来，需要投入更多人力到之前收缴的军工厂去。武器、人形、弹药越多越好，绝不嫌多。
和我想的一样。我联系了一些暗商，原材料和成品我都会尽量收购。莫克什的现金流可能跟不上需求，但我和一部分人商量过了，他们也接受以物易物。你提供的那些蔬菜，还有我们生产的药物，都有独特的价值。
我会安排一些人形过来，负责训练战斗人员，也会提供一些作战记录和数据。除此之外，莫科什的防御工事也要重新加固。虽然最理想的情况是希望可以把战线推到更外围，但考虑到我们和财团的火力差距，恐怕还是不能将希望全都寄托在野战上。
听着头都开始疼了。这么一看，最近人口增长还真是及时雨。接下来要用到人力的地方太多了。
不急，我还没说完呢。正面对抗只是一方面，财团不是瓦良格邦，他们的手段可不只有暴力。
我理解。接下来要收拢物资，做好储备了。和岸上的以物易物，我会控制好出口和进口的量。现在莫克什的人口越来越多，我们要保证食物的供给一定不能断。
也别忘了让信得过的人负责审查出入的人员。既然最近人口流动变得这么频繁，就要小心会不会有财团的人混进来了。如果被他们从内部进行突破，我们会变得不堪一击。
你说的对，我会安排的。
As we go on, workers of the pharmaceutical factory continue moving about. Some are carrying heavy loads with sweat pouring down their faces. Some are laser-focused, monitoring the production lines. Others rush back and forth adjusting equipment, too busy to even catch a breath. Everyone is giving it their all, just to survive and protect those they care about in this cruel world.
无论如何，我们都要守住莫科什的未来。
过去，我会觉得讨论未来有些太奢侈了。
Vasily shakes his head and smiles with relief.
但是现在不同了，不论将要发生什么，莫克什都有接下的气量。走吧，指挥官。
Aye, aye, Captain.
接下来的目标是
There we go. That is a lot of story notes. OS-12. Damn. Alright. Wilderness wanderings. Once she was certain that she was the only one, her viciousness becoming uncontrollable. Sand pelts the transport in the constant barrage. The cargo department's inner walls tremble faintly with every bump on the road. Howling winds echo from beyond the sealed metal hull. The compartment is supposedly airtight for NBC protection, yet somehow the smell of dust still permeates the air. Juno sits with her eyes closed, silently leaning back against her seat. Is she hibernating? Not in the slightest. Here, she is free from her cage. She can finally spread her wings and soar across the darkened skies within her neural cloud, charting a new flight path with unfettered wings. She feels like she's getting close. As time passes and uncovered clues pile up, the depths of her neural cloud ripple with increasing intensity. Eyes closed, she continues untangling these knots in her mind. And so, another narrow path forms in the darkness. Like the pages of a book being flipped, fragments buried deep within Juno's neural cloud begin to shimmer. White noise overlaps and another memory surfaces. Oh, the year of 26X, Bureau of State Security, StateSec, 3rd Maintenance Center. The vacant maintenance center is so brightly lit that everything bathed in its lights looks unnaturally pale, as though drained of blood. Juno stands there amid such radiance. She remembers that day, having received orders long before to carry out a top-secret mission. On the day of deployment, she has been separated from her original squad and is brought to an unfamiliar facility for maintenance. She knows not what the mission entails, just as she doesn't know the purpose of this bout of maintenance.
我的素体有什么问题吗？
The technician assigned to her speaks with indifference, as though having already repeated the same line hundreds of times.
暂时没有发现闪电小姐，但我要按流程办事。麻烦你尽量配合，这也是上面的命令，有助于提升你的作战效率。
明白。
Obeying the command, she closes her eyes as her external sensory inputs are shut off one by one. There's nothing unusual about the process. No one repairs a computer while it's still running either. But through the haze over her consciousness, she seems to have heard something.
把它投放黄区，监控。
指挥官。
She can't make out the words clearly. She wonders whether she really heard anything at all. Before she can dwell on that thought, coolant rises and engulfs her body. She feels herself sinking to the bottom of the sea. An indeterminate amount of time later, the maintenance pod opens once more. Juno sits up as the world gradually comes back into focus. The maintenance center is still the same. Light is still as blinding.
维护结束，状态良好。你可以前往下一个任务接驳点了，闪电。
Sharp pain.
维护记录呢？
都在系统里，有需要的话，你的上级会向你说明。目前你的任务是照常执行命令。
是。
She stands up, takes a step forward before stopping. Another sharp pain.
我的心智，你篡改了我的心智。
She can sense the unmistakable void within her.
我没有那样的权限。
但我的心智少了什么？
我这样的技术员可没资格对你这样的人形动手脚。放过我吧，你可是国安局的人形，而且还是有自主权的那种。维护过程中。 没有任何未经授权的数据删改，你的心智里不会出现与任务目标无关的负担，你只是太紧张了。
好吧，抱歉，可能是我多心了。
She turns to leave the maintenance center. With every step taken, that void sways inside her, like the pendulum of a clock. Ruins left behind by an avalanche are always the same color. The air is thick with the smell of burnt bodies while corpses line the floor. Some are still in one piece, while others have been turned into unrecognizable mush. Scorch marks stain the walls, evidently left behind by something beyond powerful or beyond conventional explosives. Juno stands among the bodies, strangely untouched by blood or ash. Her own expression is also filled with shock.
闪电汇报，目标据点已毁灭。刚才那是……
No, something's not right. It seems the facility was already in ruins when she arrived. Then what role did she play? The killer? The tool? Or...
我是谁？
She casts her question into the well and is only answered by her echo. But then, another voice rises from the other side from a different memory. A voice that belongs not to the fragments, nor that unidentified figure. A voice that she is intimately familiar with. Simple, direct, calling her name with unmistakable emphasis.
闪电。
朱诺，
Juno snaps back to reality. There's no state sec, military base, or griffin. She's inside among a security transport.
你还真是悠闲。虽然现在还在运输，不过就算是休眠，也不需要睡得这么沉吧？
有什么事？
简发来消息，有个临时任务。我们在附近的红区里有些物资和人员流动。据那边的小队汇报，中转站被端掉了好几个，他们人手不够，刚好又在我们的行进路线附近，绕不了几步，就让我们去看看。
那穆克什呢？
办完事再去，反正他们又跑不掉。
Juno lets out a silent sigh of relief. It seems Darture has yet to notice anything unusual about her.
知道了。
The almost massive suspension becomes lodged in the dune. Its futile attempts to free itself only end up digging up more sand. Groza stands atop a hastily assembled platform looking at the grandiose mobile fortress that is now being eaten alive by the desert.
我以为他能再往前多开2公里。
The commander stands beside her, unable to hide the exhaustion and embarrassment on her face.
您的估算很有勇气。
这是在夸我吗？
如果您一定要这么理解的话，
She turns to look at the makeshift digger working in the distance. This land carrier is nowhere near as reliable as it looks. The propulsion system constantly acts up. The radiation shielding starts blaring alarms whenever a collapse storm rolls through. The internal piping sounds ready to give up the ghost at any moment. Worse still,
我们缺少一位专业机械师，以及一位愿意听人劝的驾驶员。
我已经在听你劝了。你说别再往前开了，我就停了。
是在您把车开进流沙之后。
her voice remains calm, but her records show a small fluctuation in her neural cloud. Irritation, tension, but also a faint trace of happiness. She sees the commander climb down into the treads. Alongside several hired dolls, they position temporary traction aids in the sand.
如果下一次遇到类似地形，建议提前绕行，或者至少在我确认过地质扫描之后再决定前进。
好，我记住了。
She looks up at her and smiles, but she instinctively averts her gaze. Sometime later, they picked up Mei Ling. After that, they found even more comrades. The Elmo, once far too large for just 2 of them, gradually became home to many.
很高兴有你在，闪电。
Glad you're around, Groza.
幸好有你。
I'm lucky to have you. Distorted and blurred, sifting through the yellow zone winds, those words bring her back to the present. And yet, even so, something inside her is warming up. The transport continues to shake. Juno opens her eyes. Only now does she realize she's been tapping at the armrest non-stop.
原来是这样。
She can't begin to imagine the expression she's wearing right now. There's no matching file anywhere in her data.
你在笑什么？
跟你有关系吗？
真叫人不快。
Darture wears the same look of disgust as she always does. Ever since she's parted with the conglomerate, she doesn't even bother hiding her contempt towards Juno anymore. What was there to even feel contempt about? When she traces the thought of Darture in her mind, no emotions stir, nothing at all. The convoy continues deeper into the yellow zones, toward her destination. Soon, she will find her answer. Hollow Nest. The blind guide sees paths that others cannot reach. $2074 Yellow Zone, unknown location.
坐标修正完毕。
Oh shit, what's up, Sextans? Sextans puts away her terminal. Before the squad lies a cluster of ruins ravaged by time and collapsed storms alike. What was once a thriving settlement has been reduced to a barren wasteland where occasional remains of an architectural ornaments can be spotted. Yet, were it just an ordinary ruin, it wouldn't be cause for any alarm. The truly frightening sight is the crystals embedded among the exposed rebar and fractured concrete. Collapse discriminates not. All shall fall in its wake.
这就是诗集里那些人提到的地方了。
Sakura tugs at her scarf, looking a little uneasy.
根据那些人的证言，有人看到有车队往这个方向走，因为很奇怪，所以他们印象都很深。奇怪，具体哪里奇怪嘞？
笨蛋，往这个方向走本身就够奇怪了。这里距离红区只有不到2公里，正常人都避之不及。是什么人的车队要往这里来？风暴。
啊，是啊，肯定是那群帕拉蒂斯的垃圾没跑了。
我们接下来要怎么做呢？
这还用问吗？既然抓到了他们的狐狸尾巴，那就趁他们反应过来之前，找到他们的老巢，然后大闹一场。
啊，又搞这么暴力。可陆凯，你是不是和指挥官重逢之后，思维越来越退化回去了？
很好，等找到帕拉蒂斯，我就把你当成炮弹发射出去。
不要啦。
的确可以发现不少近期有人活动的痕迹。2代人形小姐的意见也并非没有可取之处。我建议接下来我们不能再分散行动了。继续往前的话，通讯波动会变得不是一般的大。要是你们被逮到，我没有营救你们的余力。
哼，还不需要你操心3代人形。还是管管好自己吧，别让我发现你有什么坏心思，否则第一个要解决的就是你。
而且这家伙是怎样啊？你知不知道，你叫2代人形的话，这里所有人都会应声啊！哼，3代人形的脑子，连记住别人的名字都做不到吗？
那个，请别在这种地方吵架了。
是。
怎么了？表情这么凝重。
星空，黑色的兽。
连你也会觉得紧张？别担心，真出了什么事，也有我们替你挡着。
翠玉的真露。
之前在车上，我是有点急了，但那不是对你有什么意见，我只是不希望。
樱花，可陆凯不背我了啦，把我放回车上去。不行了，货车前辈体型太大，不适合跟踪任务，所以我都停在远处。而且，可陆凯小姐说，不能太宠着你。怎么这样？
别耍宝了，再不走，痕迹就被风抚平了。
算了。
I mean, yeah. All right, we've got Nemi, we've got Sextans.
我吗？
We've got Mekiti, and we've got. Oh, I don't have Sakura. We got Krolik. Where's she at?
“请您指示。”以真理与庄严奉上。占卜 成功。
知道了。
太弱了。哼，滚开！
知道了。唯有承受痛苦，才能迎来新生。准备逃走吗？
Goodbye。
搞定，这是最后一个。
这就是第3个据点了。那边的兔子有发现什么吗？
我叫克罗利科。什么都没有，箱子都是空的。
帕拉蒂斯现在混得这么惨吗？这些基地跟以前见过的比起来，也太烂了。
半塌的仓库，被挖空的旧书电站，还有外面已经完全风化的地下通道。现在就连流浪汉都不会钻这种地方。
相比起基地，这些更像是临时的站点。
没错，他们只是在这里短暂停留。证据就是到现在了，我们还一点收获也没有，距离真的抓到他们的尾巴还远着呢。
Sextans sits atop an empty wooden crate, wiping down her pistol. Beneath the brim of her cap, her sharp gaze settles on one particular comrade in the group.
相比起来，我更在意的是，你是怎么那么精准地找到这几个地方的？纳美西斯。
Following Sextans' remark, an inexplicable silence sweeps over the group.
你想说什么？
After a brief pause, Krolik steps forward and plants herself squarely between Nemesis and Sextans, making no attempt to veil her hostility.
不管你嘴里想吐什么牙，都给我想清楚了再说，否则我可不会轻饶你。
别误会，我没有在暗示什么，而且你们也不需要这么虚伪。这些帕拉蒂斯的人不算什么训练有素的战士，但确实也都不是白痴。他们在隐藏行踪这一点上。 做的还是相当及格的，就算是我也要承认，中途好几次我已经完全丢失了追踪的痕迹，但我们最后还是追到了这里，多亏了他。
Sextans flicks the brim of her hat, casting at Krolik a deliberately provocative glance before looking past her at Nemesis.
别告诉我，只有我一个人觉得他对帕拉蒂斯的行动，还有这附近的地形了解的有些夸张。 你们只是不想说出来，而我做了这个坏人。你们应该感谢我。
你少在那儿挑拨离。
冷静，克罗利克。
Quickly frowns as she stares at Sextans. While she's not nearly as openly hostile toward the third-gen doll as Krolik, she certainly isn't fond of her either.
这次他说的有道理。
什么？
但我并不觉得这是什么值得怀疑的事。 我们已经经历过一次了，不是吗？如果不是因为有前科，我才不会傻乎乎的带着小队跟到这么深的地方。纳美西斯，你是不是跟上次一样，出现了一些你不理解的记忆？启明星，闪烁。他说什么？
他说。 只是占卜。
Sextans lets out an intentional mocking sneer.
这算是直觉的意思吗？
你听到了，他说是占卜。
我刚觉得你是这些2代人形当中还算有头脑的，难道你真的相信这种鬼话？
信任同伴，对你来说是如此难以理解的事情吗？
有重大状况！我发现有一支队伍正在往红区靠近，他们的路线跟我们一路追过来的痕迹非常吻合，很有可能是帕拉蒂斯的人。 怎么了？大家为什么都不说话？
Oh, Sakura's always walking in when like missing the action. Sextans hops off the crate, hiding her expression under the lowered brim of her hat as she silently walks away. I do enjoy this conflict. It is tense. 2074 Makosh Commander's temporary residence.
指挥官，是6分1他们的联络，
马上接通。
Groza swiftly brings up the comms device. The feed from Sextans.
指挥官，我们发现了一支身份不明的小队，他们活跃在我们之前汇报的路线上。
The feed from Sextans is projected under the center of the room.
你看见外围的那些东西了吧？应该可以排除是无关者的可能了。
Before Sextans even started, I already see on the screen the person in the lead. Even without anyone saying a word, I can imagine how bad my expression must be right now.
是涅托。
据点里那些人类，是恶兆小队，不会错的。
我们现在很接近红区，甚至可以说已经在红区里了。这里坍塌风暴多发，信号非常不稳定，通讯不知道能维持多久。如果你有什么命令，尽早说清楚。
不要主动暴露，不要主动接战，跟上他们，确认他们常规活动范围。他们的负重明显不是常规规格，他们应该是在送货。跟着他们，找到他们的目标点。
明白。
一旦有变动，第一时间报告。
了解。
The projection vanishes from the room. The light overhead steadies once more.
指挥官，
别担心，我知道。 现在还不是伸手的时候，要比耐心，我也不会输给任何人。
Staring at the now dark display, I slowly clench my fists. No matter how, no matter when, I'll become the fire that burns them to the ground. (2074) Yellow Zone, Omen Squad, Tampa Encampment. A makeshift windbreak blocks most of the sand blowing in from the front. Grotesque humanoid monsters guard the perimeter, while the third Jin doll has been pushed further out on patrol duty. Lentine leans against the crumbling pillar support, a mission brief resting beside her.
长官
Hey, what's up, Kenny? He walks over and sets down a bottle of purified drinking water.
喝一口吧。
不喝，这防护服一拖一带，麻烦死了。
天气预测还是不太理想，2小时后会有风暴过境，我们得在临时庇护所里待一阵子了。
无所谓。怎么，过上几天好日子就变得吃不了苦了？
不，我只是觉得这次的任务有点诡异。外面那些家伙，看着就让人起鸡皮疙瘩。叫我们送东西，既不告诉我们货物是什么，也不告诉我们真正的目的地。 只让我们送到外围，把我们当什么？快递公司？
哼！如果只是让我们送东西，需要配这么多重火力？
哦，你是说，之后还会有别的任务？
少问，多做。
我就知道，这群家伙，每次都没把我们当人看。
想改变现状，就要继续往上爬。 至少跟所谓的3代人形相比，我们已经很有主动权了，不像那台洗衣机，以前还经常在电视上抛头露面，现在还不是归我们管了。
Kenny glances at the patrol route around the perimeter.
绕场走，监视，维持秩序，连一次实战的机会都不给，你讨厌他？
我不信任任何人形，哪怕是做过心智清洗的，也一样。
那为什么还留着他？
命令，而且真遇到要送死的话，有个垫背的，起码不用赔上我们的命。
这倒也是。不过，其实如果实在无法信任他，为什么不直接把他的心智换成我们现有的3代人形的心智？他强也就强在这具素体吧。
考不了，现在财团里的3代人形都有自己的素体，谁会用他的？
She pauses, seemingly recalling something.
他们以前倒是好像试过，想用复制的心智让多个3代人形同时存在，那样就能承担更多工作。
结果呢？
结果，使用复制心智和原心智的人形，都出现了异常。
异常？
具体的我也不太清楚，毕竟我不怎么关心。但当时闹得挺大的，听说同时存在的2台相同心智人形会互相影响。
啊，
人形这东西，有些技术到现在那群人自己都没搞明白，我就更不可能信任了。反正那之后，我就再没听说过把一个心智同时用于2名人形的想法。
But yeah, right. She dismisses the topic and shifts her gaze back to the red zone.
这些人形，有一个已经够麻烦了。
Wind sweeps across the ridge with a hiss of drifting sand. Lentine watches silently as the monstrous creatures work hard around the perimeter. Seeing them fills her with unease. On one side lies a yellow zone, on the other a red zone, and where they stand is the blurred boundary between.
啊，总算结束了，回去后可以睡一整天吗？不管了，我先。
Let's do these real quick. Not like it'll last very long either. Should be good.
要留。
No survivors. Let's go.
来自彼端的启示。
Works for me.
接下来的目标是
What is this? Fallen candlestick. Okay. Okay. Quick. I need to stretch out for just like 5 minutes, considering I am running on very, very, very few fumes. Okay. Just a small party. Okay. Yes. recharged. Hopefully for a good another half of the event. Alright, let's go. OS 1-6. When the prism shatters. As the kaleidoscope is forcefully shattered, her heartbroken scream echoes across the wilds. Ooh, radiation dust. 2074, border between the yellow and red zone. Sand and gravel whirl like scraps of cloth about to be torn apart. Using the terrain for cover, Sextans projects the footage onto her terminal.
麻烦了。怎么了 ？No，
Sextans rotates the terminal slightly.
有个麻烦的家伙。
啊，这是
Oh, sorry.
啊，这是
Mekti instinctively covers her mouth. In the footage, a familiar figure strolls along the patrol squad. Her steps are mechanical, precise, yet lacking the elegance she once possessed. Among the ring of neaters, she looks completely out of place, but strangely at home at the same time. Oh my god, what did they do to you? What did they do to you? You look horrid. Cool, but horrid. She looks so fucking depressed. Oh my fucking god. Igla.
你们好像跟他打过交道了。
Quickly irritably flicks the dust from her hand.
这家伙可是号称你们当中最强的那个，你就没什么想说的吗？没什么想说的，事实罢了。我们现在在这里的全员加起来，也不好说能不能应付他，更别说他旁边还有其他战斗力。
利沃夫的时候我没在，有那么可怕吗？
你最近不是老缠着威玛西娜陪你练习吗？用你能听懂的例子来说，连威玛西娜都不是他的对手。
啊，那还是人形吗？
那我们现在怎么办？
不怎么办？我们的任务原本也不是跟他们交战，向指挥官汇报情况，叫艾莫号那边的支援过来。至于我们，只需要继续跟下去就行了。想得太简单了。
Sextans lifts her head towards the horizon.
风暴在逼近。
啊，难怪我觉得脑袋有点刺痛刺痛的。
我已经试过了，通讯信号已经丢失，现在没有办法联系上那位指挥官。如果真出现意外，就只能靠我们自己。那就没得选了。
喂，你不会要说什么往后撤之类的蠢话吧？
当然不会，我们好不容易才追到这一步，要是现在放弃，就太浪费了。
She turns to Sakura.
樱花。
在。
你和卡车前辈先撤出去，等离开辐射影响区，就联系艾莫号，让指挥官派支援过来，让纳美西斯给你领路。还有
我不在的话，纳美西斯给你指路，你也听不懂他在说什么。
就是这样。
Igla nods.
你要第一时间跟指挥官汇报这儿的情况，说清楚一点，把真也在场这件事说清楚。
我知道了。
纳美西斯，航路，灯塔，他说什么？
他会带路，确保樱花不会走错。
很好，你们出去之后立刻联系指挥官，然后原地等待支援。如果我们移动了，我会沿途留下痕迹，以防风暴干扰持续太久。别替我们担心。分叉，黑暗的空气，肖像。
他说知道了。
那大家一定要小心。
Sakura pulls her scarf up a little bit.
我会尽快把情况传达给指挥官的。
加油，我们把希望都压在你身上了。
好的。不用紧张哦，可卢卡只是想给你打气。其实他肯定心里觉得，如果自己能搞定是最好的。 他才不会把希望压在别人身上嘞。
God, I love her Chinese actress so much.
谢谢。
2074, yellow zone, near a red zone, outside a certain camp. Wind whistles through the gaps in the metal panels with a low, hoarse howl. A handful of Mangi security mercenaries are standing guard around the perimeter like steel beams driven in the concrete. Parked in the shallow depression, the convoy is barely sheltered from the storm. Other troopers off patrol duty move between the vehicles, unloading equipment and supplies, as well as assembling crude windbreaks. Darture stands on a hastily built lookout, her gaze sweeping across the horizon.
风的气息相当糟糕。
是的，女士。这种天气下再往前推进，风险会很大。
你在指导我如何做事？
不是的，我只是想提醒。
应当停下的时候，我自然会允许你们停下。
Her gaze lowers slightly toward an anxious human standing below her.
风暴停歇后，我们再继续前进。
是。
Darture looks utterly uninterested at her as her eyes drift past one of the nearby vehicles.
他呢？
朱诺小姐，她说要在周围巡逻一下。
哼，装模作样的家伙。
Juno leaves the convoy with no escort or companion. She has no need for any of that. What she needs is to get away from those scrutinizing gazes from those humans who watch her every move incessantly. No matter how many times Cocoon reemphasizes her origin, she doesn't feel the slightest sense of belonging within the conglomerate. Moving along the camp's perimeter, she trots farther and farther away until the voices and machinery are completely drowned out by the wind. Wind snakes through the cracks in the rock, carrying sand and dust that pelt her face. Just like in the conglomerate, the air here is filthy and suffocating. But Juno doesn't find it repulsive. She treads across the wasteland. With every step she takes, pieces of something slowly dislodge from deep within her neural cloud. Fragments disobeying her orders rise and fall in her mind, drifting along an invisible tide.
我是谁？
Time and time again, she has asked herself this question, so much so that the words themselves have lost all meaning. Yet, when she speaks it out loud, it still cuts to her lips with great pertinence.
闪电，
She whispers the name into reality.
闪电。
She doesn't understand the meaning behind the name nor its significance. It is not recorded in any of her archives or databanks. A word, then, one that people call out to again and again. In those voices she hears helplessness, relief, trust, dependence, as well as something she hasn't felt in a very long time. The cacophonous gale leads her thoughts astray. She halts her step and looks into the distance. Beyond the swirling dust, a thin gray line gradually becomes distinct. While the engine noise is distracting, through the windshield she sees a familiar face. Familiar, is it? Uh-oh. Sakura grips the steering wheel tightly. With the road ahead obscured by barreling sand, she is forced to turn the headlights to her brightest setting.
娜美西斯小姐，这边真的没问题吗？
精细的本性，微末的组织。
他说：“你就照他指的走。”
可是这边的地形……
放心，我们也在车上，而且404还在等我们。娜美西斯不会在要紧的事情上乱搞的。
就是，我都没说什么，你有什么好怕的？
Oh, hey, she's got a voice. Oh, wow. I completely gave I completely gave Truck Senpai the wrong voice when I narrated that event. Holy shit.
之前就想说了，你的车话还挺多。
你跟我的区别只在于你长得更像人，兔子小姐。
哼，随便你怎么说。总之，再坚持一会儿。 只要出了干扰圈，通讯就会好起来。到时候我们只要把情况都汇报给指挥官就行。
我知道，只是有点紧张。
阿克隆漫游，
有什么好紧张的？喏，他说快到了。
真的，太好了！
卧倒！
The belief of soon reaching their destination overtakes the three, leaving them thoroughly unprepared for the peril that heads their way. The next instant, without the slightest warning, an overwhelming force slams into the side of the vehicle. Oh god. Before anyone has time to react, the entire truck is launched into the air. The force of the impact causes the truck to tumble mid-air inside the cabin. Ducks and cargo alike smash into each other with a deafening chorus of rattles and clatters. Sakura's vision fades in and out. The world in her eyes dissolves into a tangled streaks of color. Finally, the truck crashes back onto the ground. Up, down, left, right. Who or what are they? Sakura takes far too long to tell them apart. The seatbelt tightens painfully around her chest. Struggling to undo the buckle, she crawls out from under the mangled driver's seat. Truck Senpai doesn't respond. Only the sizzle of damaged circuitry fills the air. Meanwhile, Krollik's voice sounds from the other side. Fighting back tears, Sakura gently strokes the dashboard before forcing herself through the broken door. Krollik braces herself against the overturned truck. Bruises and gashes cover most of her body. Her thin skin can no longer conceal the machinery beneath. Her dominant arm is the worst off. Sparks pour through the damaged joint beneath the protective shell. Nemesis stands not far away. Her situation looks much fairer. Though scratches cover her body as well, she can still move freely. There. She sees it. Standing before them is a shadow, a ghost who has descended upon the wasteland. Juno stands silently among the raging sandstorm, her entire body gleaming with a cold metallic sheen beneath the sun. Krollik grits her teeth, throwing Juno a glare. Meanwhile, Juno looks at the three of them. She doesn't know why, but the moment she spotted them, she attacked without hesitation. It's almost like a switch inside her has been flipped. By the chaotic, incessant screaming organisms and cells in her body, or perhaps by the lingering shadows. They are a swordswoman with eyes full of vigilance, hands caked with sand, a petite driver whose hands have yet to leave the steering posture, and a sniper, standing straight with perfect posture, a countenance of the picture of calm, she who always speaks in fractured words. She has never met any of these people before. Her records corroborate this fact, yet instincts say otherwise. They do not strike her as strangers for reasons beyond herself.
队长，说好了今天也陪我练习的，可别忘了。
小小的草、谷粒和叶子。
啊，这周已经是第3次了。这哪有这么频繁？你别乱说好不好？
好了好了，我做完手上的事就去。
She hears her own voice.
训练完，我们一起去给指挥官准备晚餐吧。美玲刚好买到不少新鲜蔬菜呢。
The memory surfaces frame by frame, like old photographs being pulled from the bottom of a well. She sees herself standing before them, among them, unlike now, closer, warmer, and more. She watches them chatting away. She watches them smiling together. She is Groza.
闪电。
She repeats under her breath.
别愣在那儿，有话，纳美西斯。
Krollik grits her teeth. Propping herself up against the truck with one hand, she has already reached for the hilt of the other.
这家伙是敌人。
Oh, you pissed her off. Oh my god, you pissed... Dude, they reworked her sprites 100%. Wow.
那才刚好呢。
Krolik draws her sword in one fluid motion, and the next moment she's already charging in. Sand is ejected from beneath her feet as her blade tears through the air, aimed straight for Juno's neck. Juno doesn't even register Krolik's attack at first. Having dug too deeply into her own memories these past few days, the sight of these familiar faces inundates her neural cloud with torrent of data, leaving her paralyzed. And so, for that split second, her body reacts before her mind. The clash between steel and metal echoes across the wasteland. Juno easily blocks Krolik's desperate strike with a single hand. And so shall the difference in might be shown in the most ruthless display. Juno grabs the blade and twists it. The sword lets out a crumbling snap as the metal reaches its limit. Lest one forget, she has 3 more arms of equal might. Krolik is set flying. She lands on a soft sand, or rather her upper body does. Her lower half has severed legs are clenched tight, but 2 of Juno's arms are not connected and limp. Only then does Juno realize what she has done, and stunned, she loses her grip, casting the legs away like trash. It all happened so fast, Sakura and Nemesis didn't even get the chance to fire a single shot. And what they just saw robbed Sakura of the courage to pull the trigger. Sakura's scream pierces Juno's auditory module. The fragments that had just been pieced back together now find themselves shattered apart once more. The organism coiled up inside her body suddenly constricts around her chest, and driven by her emotions, its cells work to drag her entire consciousness to the bottomless abyss. She clutches at her chest. Who is she trying to rebuke? Who is she desperately seeking acknowledgement from? Who? Is it adults before her? Or the innumerable fragments surging from the depths of her neural cloud? Krolik's curses are torn into meaningless noises, and mixed together with Sakura's panic cries, all the voices overlap with one another, collapsing into an enormous wave, or amorphous wave, and finally to unbearable static. A demand erupting like a bomb in this wasteland, and to that demand the organism responds. Black veins spread across her limbs, writhing as they try to burst free from every restraint. Nemesis moves beside Sakura.
那美西斯小姐，
小象，镜子，旋转飞来。
什么？
Sakura cannot understand Nemesis' words, but Krolik turns pale the moment she hears them.
你少开玩笑了，想都别想！你一个人留下来又有什么用？而且丢下你逃跑，你把我当成什么人了？
影子，溺亡。
Nemesis doesn't answer Krolik, but rather turns towards Sakura.
你的意思是，让我带着克罗利克小姐先走吗？
Nemesis nods, then gently rests her hand upon Sakura's shoulder. Sakura hesitates, throwing a glance at Juno in the meantime. Ever since that shriek, Juno neither continues her frenzy nor shows signs of further outburst. She simply glares at the 3 of them, eyes burning with rage, hatred, and pain, and something even more bone-chilling. Yet she remains still, waiting.
我知道了。
Her hands are still trembling.
克罗利克小姐，对不起。
我不走！你敢说对不起试试？不要动我！我不走！
我绝对不会丢下你的！
放开我！那美西斯，你他妈混蛋！
Sakura drags Krolik with all her might towards the truck's cab. All this while, Nemesis has not let Juno leave her side. Juno's breathing turns heavy as though Krolik's attack had somehow wounded her. A red glimmer flickers within the black patterns of her eyes. Nemesis senses the wrath boiling within that red gaze. It's no ordinary wrath, but the spawn of a mind stretched to its breaking point, a collapse birthed by uncontrollable instinct clashing with the last remnants of a fragile rationality. She watches Sakura drag her look away. She hears that damaged engine reluctantly sputter back to life. She does not make pursuit. She looks at Nemesis, at her own gaze, or at her gaze, at her own reflection mirrored within Nemesis' eyes. All of Juno's attention is drawn to the doll before her. Nemesis.
为什么用这种眼神看我？
Her voice is coarse.
我究竟是什么？
Nemesis shifts her stance, lowering her center of gravity. She answers by simply raising her weapon and pulling the trigger. In that instant, the organism shrieks, erupting in a surge of fury. And with that eruption, something within Juno finally gives.
不准看我！
And Juno lunges at her. And Nemesis does not run. Sometime later, the crunching of heavy boots comes through the sand.
黑夜小姐，在这边。
Hold on. Following the sporadic footprints and explosion marks, Darture slowly waltzes up to Juno.
真是一出好戏。
She sees mangled metal and broken debris lying about, all that remains of what once was a doll. And finally, Juno is standing alone at the center of it all.
是什么人惹你发了这么大火气？
Juno does not offer an answer. She eyes the fractured skull before her blankly, faint sparks from crackling within. Darture follows her gaze to the ground.
啊，原来如此。
She steps closer, stopping beside Nemesis' severed head.
这不是那位指挥官身边的人形吗？我还以为他们都在莫科什呢。
A faint smile curls her lips.
干得不错，有你亲手处决，实在是极具仪式感。
Darture crouches down, casually nudging Nemesis' lifeless head unit.
可惜，这些人形就算拆了一个，下次见面也会再冒出一个新的。
She clicks her tongue and stands up, as if already bored by the ordeal. She then raises her foot. The already damaged head shatters beneath her heel. The final spark is extinguished. Crunch. The crisp sound tugs out violently at Juno's heartstrings. Her eyes regain their focus. She stares blankly at the crushed head before slowly panning over to Darture. Darture has her back facing Juno, completely clueless as to what's to come.
这家伙出现在这里，那说不定附近还有其他人。你们把这件事汇报上去，派出2个分队在附近再搜索一下。
As Darture casually issues her orders, she notices the monkey security mercenary cowering before her. What is it he's afraid of? What is it that he sees? What is it that's behind her? She turns around. Before the next syllable can leave her throat, Juno has already wrapped her hands around Darture's face. 1, 2, 3, 4, all together now. Oh! The crack comes even swifter and more bluntly than when she crushed Nemesis' head. Darture's parasol slips from her fingers and falls to the ground, and her decapitated body lurches from the momentum once before collapsing.
开火!
He never gets the chance to finish. Juno has already raised her head. In a blink of an eye, scattered gunfire echoes across the wasteland and then silence. The last human combatant has fallen, only the wind remains, reclaiming the waste for its own. And so, there she stands. Her chest rises and falls violently. Before her lies Darture's body, organisms sharing the same origin as those writhing within herself slowly spew out of the severed neck. At her feet lie the scattered remains of Nemesis. The crushed head is no longer recognizable, and her eyes, the very eyes that drove Juno into madness, can no longer reflect Juno's face. She stopped looking in any direction. And before long, she turns around and vanishes into the deeper reaches of the storm. Holy shit. The organism coiled within her lets out a low growl. Look for it. With this tangled neural cloud. Hunt for it. Mokosh, the commander, anyone who can explain her unrest, her memories. Herself. She must find it. Find Groza. Find herself. That was grotesque as fuck. Oh, my heart lurches, dude. Fuck me. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Sympathetic pain. She teaches others to hold guns, but she can't still her trembling hands. The city of Mokosh, a city with the impression of a faded yellow patch of gray paint, but today it has gained a few more splashes of color. On the newly completed training ground, rows of Oathsworn recruits line up in formation. Although their uniforms are a patchwork of different styles and their weapons a mishmash of whatever was lying around, everything has been cleaned and polished to a T. Their posture, while still green compared to my dolls, is not lack of effort as they ready their weapons.
各位，注意呼吸。
Groza raises a hand, signaling for them to relax slightly.
吸气的时候，注意控制肩膀的高度，把重心压到前脚掌。 手肘夹紧后再抬枪。你们要学会习惯，他是你们的伙伴、兄弟、家人、妻子，从今往后还会跟着你们很多年。一组，火力压制；二组，准备接替。
Her voice isn't loud, but it's steady enough to quiet the bustling training ground. The Oathsworn were initially skeptical about being trained by a doll. Fortunately, they trust me enough to not show much resistance. Though they may have doubts, Groza's skill and professionalism quickly erase every last trace of them.
看起来还挺像回事。
Observing on the sidelines, Vasily lets out a quiet exclamation.
并非权贵者的爪牙，而是真正保护莫克什人民的军队。过去，我就算是做梦，都不敢痴心妄想到这个地步。
那你不是应该高兴吗？
因为我现在还要负责算账。 这些人要吃多少，要穿多少，还有接下来要打多少仗，都是要考虑的事。
啊，我理解，只有当了家才知道这些事有多麻烦。不过，至少还是有好消息的。
I smile as I glance at the Oathsworn.
他们的进步很快，现在至少可以算是勉强及格了。
现在还只能算是勉强及格吗？
你这话要是被他们听见了，大概会有人哭的。
培养人类士兵就是这样的，成本高，耗时长。但是我们也没办法彻底用人形来替代人类，所以也是没办法的事。想脱掉勉强及格的评价，光是操练队形是行不通的。所以，接下来才要进入下一步。
I assume the Groza are from across the field. Receiving my instruction, she nods and waves toward the opposite end of the training ground. Monsoon Squad and several other dolls from the Elmo quickly spread out, bringing paint rounds, non-lethal ammo, and hastily assembled targets onto the field.
接下来是模拟实战演习。
I raise my voice for everyone to hear.
你们会在真实的地形下和我们的人形进行一场战斗。你们的对手不会迁就你们的失误，也不会停下来等你们换弹。
The Oathsworn recruits remain perfectly silent.
放心，我们不会在今天就把你们全打趴下。但有一点。
Raise a hand, directing their attention toward the truck parked at the edge of the training ground and the row of temporary shelters beyond it.
你们身后是莫科什，是你们的家，你们的亲人，你们好不容易守住的东西。在真正的战场上，你们每一次犯错都可能换来这一整片地方的毁灭。所以，从现在起，哪怕只是演习，也要当作真的有人会因为你们倒下。
Groza walks to the front of the formation, her gaze sweeping across the dirt-streaked face before her.
接下来，你们会按照指挥官的预案被分为几组：防守、推进、侦察、预备队，各自负责不同的任务。
好好记住这次的经验吧，不会有人嘲笑你们摔倒，只要你们能记得，下一次不要摔在同一个地方。
哇，这段话如果录下来，放在宣传片里一定特别感人。
Okay.
在科尔夫你察觉的瞬间，就全都毁掉了啦。
I glance back at Groza. She remains as composed as she always is, though her eyes linger in one direction for just a brief moment before returning to normal.
各单位注意，演习开始。
It would be really cool if you could play as the Oathsworn, and you can face against the dolls. That'd be pretty fucking sick. Although maybe you might lose the battle, but it's like the goal is like take down one of the dolls or something like that. That'd be pretty fucking cool. Okay, let's fucking have a little fun. Coffney and Monsoon Squad, right? Younger, I guess.
了解。
Or no, hold on.
交给我吧。
There we go. And I guess I'll borrow my pal's Diane. Or somebody's Diane.
跟上节拍。
Oh. Okay.
打不着。2、3，不许动。就这些，我一个人就够了。
好的，调姆。
Good.
干掉你哦！不痛不痛。治疗装置9系。
好的，调姆。
凝神。
Hey, man.
聆听这千军万马之势吧。
往前喽！
Let's move up.
好的，调姆。
Okay.
打不着。让开，看我的！我超强的。
好的，调姆。
啊！
Interesting.
让
项目。还有想反抗的家伙。
Not a bad attack actually. I respect you.
这和违约立地成兵。
Sorry, buddy.
聆听这千军万马之誓吧。
Having just completed an entire round of combat exercises, half the Oathsworns lie on the ground gasping for air, while the other half are hunched over, hands over knees, displaying a multitude of emotions. It was a crushing defeat, yet not a single one has any complaints.
好，
Vasily claps his hands.
起码现在我能看见，这帮人真的在往士兵靠近了。挨打挨得有价值。
哼，别客气，想挨打随时跟我们说。
今天就到这儿，剩下的内容等他们的肌肉记忆消化一下再说。
好，今天就先解散，让他们去喝2杯，装模作样的吹吹牛吧。
Vasily turns over to the recruits still gasping for breath and dismisses them. After the bustling but cheerful response, the training ground gradually falls silent again, leaving only a few of us behind tidying up the equipment.
累死了！从来没想过我们有一天居然还要做这种工作。好像还真是头一回。这次该叫什么大王呢？
Drill Sergeant?
艾莫号军训大王。也没必要什么都要当大王嘛。
While Coffee and the others chat away, I notice Groza still standing further around. She stares at the clutters of footprints covering the training ground, but her mind has clearly drifted to somewhere far, far away. And I'm not the only one who notices something's off with her.
队长，怎么了？为什么在这里发呆？难道说，因为教了一整天笨得像猪一样的新兵，所以特别累吗？
那些年轻人很卖力，不能这样调侃他们。
Groza turns toward Coffee and shakes her head, although she looks somewhat absent-minded.
队长，难道是累了吗？
没有。
It seems Groza only just realizes why we gathered around her.
闪电，
指挥官，
不用紧张，我们只是看你好像有些走神，所以有点担心。如果有什么烦恼，不要憋在心里，跟我们说说，可能会好一些。
对呀，对呀。
Here, here.
虽然可能帮不上什么忙，不过队长的事就是我们的事，可不要跟我们客气哦。
She lowers her head slightly.
没什么特别的，只是看到这些人训练的样子，忍不住会想，以前在格里芬，是不是也是一样的呢？我的心智里好像有一些类似的画面，又好像没有。和人形不同，人类所经历的一切，都会在他们身上留下痕迹。就算过去几十年，他们已经不记得今天发生的事，这些痕迹依然是构成他们的一部分。但是人形替换起来很简单，所以如果失去了记忆，
She shakes her head.
某种意义上，那个与我很相似，大概率是使用我的素体的改造人形。
Wait, what?
和我也没有太大的区别。
Just as I'm about to say something, Coffee excitedly beats me to the punch.
当然不一样了。队长总是在为这些复杂的事纠结来纠结去的。但要我看，其实只有一件事最重要。
Coffee raises a finger.
对我们来说，现在在我们面前的闪电队长是和我们一路走过来的队长。格里芬的人形怎么想我不知道，但就算有一天闪电队长把我忘了，我也不会忘了队长的。对。
Manning nods enthusiastically.
我不知道格里芬的时候队长是什么样，但是队长是看着我长大的。我知道和我一起度过每一天的队长是什么样。我记得我们在一起的时候说的每一句话。我知道，现在的闪电队长就是我最喜欢的队长。是呀，是呀。 队长要是再这样为这种事唉声叹气，指挥官就要用番茄把你的嘴巴堵上了。
我什么时候有这种奇怪的爱好了？
She looks at us. Everyone's deliberately pretending everything is lighthearted. The corners of her lips curl into a grin.
谢谢大家，
Her voice is quiet yet perfectly clear.
我会记住的。
我鸡皮疙瘩都起来了。
Wow.
虽然很感动，但是太肉麻了。
看时间，我该去和瓦希尔开会了，你们也休整一下。差不多，我们也该回艾莫号了，看看有什么东西这次要带回去。
好，我把训练场再打扫一下，就去检查。
那我去看看伤员们。希望这种关键时候不要有非战斗舰员。
Everyone gradually leaves the training ground while chatting and blabbing. Soon enough, only Groza remains. The wind eases, and the dust no longer stings quite as much. Groza stands still, silent. Her gaze slowly follows the paths the recruits used to charge forward earlier. For a brief moment, the training ground shifts before her eyes. The colorful paint round the marks fade away as replaced by scorched walls and blackened earth. The flag of Makosh fades into tatters, an unrecognizable flag bereft of all of any features. The shadows of those wheezing recruits overlap with the vision of another battlefield long gone. She grasps her forehead. Someone, somewhere else, inside another body. They sprint desperately, consumed by madness. Soil drenched in working fluid, shattered metal limbs, and a headless shell of a doll. These are her memories. And yet, they aren't completely unfamiliar either.
你到底是谁？
She turns the question over in her mind. Only silence meets her. Fragmented visions continue swirling in her thoughts. She steadies her breathing, forcing the fragments down to the deepest layers of her neural cloud. She can feel the source of those fragments, a far greater neural cloud. She feels its overwhelming wrath, its boundless ferocity. It wants to become one with her.
是你吗？
By now, she already has a suspicion, or rather an answer.
我
She recalls that frame she lost. This wasn't the first time she's left one behind, but this is the first time the past has actually caught up and came knocking at her door. She has failed the commander and sullied everyone's trust. She doesn't dare tell them, because if everything unfolds exactly as she fears, then that mysterious doll who attacked Kalina truly is connected to her.
我能解决的。
These words would never be heard by anyone.
只要把失去的部分弥补回来，就能解决。
Bree sweeps across the training ground, scattering the footprints. Deep within her neural cloud, shadows continue to crawling toward her, tangling with her, refusing to let her go. She closes her eyes, forces every one of them back into the box, and locks it shut. Until the day she has no choice but to confront them.
出色的指挥，长官，让我来弹奏一曲，庆祝胜利吧。
Oh shit. Oh my god. Alright. I'm going to take a small break. Okay. Alright, BRB. I need to check my mail. Something needed to know. BRB. from hell. Let's do this. Okay. It's about to go down. Alright, let's do this. Shards in the incinerator. The fire rises, burning away an unnecessary reflection. Will she be able to steal her happiness by wearing her skin? Her heart races. In the past, that would be nothing more than a figure of speech to her. But now she truly feels that exhilaration. She is here. She is here too. She can feel it, the presence of herself. Can't appear before the commander like this. She doesn't want her to see her in this state, and besides, she'll frighten her, won't she? That faint, intangible connection grows stronger the closer they draw to each other. She must have felt it too. That's right. They are meant to converge like two rivers rushing toward the same sea. As night falls, lights flicker to life across Makosh. Neon signs flanking the main streets trace out the city's outline. The settlement that once clung to life under tyrannical rule now awakens as a real city.
巡逻路线已经确认完毕了，指挥官。主要治安点位没有发现异常，人流量也在预计范围内。
辛苦了。既然都出来了，那就顺便再多看几眼吧。
These past days, we've become some sort of minor celebrities in Makosh, which is why we found the need to disguise ourselves in plain clothes just for an ordinary evening stroll. The woman talks as she walks, her pace calm and unhurried. Wherever her gaze falls, it's almost as if the dust would just quietly disappear. The roads have been repaved, the streetlights have been restored, even the makeshift market stalls have been patched up to look modest and clean. Compared to our first time seeing Makosh, it has finally taken on a sense of liveliness.
还记得第一次来的时候，这里都有点让人喘不上气。现在吗？
She gestures at a nearby Oathsworn patrol, signaling that they don't need to salute her. The commander has never been comfortable with being treated as someone above others. I've always had the feeling that, instinctively, she believes she doesn't deserve that kind of respect. If that's true, then I wish to tell her that she couldn't be more mistaken.
现在已经能让人安心散步了。瓦希尔做得很好，他比自己想象的更受爱戴。
他们一直都在努力。
I follow the commander's gaze. Residents carrying baskets of groceries, parents walking hand in hand with their children, night shift workers hurrying past with takeaway meals in their hands. I'm sure I've seen scenes like this before, yet none of them ever felt as vivid as the one right in front of our eyes, or my eyes. It's been a very long time since I felt this relaxed. I've also forgotten when we last strolled down the street like this with just the two of us. I should be cherishing this moment. And yet, during this rare moment of peace, my attention suddenly drifts away. No. It didn't merely drift away. I'm being drawn towards something. My vision suddenly narrows. Those peaceful voices, the warmth and bustle of everyday life, all of it is swallowed up by a blurry vision. It's as if I've been cast into an endless void, abandoned by the world, consumed by solitude, washed away by endless nothingness until everything else is forgotten. An overwhelming sensation I've never felt before.
闪电。你怎么了？
Without realizing, the commander is already 4 or 5 steps ahead of me. She noticed something off with me, her concern written clearly across her face. I've always made her worry.
对不起。
I lower my head apologetically.
我突然想起有些事要做，可能要暂时离开一下。
The commander's expression turns puzzled. Of course it would. Out of character doesn't even come close to describing my actions. How could I possibly come up with a believable excuse? Oddly enough, I don't feel anxious, because I know the commander is a truly kind soul.
好，我知道了。那我先自己回去，不要弄得太晚了。
She won't even press me for an explanation. Unlike those who make their gentleness a tool, the commander shows us all respect, understanding, and kindness that come from the bottom of her heart, revealed through the most minute of interactions. While I'm sort of lost for words, she respects my silence by simply smiling gently, patting my shoulder as she always does, before turning around and walking away alone. A sharp pain suddenly grips my heart. I don't want to lie to the commander. I don't want to keep secrets from her. I don't want to hurt her. I murmured to myself before turning toward the opposite direction. Following the strange pull tightening around my throat since moments ago, I looked deep into the bustling crowd. I see a blurry silhouette. It's her. She's calling to me. The hem of her cloak always sways faintly as the crowd brushes past. She doesn't approach, no words are spoken, nothing unfolds. She simply stands there. I blink once, and like a mirage, the silhouette vanishes without a trace. An invitation. I push through the crowd, following the invisible pull. The bustling streets gradually fade behind me. I find myself in the embrace of that endless nothingness once more, accompanied only by the sound of my own footsteps and the faint calling rising from the depths of my neural cloud. A call that reaches straight into my soul. With every step, I draw closer to the answer. And the answer that has tormented me again and again, day after day. The seldom visited waste incineration plant stands beyond the city's lights. It's Mokosha's primary source of energy as well as the primary destination for the city's waste. For an underground city buried deep within the Yellow Zone, infrastructure like this is the very foundation that confers its continued existence. Amidst the scene, I see Oathsworn guards lying unconscious on the ground, still breathing and without any life-threatening injuries. The plant's sign creaks into the night wind. The sealed front gate is forced open from the outside, leaving a narrow gaping hole in the maw of an iron beast. Groza pushes the gate open. The grinding metal echoes throughout the empty facility. An abhorrent stench rushes into her senses. Rust, dust, and incinerated waste.
我来了。
Inside the vast central hall, a lone figure stands atop of an elevated platform. Though she may have no heart, there is something pounding violently inside Groza's chest. As they draw closer, as they stand face to face, that feeling has never been more real. She realizes that she isn't nearly as nervous as she imagined. Juno pulled back her cloak, revealing her face. A spitting image. Surreal. There are no other words that can describe how she feels in that moment, and it seems that Juno feels the same. What has invoked this sensation has nothing to do with who they are, how strong they are, or anything else. It's because they're facing each other in reality, the twisted me they've seen in the mirror.
我一直都能感觉到你的存在。你来的比我想象的更快。我知道，你肯定会来，只是时间问题。
It's like they're the same. They are the same. After a brief silence, Groza walks toward the foot of the platform.
你是我丢失的那具宿体，对吗？我以为我已经彻底损毁了才对。财团回收了我的宿体，对我进行了改造。因为我当时使用了拟态图谱，他们对此感到好奇。或者是因为我出自 IOP， 又或者是因为我有国安局的印记。总之，他们认为在我身上有利可图。
Juno slowly loosens the front of her cloak. The fabric slips off her body, yet Groza's fingertips tighten ever so slightly.
他们改造了你，篡改了你的心智，伪造了你的记忆，就像国安局对我做的一样。
My mind is like, I knew this was going to happen, but holy fuck, man.
但我的心智无法承受如此复杂的外力介入。国安局在我身上留下了后门，他们拔除了后门，导致我被封锁的记忆重新复苏。 反而冲击了他们的复写。你恢复了记忆，包括格里芬时的那些。没错，这对我们来说是件好事。我们找回了我们失去的部分。所以，我们只需要重新合为一体。你需要那场战斗之后的我的记忆，而你也能得到失去的格里芬的记忆。 以及我在财团这段时间了解到的情报和信息。
Groza falls silent. There's nothing wrong about this? Standing before her is herself. Standing here is also herself. They should become one. They should become one, Groza. She should. After a moment of silence, Groza raises her hand. Juno leaps from the platform and lands with grace. At this distance, Groza can feel her neural cloud growing increasingly active. They stand before one another, close enough to hear the faint echoes of each other's neural clouds.
你在犹豫什么？没什么。我们要用谁的宿体？我的。这具宿体拥有3代人形的战力，对现在的指挥官而言非常宝贵。
Groza takes a deep breath. It's fine. This is how things should be. They shall become one with this stronger, mightier body. Meanwhile, she can remain as a spare body aboard the Elmo, perhaps to be reactivated during another emergency. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong.
开始吧。
They reach out simultaneously, pressing their palms together. A connection request is instantly accepted. 2 neural clouds of the same origin open themselves to another as torrents of data begin to flow in both ways. Combat records, training logs, patrol schedules aboard the Elmo, the sound of vegetables being chopped in the kitchen, the static over the combat radio, the commander's voice, their comrades calling their names, the conglomerate's orders. These are their memories. Countless fragments overlapping together, trying to merge into a single coherent timeline. Groza's hand trembles. Her sense of self seems to slowly slip away. If the one before her is herself, then what is she? As though answering her doubt, a sudden turn of events arises from that fleeting moment of hesitation. Boom. The impact violently throws him apart. Groza barely regains her footing after being thrown back several steps. Meanwhile, Juno was down on her knee. Her fingers have carved out shallow grooves across the floor.
失败了？怎么可能？为什么？我们的心智应该是完全相同的才对。
Groza stares at her own hands. They've been trembling uncontrollably only a moment ago, but now found peace. Without even realizing it in that instant, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief.
是因为我被改造过了，我的心智被篡改的原因。但即便如此，同样的心智也不应该出现排斥反应。等等，是柏芥姆？什么？柏芥姆细胞？你承受的不是一般的改造，你现在是3代人形，你的体内有柏芥姆细胞。你说柏芥姆，怎么可？
It finally dawns upon Juno. The organism that's been dwelling within her, stirring restlessly with every fluctuation of her emotions and leeching off her like a real living being, that which has already become one with her.
是真的，我们刚刚收归了财团的一位3代人形，和黑眼一样的人形。经过调查，我们发现所有3代人形的体内都存在柏芥姆细胞。他们使用的是和我们截然不同的技术，是一种更类似涅托的技术。看来他们会对心智造成不可逆的影响。你说我是涅托？只是类似。柏芥姆细胞是真正活着的，它是你的一部分，和你的心智也高度绑定。据6分仪说，他们甚至一定程度上可以利用柏芥姆的细胞活跃度来加强电子战的能力。所以我们无法融合，因为你已经被改造成完全不同的存在了。
She silently clenches her fists, forcing her voice to steady.
跟我回艾莫号吧。即便你没办法和我融合，艾莫号上的大家也不会拒绝接纳你。指挥官一定会很欢迎你的。他会吗？他当然会。你应该知道的，那可是指挥官，是我们一直跟随的指挥官。
For a moment, an indescribable expression crosses Juno's face, as though a soft spot of hers had been touched or dragged through by a blade.
你说的没错，我当然应该知道，他确实是那样的人，而且我知道的比你还要更多，更多。
She raises her head, meeting Groza's eyes once more.
所以问题是，我要怎么回去？
In the blink of an eye, action comes before words. Juno vanishes, leaving only behind an afterimage too fast to follow. Groza sends a scream for her to watch out, but her body is too slow to react in time. The impact arrives before she even finishes computing what's happening, sending her crashing to the floor.
为什么？为什么？因为我就是闪电。
Step by step, she grows closer, and her voice has ice that would bring about an eternal winter.
我是在格里芬，在艾莫号，在指挥官身边的闪电。我承认你同样也是，但只不过是加在了其中一份备份的复制品。我们之间只有几个月的记忆差距，但是我还恢复了更早的记忆，那些你缺失的、被吞掉的部分。从这个意义上来说，我比你更有资格自称闪电。所以，你要……我不会以复制品的身份回到艾莫号。
She bends down, seizes Groza by the collar, and effortlessly lifts her into the air. The overwhelming disparity in their strength is laid bare. Groza's struggle is not but worthless endeavor, pathetic lower than dirt.
这不是私人恩怨，或者说，我跟自己谈不上存在恩怨，只是不需要存在2个闪电。住手！你
Oh my god. These expressions are going fucking crazy.
只要你消失，一切都会回归正轨。对指挥官而言，这也是一件好事。至少，
不会变得更有用。闪电会变得更有用。
With those words, she hoists Groza over her shoulder and turns toward the still operating incinerator.
再见了，或者说，谢谢你替我活过那一段。
She doesn't even give Groza a second. She just shoves her body into the incinerator loading chute. Weightlessness drags down her downward as red warning lights and writhing shadows tear the world apart in her eyes. The last thing she sees before losing all senses is the cloaked figure standing high above. Then the heavy gate slams shut, its thunderous echo reverberating through the incineration plant. Closing the book on the night no one shall ever turn the pages on ever again. Juno takes a deep breath and turns away, refusing to look at the blazing furnace. Her hands are shaking violently. She nearly isn't as composed as she's pretending to be. For the first time ever since obtaining this body, she's unable to keep her step steady. Propping herself against the wall, she grows dizzy, even nauseated. Something other than an organism churns relentlessly inside her chest. Breathe. Take a deep breath. Calm down, calm down, calm down. She didn't do anything wrong. That one was only a backup. At worst, she only had just deleted a few months' worth of memories. No. Though it ultimately failed, she still managed to read a small fragment of it during her attempt to merge. More importantly, she has regained her Griffin memories. She is no longer shackled by state sex. She is so much stronger now. Strong enough to defeat Darture, whom she couldn't even scratch before. The right choice. She is the correct one. The one who can do far more for the commander. If so, what is this liquid that seeps from her eyes? What is this?
我没错，我什么都没做错。
Her hands tremble uncontrollably. Just lifting them feels like raising something impossibly heavy. She stares blankly at her palms, and before long the trembling gradually subsides. She closes her eyes. Her hands rise again before seizing those two extra arms. And then... crack. Rip. Mechanical limbs are torn off their sockets. Strands of flesh trail from the metal as dark crimson body fluids erupts from the gashes, splattering across the floor in a grotesque display. She stares blankly at her two severed limbs. During that brief pause, the restless tissue around her shoulder blades has already filled up with the empty sockets.
我就是闪电，只要我一个闪电就足够了。
She mutters to herself, justifying her actions to the world. Then she casts her limbs in the incinerator as well, as though doing so could erase everything she has done. But could that ever be true? As Juno stands there, lost in a daze, the communicator lying at her feet suddenly chimes, and a message pops onto the screen.
闪电，到我的房间集合，有急事。
Commander. Commander. That word is like a dose of anesthetic, sedating her inner turmoil. That's right. She's back. Back to the commander's side. That's the only thing that matters. Holding the communicator, she turns away and silently walks out of the plant. Now all she has to do is return there, return to her past, return to that person's side. And then everything can go back to the way it was. After finalizing the adjustments to appearance and attire, Juno hurries to the quiet suite at the far end of the corridor. Pushing open the door, she finds the commander staring grimly at the comms display. Seeing her arrive, the commander nods.
闪电，你来了，快过来。
指挥官，发生了什么事？
A tearful cry suddenly erupts on the other side of the call. Juno looks over. A familiar-looking black-haired doll turns up her visual feed. Covered in bruises and dust, she looks as though she's been driven straight through a collapse storm. Beside her sits an instantly more recognizable doll, so much so that the sight of her sends a chill through Juno. Rabbit ears that had always stood proudly upright had nearly been snapped in half. Her crimson outfit is scorched almost beyond recognition, yet all that pales in comparison to the more horrifying sight. Only the upper half of that doll's body remains. Juno's heart skips a beat for an instant. It, the organism feeling this, tightens hold too. How had she almost forgotten?
闪电，你怎么了？
不，没什么。
She has never been good at lying. She originally intended to confess everything to the commander, believing she would understand her circumstances, but yet in the moment she falters. Is finally coming to stand before the commander making her nervous? Or is it because she doesn't want the commander, Krolik, and everyone else to learn that she was the one who hurt Krolik and Nemesis? Or...
克罗利克，这是怎么了？
樱花他们在返回暗幕号求援的途中，意外遭遇了财团人形的袭击。对方实力非常强，克罗利克被重伤，樱花拼尽全力才带着克罗利克逃了出来。纳美西斯为了给他们断后，生死不明。
The commander frowns and lets out a sigh.
从樱花逃到安全区域，修复通讯设备，已经过去了好些时间。纳美西斯却依旧没有消息，只怕也是凶多吉少。
指挥官，那现在该怎么办？我本来想为克罗利克小姐替换备用素体，可是因为受损程度太严重，换了好几次都不成功。现在连启动都……
樱花，你带着克罗利克先回艾莫号吧。素体受损到这个程度，只有美玲才能解决。可卢卡那边也是，暂停追踪，尽快返回。敌方实力过强，越是在外逗留，就越是危险。
指挥官，美玲现在是在支援莫克时调试模拟作战系统吧？要先让她回艾莫号吗？
嗯，只能先让她回去了。不止美玲，还有科尔福、梅兰妮也和我们一起回去。由季风小队和4042队留守。
我们也……
按照樱花的说法，财团方是主动发起的袭击，这意味着对方很可能认识艾莫号的人形。如果对方是因我们而来，继续留在这里，反而会殃及莫科什的居民。
Doing everything she can to suppress the surging storm inside her mind, Juno nods. At this time, she absolutely cannot let her guard down. She has to behave exactly like Groza always would, because she is Groza.
我明白了。那么，我现在就去做回城的准备。
那么，就拜托你了。
After issuing orders, the commander turns back to Sakura.
樱花，回来的路上千万小心，做好伪装，别被财团发现。
我会的。我一定会带着克罗利克小姐平安回来。
Oh, throw up. Oh god. Bloody mask, to don a perfect mask in front of grieving comrades. The air is heavy with silence, and Juno struggles under its weight. Krolek's body lies calmly inside the maintenance pod, and Mei Ling had already transferred her into a spare frame. The charred torso that ought to be left charred and brutalized from the attacks she orchestrated now looks as though it had never seen battle at all. Juno stands further away, watching Mei Ling and Sakura work tirelessly on Krolek. The organism nestled within her curls up warily before slowly easing up as she steadies her breath. Krolek murmurs while her eyes are so tightly shut.
修复完成的克罗利克小姐，好像还是很紧张呢。
For once, Mei Ling wears an unusually grave expression, her brows knitted tightly together. With the repair just completed and her frame not even fully rebooted, something deep within Krolek's neural cloud presses her to wake up.
我不走。那没死。
At that, her eyes open. Mei Ling and Sakura both jump at Krolek's sudden exclamation.
那么西斯呢？他人呢？
克罗利克小姐，先别乱动，维修刚完成，站起来会很危险的。你现在的关节模块还在自检，至少要等一段时间。
我问的是纳美西斯。
Forcing herself up, her face twists in panic and anger. Juno instinctively steps forward and holds her shoulder. Her strength is as carefully controlled, but more than enough to keep Krolek from moving.
冷静一点，克罗利克。
Only then does Krolek realize she's in a completely different place, the familiar maintenance room with several concerned faces of her friends looking at her. The commander, Mei Ling, Sakura, and... When their eyes meet, Krolek's gaze lingers on Juno's face for just a smidge longer.
指挥官，队长，纳美西斯呢？
Krolek looks around, but Nemesis is nowhere to be seen. Mei Ling lowers her head, unable to bring herself to answer. Sakura hurriedly explains in her stead.
那个纳美西斯小姐的情况，好像比克罗利克小姐要更严重一些。她说，恐怕只能用心智备份来进行重启了。
重启吗？也是。那家伙恐怕素体已经彻底损坏了吧？
情况美玲已经和我们说过了，这是目前唯一的办法。
After a moment of apparent dejection, Krolek pulls herself back together.
我知道，这也是没办法的事。
那种情况下，我们能顺利逃走就很不容易了。
真没办法，那这次就算了。不过，少得了一拳，少不了别的。这家伙太冒失了，我非……
Oh, fuck.
不过，少得了一拳，少不了别的。这家伙太冒失了，我非要好好让他知道才行。
As everyone exchanges reassuring words, Mei Ling remains silent as though bracing herself to announce something extremely difficult. And Juno is the first to notice that detail.
美玲，怎么了？
重启纳美西斯还顺利吗？
啊，是啊，怎么还没见到纳美西斯啊？
The room falls deathly silent. One by one, all gazes converge on Mei Ling. Only now does everyone realize that tears have been welling up in Mei Ling's eyes, already clouded with worry and fear. She finally raises her head.
喂，这是什么意思啊？
是发生什么了吗？我刚刚在尝试重启纳美西斯时，发现。
Mei Ling's voice trembles. Found it. An ominous feeling floods Juno. She silently clenches her fists.
发现什么了？你怎么不继续说了？
纳美西斯的心智备份，不知道什么时候被删除了。
什么？
Juno's breathing all but stops in that instant. Even the organism inside her constricts into a tight knot. The backup is gone? What? How? What now?
抱歉大家，缺少心智备份的话，已经无法装进那枚心思小姐了。对不起，我没办法做到，对不起。
What could that possibly mean? She sees it in her mind's eye with staggering detail. It was her. She did it. The senseless slaughter that she had wrought upon that frail, silent, yet defiant doll. She had crushed her corpse, mutilated her form, and pulverized her remains. Some happier memories follow along, flashbacks of little moments spent with Nemesis, but now those memories find themselves hopelessly entangled with the nightmare she herself fashioned. Nemesis. She's never waking up? The individual known as Nemesis is wiped from this earth forever? Completely destroyed by these very hands.
那枚西斯小姐再也回不来了吗？怎么办？这样是不行的吧？
An emotion dark as the endless void surges through her body. Just like the organism residing beneath her skin, it engulfs Juno once more. Nemesis' torn limbs. Nemesis' mangled torso. Severed head. Destroyed. Obliterated. Erased. The entire scene dances before her eyes again and again. She only had to be rebooted and everything would have gone back to normal. Everything and everyone aboard the Elmo would return to the way they were and live unhappily ever after. But if she's not coming back...
好了。
The commander's voice cuts through the clamor. Grief is written plainly on her face, but beneath it lies an unshakable resolve.
我知道大家都很伤心，但现在我们要先把事实搞清楚。什么叫做备份被删除了？备份不可能会自己消失，到底是怎么回事？
对呀，到底是怎么回事？
美玲，把你刚才的检查结果再说一遍，连同系统记录一起。
我检查了很多遍，备份应该是被人删除的。
An unquenchable rage ignites within Juno. That's right. Backups don't simply vanish, so who did this? Who? She swears to tear that person apart. She's no longer the Groza of old, she has power now. She can easily find whoever did this, tear them apart, rip them to pieces, crush them to dust, just like what she did to Nemesis.
丹德莱。
我在。
Juno's heart skips a beat. Why is that familiar name here aboard the Elmo at a time like this? The commander doesn't seem surprised or bothered, though, and instead issues her orders as naturally as ever.
帮我调出艾莫号最近的系统操作记录，我要搞清楚。
是有人入侵，还是内部出了叛徒？没问题，交给我。
Seemingly unaware of Juno's internal turmoil, the commander stares at Dandelion with grim determination. Even the whimsical Dandelion, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrains from her usual teasing. The investigation lasts a few seconds, but to everyone present, especially Juno, it felt like years. Before long, Dandelion leisurely speaks again.
话说在前头，就算听起来很离谱，这肯定也是事实。
快说。
The commander can barely hide her impatience.
是他自己删的。
The maintenance room plunges into silence once again. Even the sobbing Sakura chokes on her tears.
什么？
怎么可能？
那梅西斯他怎么会自己删掉备份？操作记录就在前几天的晚上，我调取了监控，当时只有一个人进入了主控室，就是他自己。当然，我不知道他为什么这么做，毕竟我并不是时时都在车上。也许你们更清楚。怎么会这样？我上次这么做之后，指挥官不是说要防止这种情况发生了吗？
我应该设置了密码，只有我和丹德莱知道。
对，如果强行破解，我会马上上线处理。所以最诡异的事情就在这里，他是输对了密码进入的系统。
他知道密码？
我看见他拿了个奇怪的晶体，做了一些神秘的仪式。
占卜？你是说他是算出来的？
我持保留意见，但至少看起来是这样。
你有办法恢复吗？
很遗憾，不能。就算是我，也不可能凭空捏出已经彻底消失的数据。
What now? If she really can't be rebooted, the Nemesis is truly gone forever. Then, doesn't that make me someone who murdered their comrade? I am the one who murdered my own comrade. Yet here I am pretending to grieve beside everybody else. The thought prances, dances, and sings in her mind. For her, this show shall forever go on.
开什么玩笑！开什么玩笑！我不相信，我不能接受。
After a drawn-out silence, Krullik finally explodes. She leaps out of the maintenance pod, ready to storm towards the Oathsworn.
什么叫他自己删除了？谁会删除自己的机制备份啊？梅玲，是不是出故障了？怎么会找不到机制备份？
Krullik's voice grows weaker and weaker, and she slowly breaks down. Only choked sobs remain. Juno's ears are ringing. What do I do? It was I who killed Nemesis. It was I who caused all this. What am I supposed to say? When the truth eventually comes out, what will the commander think of me? What will Krullik think of me? Or about everyone else standing beside me, believing I'm Groza? How will they see the doll who murdered their own comrade? Almost instinctively, Juno finally speaks up.
冷静些，克罗利克。我知道你现在很愤怒，但现在的当务之急是……
这种情况还能冷静下来吗，队长？纳美西斯，纳美西斯，他再也回不来了。
克罗利克。
The sharp rebuke forces Frolic to regain some composure. She realizes lashing out at the people around her ultimately amounts to nothing.
抱歉，队长，指挥官。还有魅力和樱花，我不是这个意思。我并不想责怪任何人，我没有资格责怪你。这件事并不是你们任何一个人的错。
Looking at Juno's face, Krullik seems to remember something. She blinks rapidly, forcing herself back under control.
没办法战胜那家伙。真正害了纳美西斯的人是我。如果我稍微强一点，如果我能够不让纳美西斯去断后，如果我再强一点，如果我能够彻底摧毁那个怪物，都是我不好。混蛋！纳美西斯为什么要去做这种事
？Look, slams her fist on the table.
不是克罗丽克小姐的错啊！
那个怪物。
That monster. Perhaps it's only her imagination playing tricks, but as the commander poses the question, Juno can feel Krolik's gaze linger on her for the briefest second. It's a second long enough to make her feel as though she's sitting on a bed of thorns, and when she lifts her head, however, nobody is looking at her.
那个四只手的家伙，
你说的是另一个我？
不，那才不是队长。
Those words bring no comfort. They only drive the knife deeper into her heart.
我才不会把他称作另一个队长，我不会承认那是队长。那家伙是个怪物。
Krolik spits out each word through gritted teeth as though trying to grind the person they described to dust. Monster. It reminds Juno of the way Nemesis looked at her.
我不确定他是人类还是人形，也或许都不是。我从没见过像他那样冰冷而又坚硬的人。混乱、野蛮、残忍、暴力，他是个彻头彻尾的怪物。如果能再见到他，如果有机会，我一定会彻底杀了他。
Her words leave Juno frozen to the core. It shouldn't be like this. It wasn't supposed to go like this. Her bond with the Elmo, with Krolik, with Nemesis wasn't supposed to be like this. Just a few months ago, the gazes they cast her were filled with such trust and camaraderie. When she sacrificed herself, everyone had only wanted her to survive. But now, having desperately crawled back just to be at their side, this is the ending that awaited her?
我先去训练了。
Having said her piece, and perhaps sensing how strange the atmosphere has become, Krolik turns to leave the maintenance room. Soon the corridor is filled with a cacophony of metal, the wail of a doll with nowhere to vent her anger.
那个，我去看看克罗丽克小姐的情况。
抱歉，指挥官，我也去看看他们。美玲就拜托你了。
Hurriedly but also composed, Juno also turns over the hard way, eager to escape the scene. But then those familiar gentle hands grab hold of her trembling palm once again. Yeah, that's right. They've counted each other's warmth through the countless winters. She has died more than once, spent so long in the ninth circle of hell that her body has long since gone cold. But as that long-forgotten warmth reaches her again, she cannot bring herself to walk away.
闪电，先等等。
指挥官，
你的手在抖。
抱歉，指挥官。
别这么说，你没有需要道歉的地方，闪电。你很紧张吧？纳美西斯的事情，我知道大家都很难过，即便是我，也无法完全镇定自若。所以， 克罗利克的愤怒是针对那名3代人形，不是你。闪电，不要太自责。我们并不会因为相同的面容或者是一样的素体，就将他犯下的错误归到你身上。
指挥官，
他是他，你是你。摧毁纳美西斯的人并不是你，所以，把头抬起来吧，闪电。这可不像你。
The commander gently caresses Juno's face, lifting it up while carefully smoothing her loose strands of hair.
不是这样的，指挥官。
Because it was me. The one who killed Nemesis, that single unsightly monster, it was me. At the very least, don't deny me the privilege of being Groza. And yet, her oh so familiar kindness strikes her like a dull blow. Juno subconsciously bites her lip.
我们还没有这样彻底失去过谁，对吧？明明不久之前，我们还在尝试帮他找回记忆的。
Perhaps sensing her words haven't comforted her, the commander suddenly changes the subject. She's no stranger to the side of hers, to a tenderness she rarely reveals. A tenderness she had once held to herself. But now it no longer belongs to her, but rather it passes straight through her towards the other Groza. The one that she had dismissed as nothing more than a mere copy.
你还记得我们是怎么遇见纳美西斯的吗？
我记得，那好像是污染区的一片沙地里。当时他被流浪的居民当作无所不知的巫习，但却并不算友好。一见面，就往我们的头上扔了根老鼠干。我们不抱希望地听完了他的占卜，支付了电池作为报酬。没想到，占卜竟然真的有用。 不仅如此，他还主动找上门，硬是要跟随我们。
是啊，现在想想，当时我们根本就没听懂他的话，更不知道他的来历。但是，竟然也让他留在了 M 号上。
直到克罗利科出现，我们才算真正听懂了他的话。在小队中，他们配合得很好，虽然偶尔会有点吵吵闹闹的。
是啊，他和克罗利科其实关系很好吧？
Juno's reminded of the past, the very real memories shared with her comrades, and she unconsciously curls her lips in a faint smile. Reality sets in soon enough, though.
是我当初的决定害了他吗，指挥官？
这样想，对纳美西斯也是一种失礼。闪电，我想，他并不会后悔遇到你的。
She will never regret meeting me. Juno falls silent. That sensation has returned. That cold, stoic sensation when she tore Nemesis apart with her bare hands. The slight numbness from flying sparks, the crunch of mangled broken limbs and a shattered skeleton. Sakura streams, Kralik shouts. More squeals, cries, wails. Working fluid splashing across her face, she still remembers how it felt.
我。
Juno's voice is painfully hoarse. Even voicing her thoughts becomes a struggle. The warmth of nostalgic reminiscence vanishes completely. These hands murdered her own friend, shattered life aboard the Elmo. Does she still have the right to reach for her warmth with these very hands?
我知道了，今晚大概会很难熬了，指挥官。我去给你泡杯咖啡吧，还是老样子，对吗？
She forces herself to calm down. If nothing else, she wants to make up for even a tiny fraction of what she's done.
已经没事了吗，闪电？
The commander relaxes slightly at the jovial show she has to put on.
指挥官，接下来我们怎么做？
先将情况同步给6分仪和404小队他们吧。
他们已经在回来的路上了，我会提醒他们注意安全。
啊，对了，稍后检查一下他们的心智备份吧。尤其是6分仪，他的心智备份未必能生效，要尽量避免与敌人发生冲突。
All this because of Nemesis.
还有，让外出的忤逆也做好可能支援的准备。
Defy. Even they have returned. Juno smiles bitterly. Just how many dolls have found their way back to the commander's side when she was gone? At this rate, she wouldn't even bat an eye at an AR-15 shot. Well, about that. Silently, she takes out her terminal to contact Defy. But the commander suddenly stops her.
不，忤逆这边还是由我直接联系吧。
Juno quietly lets out a sigh.
谨遵指令。
By the time she's done talking, a steaming cup of coffee at the perfect temperature has already been placed beside the commander.
今天的咖啡味道似乎有些不同啊。
The commander quietly mumbles. With the aftermath of the collapse storm finally settling in, a warm breeze keeps stirring up choking dust. A scent of rust faintly tainted with blood lingers in the air. Not long ago, an entire army stood here. Now only silence remains. Well, not quite. Faint rustling rises from the ground, reminiscent of an unseen organism crawling beneath the surface. The dark organism rises gently across Darture's nearly restored body, only settling after every wound has been patched up before retreating once more into the shadow. Still blinded to sight, the power fueled by the endless void slowly hoists her from the ground. Her neck has remained unscathed throughout. None of Juno's attacks inflicted any damage to it, intentionally or not. The very next moment, her eyes fling open. With both feet firmly planted, the parasol in her hands gains liveliness once more as well.
全军覆没了吗？
No need for a second look. A single glance already tells her everything.
那家伙还真是狂躁，失控之下竟然直接在一瞬间就摧毁了一支小队。
She feels neither pity nor anger, but this is another irritating inconvenience added to her book. Dissatisfied, Darture flicks the damage controller used to keep Juno obedient. As suggested by its battered casing, it no longer serves its function.
哼，一样也是垃圾。
She tosses it aside with disdain. Fortunately, her communicator is still operational. She immediately opens a channel to Cocoon.
怎么了？这副不愉快的表情，谁又惹你生气了？
明知故问，还不是那个蠢货，真是一出精彩好戏。
看来任务并不顺利呢。汇报一下情况吧，黑夜。
小队已经全军覆没了，控制器也成了垃圾。我需要新的队伍，还有一台足以让他彻底听话的控制器。我可不想再弄脏我的衣服了，多余的娱性节目就免了吧。
Cocoon seems wholly unbothered. Her expression flickers for an instant before returning to normal.
朱诺失控了吗？
似乎是这样的，他遇到了那个指挥官的小队。哦，只是一部分成员。看样子那几个就是惹恼了他，就连过去的同伴他都毫不犹豫地处决了呢。哼。
哦，原来如此。好吧。 的队伍很快就会赶到。在此之前，你先继续留意朱诺的动向。
知道了，我会用后门定位远程监控他的所在。对了，这家伙让我这么狼狈，我稍微让他付出些代价，没关系吧？
当然，前提是你有这个实力。不过，要注意打闹的限度哦。
我那只是没想到他会失控。你说谁？
Before Darture can finish complaining, Cocoon hangs up, leaving her to glare furiously at the silent communicator.
可恶，一个两个都这么令人厌烦。
Darture's grumble scatters into the wind, spinning her parasol. What? Spinning her parasol impatiently, she steps over the soldiers' bodies and slowly heads in Juno's direction. Oh, we got some battles. We're born from hellfire. A siege duplicitous is not easily filled. When the mouth of hell opens, she drags her tattered form through its threshold. Jesus. Juno adjusts her breathing, doing everything she can to keep herself under wraps. The Elmo has changed. Most noticeably, it has become far livelier than before. Most of the dolls passing her are complete strangers to her. At most, she has caught a glimpse of them through the memories that belong to that Groza. But what happened with Nemesis, the atmosphere is bleaker than usual.
闪电，我们的种植计划可能出了一些问题。
For example, take the blonde doll who casually walked up her just now. Juno has no memory of her. A plantation strategy. When did the Elmo start growing crops?
紫薯和彩椒倒是还好，但这一批番茄可能没办法在保鲜期内运输到莫科什了。虽然在指挥官从莫科什回来后，我们制定了新的种植计划，不过现在这批……
It seems the commander is growing crops and working with Makosh while she was gone. Juno tries to piece together the status quo from the conversation.
现在这批如果能够不浪费就好了呢，闪电小姐。虽然咖啡厅能用掉一些，不过也消耗不了太多。
Even Suomi and Springfield have returned to the Elmo. Judging by Suomi's familiarity with the blonde doll, could this be the big sister she mentioned? No, returned isn't the right word. On her way to the Elmo, Juno noticed how it was now stationed near the doll community Suomi once took her to. Although she never set foot into the community back then, the surroundings definitely felt familiar. Perhaps the Elmo has developed much stronger ties with the doll community. Though still somewhat puzzled, Suomi and Springfield joining the conversation eased some of the Juno's tension.
的确不能让番茄白白烂掉。如果不处理好的话，后面可是会变得很麻烦的。
毕竟我们也不想销售不新鲜的农作物。
我也和姐姐的想法一样。
Seeing her theory being validated, Juno secretly feels a sense of relief.
而且看着它们就这么烂掉，总觉得很于心不忍。
我明白了。那我们现在就在番茄坏掉之前，想办法把它们加工一下，怎么样？
哎，加工？哦，我知道闪电的意思了。
去皮番茄罐头，还有番茄酱和番茄汁，都是很不错的选择。 春田应该很擅长这些，无论是存放还是作为便携食品都很不错，还能增加料理的丰富度。我想会很合莫科食人们的口味，说不定可以卖得更好呢。
哦，还有这一招啊！
方糖其实之前也经常用类似的产品，不过最近太执着于让指挥官吃上新鲜蔬菜，反而忽略掉最简单的做法了呢。
罐头的话，确实呢，之前爱慕号上偶尔也会吃的。
如果销量理想，或许我们可以为这些产品专门开一个生产线，还能销往更远的地方。
让整个黄区都吃到我们的番茄。但是，具体要怎么做呢？
我稍后把实际操作方式发送给你们。刚好美玲之前制作过一个一体装罐机，可以帮到你们。不过有些步骤可能需要多一些人来帮忙了。
我叫洛塔也来帮忙。
走吧，索米，我们要尽快行动了。
我也去通知一下桑朵莱西和秋化，这方面的工作就交给我们吧。
With that, the three of them hurry off. Good, that's another task taken care of. Though the feeling of not quite belonging on the Elmo still lingers, and at the very least, she's gradually finding her way back into work.
我记得队长之前好像很擅长用这种便携食品做出料理呢。
Coffee jumps out of nowhere. Seeing a familiar face, Juno quietly breathes a sigh of relief.
在很长一段时间里，我和指挥官只能依靠紧张的资源进行生活。所以不知不觉中，就变得擅长做这种料理了。
好，知道了。队长是陪伴指挥官最久的人嘛。我记得上个月指挥官甚至还让队长做了一锅红烩牛肉呢。指挥官还说，因为原料太齐全，感觉味道奇怪呢。
Last month. That must have been her other self. She did cook that dish for Commander countless times before, always missing a few ingredients here and there, yet while she was gone, she actually managed to cook her a proper one. Recalling the copy she tossed into the incinerator, Juno's heart tightens and she quickly changes the subject.
那道菜，美玲也很喜欢吃呢。不过，怎么没见海伦呢？
For some reason, Coffey's expression suddenly changes.
队长。
Coffey dramatically places a hand against her forehead. Juno knows full well this exaggerated gesture isn't how dolls diagnose malfunctions, but also why she's doing so nonetheless. Did I say something wrong again?
队长是不是忘了呀？海伦娜已经沉睡了很久了。
I misspoke. With how much has happened before while I was gone, I should have investigated more before speaking up. But instead, I let my guard down so easily because of my own emotions. Juno can clearly see Coffey's mood darken as well.
我想起来了，抱歉。
没关系，我知道队长最近也很辛苦。
Coffey shakes her head, plants her hands on her hips, and smiles brightly.
从默克什拿回营养液之后，海伦娜的状态已经好很多了。不光是仪器上的数值，最重要的是，连脸色也看起来变好不少呢。
是吗？那真是太好了。
Her reaction only seems to render Coffey more concerned.
队长，还记得我在默克时跟你说的话吗？
A non-existent memory. Memories that do not exist keep coming up. Memories that belong to the other her. She can't respond. A suffocating feeling no doll should ever experience soon overwhelms Juno.
我记得。
That's all she can say. That's what she must say. Keeping herself together, Juno finds herself forced to play the role of the other her.
所以要快点振作起来哦，队长。
Cheer up. For a brief moment, Juno doesn't even know who Cacophony is addressing. The sudden communication request from the commander interrupts the conversation that has been tormenting Juno. She answers immediately, as if grasping a life buoy tossed to her amidst a raging storm.
指挥官，
别紧张，闪电。人心社区附近出现了一些深海，数量比往日多了一些。
我明白，指挥官。
因为他们正急着制作番茄产品，所以这次就需要你带队帮忙清理一下了。
Oh, she's gonna fuck up. She's gonna let loose those Boojum cells. I can sniff it.
谨遵指令。
那寇尔福也来帮忙。
通知小队所有成员吧，科尔福。克罗利克，前方的深海交给你了。科尔福，协助攻击侧翼。
是。
哎是。正好试试这具新宿体。
Did she just cut that bullet in half? Maybe.
噔噔，维普雷加入演出，请队长指示。队长，等等，维普雷。
Interesting. I think Vasily actually is well built. This should be fine. Let's go.
嘿嘿。大家打起嘿嘿。
好的调吗？太弱了。挡在我面前，滚开！
天真。
Wait, how did that manage to get your attention? What the fuck?
不痛不痛，治疗装置就绪。
Whatever. It's not that bitch.
还有想反抗的，好的调吗？
停！平稳落地。
好的调吗？
队长。
Having cleared out the elites near the dog community, Krolik seems rather hesitant to voice her concern after realizing something. Meanwhile, Cacophony wears a similarly conflicted look as well. Perhaps because she had just caught a slip in Groza's memory, her expression is far more convoluted.
怎么了？
Why are you both looking at me like that? Juno instinctively feels like she's done something terribly wrong again. Amid the awkward silence, another blonde doll Juno doesn't recognize comes running over, panting.
队长，怎么今天完全不给我下达指令呀？是维普雷做错什么了吗？
Vasily? Who is Vasily? She's calling me leader too. Is she part of the squad?
没有做错，我只是……
撤退了也不告诉我普雷。队长，发生什么事情了吗？
So Family is another doll. The other Groza has entered another squad. This whole ordeal is beyond her.
队长最近似乎经常忘记一些事情呢。
Even Kaufney's expression turned serious. Yeah. Going as far as forgetting about one of her own squad members and even leaving her behind, how could she do something like that?
队长，
Krolik stares directly at Groza.
你到底……
Juno's heart clenches once more. She sees the scenes flash before her eyes every instant, every second, every moment that followed after Nemesis' death. Don't look at me like that. Stop. Stop looking at me like that. Don't ever look at me like that again. I merely lost a few months of memories, just a few months. I fought alongside everyone all these years. It's only those last few months that I'm missing. Why don't I have the courage to tell everyone the truth? Why do I have to endure such torment? It shouldn't be like this. Suddenly, a pair of hands gently pat Juno's shoulders, pulling her free from those thoughts.
抱歉，是我指令发的比较紧急。刚才闪电在处理其他的工作吧。最近爱莫号的事情比较多，加上我们惨重的损失，闪电的压力也比较大。
抱歉，指挥官，是我的失职。
指挥官！可是刚才队长甚至……
好了，科尔夫，是我没有关注闪电的压力，给他派了太多工作。今天就让我们可靠的队长稍微休息一下吧。
我去训练了。
那科尔弗也要去看看海伦娜的情况了。维普雷去帮索米他们制作罐头。
The Boston crowd quickly disperses, leaving Commander and Juno alone. Juno doesn't dare meet her eyes. The commander just helped her out, but our dependable leader. Thinking back to those past few days, Juno finds those words almost ironic. She isn't pretending to be anyone, she's just herself. Even after being separated from everyone for so long, she still knows this is where she belongs. But at the same time, she can never escape the off-putting feeling that constantly torments her from her very own secrets. Why did it become like this? Why has a rift appeared between me and my companions when we were once so close? Why can't I be at peace when I've put all this effort just to be myself again? Why am I here just to suffer like this?
我也去处理其他工作了，指挥官。
She flees the scene, not even noticing the commander's hand reaching out, trying to stop her. Gloom pervades her mind, taking shape as a black mist that grows in time. Nutrients in all but name, nourishing the vine-like organism that rests inside until it wraps around her completely, threatening to consume her. She softly murmurs as though speaking only to herself.
我不该回来吗？不，我必须回去。
Groza numbly opens her eyes. The stench of scorched metal left by the intense heat and the lingering warmth of the alloy beneath her make it impossible to tell whether she has truly awakened or is still dreaming. Her body is buried beneath half-melted trash, ash, and metal. Her vision is confined to a narrow space of black and crimson. This is the lower chamber of the incinerator. With the hatch above closed, only the faint draft slipping through the cracks hints to her that the furnace is gradually cooling. Oh my god. Holy shit. Perhaps because she had been dormant for too long, or perhaps the furnace's heat caused further damage, she struggles to adjust her battered body. She has lost sensation on the right side of her torso, while the joints on her left grind to a piercing screech. Meanwhile, fragmented memories begin to surface. She was beaten, lifted up, and thrown into the incinerator. And then... Groza remembers now. Before she completely lost her consciousness, the alarm outside the furnace rang briefly. Someone must have pulled the emergency lever.
真是和预期不太一样的收场啊。
She forces a faint, almost self-deprecating grin before trying to push away the debris bringing her down. The slightest movements send fresh agony surging through her crippled body, but willpower alone keeps her stumbling climbing. There's only so much time left for her to correct that mistake.
必须回去，必须回指挥官身边。
Feeling the furnace wall, she soon finds the maintenance ladder warped by the heat. The alloy is still hot enough to scorch skin, but rigid enough to support her weight. Too heavy. Her body's too heavy. Summoning the last bit of strength, she tears down the melted, deformed parts of her body that no longer serve any function, until what remains of her is light enough to climb up the ladder. One step, then another. She practically crawls on each step until she finally reaches the chute hatch. Outside, she can vaguely hear the wind, distant vehicles, and muffled sounds of the city.
应该还有别的办法。必须回到指挥官身边，回到大家身边。
She tries booting up a communication module, but her body is too badly damaged to establish any connection. Channels flutter only with static grating on her nerves. I must go back. Ultimately, she abandons fiddling with the comms module.
那就试试别的路子吧。
She reaches into her own neural cloud. During her brief connection with her other self, she had inadvertently gazed upon the Grozas memories. If that resonance still abides, then it should work this time as well.
绝对不能让他伤害指挥官。
Yet she's afraid. Afraid she'll once again see blood on her hands. Just like what she saw on that bridge. What if she'll do that again? Or what will happen? What will she do if that happens again? Groza shakes her head. No. That's not right. The commander and everyone else already told her that third generation doll cannot and will not change who Groza is to them. At last, fragments begin appearing within her neural cloud. She sees it. It isn't the horrifying scene she dreaded. If anything, it's too peaceful.
已经没事了吗，闪电？指挥官，接下来我们怎么做？先将情况同步给6分仪和404小队他们吧。他们已经在回来的路上了，我会提醒他们注意安全。啊，对了，稍后检查一下他们的心智备份吧。抱歉，是我指令发的比较紧急，刚才闪电在处理其他的工作吧。
最近爱慕号的事情比较多，加上我们惨重的损失，闪电的压力也比较大。
抱歉，指挥官，是我的失职。指挥官！可是刚才队长甚至……好了，科尔夫，是我没有关注闪电的压力，给他派了太多工作。今天就让我们可靠的队长稍微休息一下吧。
Groza's body is deprived of all strength at once. Life aboard the Elmo is proceeding as if nothing happened. She should have expected that. That doll is her. She is Groza. She has a better frame and more memories. Just like she said herself, perhaps maybe she really is the better one.
不对，不对。
That's not her. She would never do something like that. She would never harm her comrades nor throw herself into an incinerator. How could she act like as if nothing ever happened? How could she be accepted by everyone by the commander after having killed a comrade as though nothing had happened?
必须回到艾莫号。
Groza props her scarred body up despite having been mutilated beyond recognition by that third-gen doll. No matter what it takes now, even if she's all alone, she has to return to the Elmo. She doesn't even know whether she's doing it to protect everyone or because she simply can't let such things happen. Either way, she no longer has the luxury of worrying about such matters.
哼，这么简单就结束，我可还没。好了，下一个任务是什么？
I'm so fucking scared. A few days later, Elmo training room. Followed by a blinding flash, the training dummy is split in half before crumbling into pieces.
我听美玲说，你没有去进行定期的素体维护。
She doesn't stop. The glint of her blade slices apart one training dummy after another.
克罗利克，稍微休息一下吧。在心智没那么稳定的情况下，素体维护和保养是必须的。
I spot a touch of worry on Groza's face. Ever since what happened to Nemesis, Krolik has practically locked herself inside the training room, relentlessly working through an internal training regimen. At this point, Groza wouldn't be the only one getting worried about her. I would too. Krolik remains silent as a grave, merely nodding between breaths, contempt still lingering on her face, though not directed at Groza or me.
闪电说的没错，克罗利克。现在最重要的是及时调整好状态。
Despite saying that, I know full well that this self-destructive training is but an outlet for her frustrations. Not even wear or damage to the body bothers her in the slightest because that's exactly what she's looking for.
那美西斯一定也不想看到你这样。
Don't, Groza, don't do that.
我知道。
Sure enough, those words quietly uttered by Groza finally bring Krolik to a stop. As though all her strength had been drained from her body, she lets out a prolonged sigh.
抱歉，队长，指挥官，我只是没办法原谅我自己。我知道的，即便我真的强大到能够对抗那个三代人形，那美西斯也不会再回来了。但我就是，我就是没办法。
Krolik grows more emotional with every syllable. Burdened by overwhelming exhaustion and pressure, she simply keeps pushing herself onward, but truly what she needs is a shoulder to lean on. Groza has realized that as well, but she hesitates for a moment. I can't tell what she's thinking, but I know she's exhausted just as much. In the end, Groza steps forward, gently holding Krolik and letting her rest against her shoulder as Krolik's tears roll down her cheeks. The shrieking alarm suddenly shatters the brief moment of peace.
指挥官，是他又来了吗？
As the switch has been flipped inside her, Krolik immediately enters combat-ready state. The instant she hears the alarm, the fatigue of days of non-stop training vanishes in the blink of an eye. For just a moment, Groza freezes as well. She has never been the type to overreact, but I spot panic flashing across her face for once, perhaps from the accumulated exhaustion and immense psychological strain.
指挥官，我马上确认情况。
Panic lasts only for a moment. Just as she has done repeatedly over the past few days, Groza quickly regains her composure. I can tell that she's slowly recovering and getting better, and nothing reassures me more than that. The alarm continues blaring. I quickly bring up my command tablet, preparing for combat. Clink. Just then, a deafening crash sounds from the corridor. Panicking and frantic shouting immediately sweeps toward the training room. Bang, slam. As though answering the alarm itself, the dull thuds grow louder and louder, almost intending to tear the training room off its hinges. And then...
认证通过，闪电。
The training room system suddenly rings out. I see Groza noticeably stiffen. Soon, the door slowly slides open. Dust fills the corridor, making it obvious that something happened out there. But most likely not a fierce battle. Because what I see beyond the doorway is... Groza, covered from head to toe in wounds with not a single patch of synthetic skin left intact. Her chest rises and falls violently as though she's just survived an endless battle. Sparks pour out of her broken joints. I can't even begin to imagine how she managed to reach the Elmo while dragging a body in this condition. The loud noises we heard moments ago must have been her limping through the hallways.
闪电，指挥官，离那家伙远一些，他是那名三代人形。
The training room falls deafeningly silent. All eyes dart back and forth between the two Grozas, filled with a confusion, panic, and an unspoken terror. The Groza inside the room says nothing. She instinctively takes a step forward before stopping.
队长，怎么回事？指挥官，克罗利克，他是我们之前遭遇过的那个闪电财团，用我和黑眼交战后的素体改造之后的三代人形。
I turn to look at the Groza who's been by our side these past several days, hardly able to believe it. That isn't an accusation to make lightly, yet I can't sense any hint of lies in other Groza's words. More importantly, the Groza standing beside me does not deny it. Groza stares at her battered doppelganger without the slightest change in expression.
我那天在莫克时，我和指挥官分别之后，我找到，不，应该说，我们找到了彼此，因为我们的性质是同根同源的，我们能够感应到彼此。原本，我们想要重新融为一体。 但是，他被改造成了三代人形，受伯剑母细胞的影响，性质出现了不可逆的变化，所以我们无法再合二为一。我原本想要带他回来，但是他袭击了我，然后我没有袭击你。
Groza coldly cuts her off.
没有人会袭击自己。我只是删掉了一个多余的备份。什么？
Struggling to grasp the situation until now, Krolik feels her expression shift the instant Groza comes clear.
你真的是那个冒牌货！我不是。
Groza shouts.
我才是闪电，我就是闪电！8年前登上艾莫号和指挥官奋战至今的闪电，10年前在格里芬和指挥官并肩作战的闪电。我有格里芬的记忆，我有艾莫号的记忆，甚至我之所以会变成这样，也是为了艾莫号，为了指挥官。我是和黑眼战斗才会被财团夺走，被他们改造。他只不过是启动的备份。 不过比我多了几个月的记忆，难道就比我更有资格自称闪电吗？
Nearly consumed by rage just moments ago, Krolik seems overwhelmed by Groza's outburst. She stares blankly at her, even forgetting what she intended to fucking do.
如果
The wounded, barely standing Groza shoots back in a calm voice filled with static and determination.
如果你真的这么理直气壮， 为什么要瞒着大家？为什么要瞒着指挥官？什么都没有告诉他们。没有人怀疑过你的身份。我知道你就是我。我也说过要带你回来，但你袭击了我，把我丢进焚化炉里等死。如果你真的只把我当成备份，当成即便真的谋杀了，也不需要有负罪感的自己，那为什么你不敢承认我？而且是你杀了纳美西斯。
Krolik stares at Groza in disbelief.
克罗利克，别过来！
Wielding her blade in grief and fury, Krolik points the edge squarely at the leader she had just shared an intimate moment with minutes earlier.
你这个怪物！
Krolik glares at the face identical to Grozas. Only moments ago, she had leaned against the third-gen doll's shoulder for comfort.
怪物！
Bewilderment fills her eyes at the word. She looks helplessly around the room, ultimately letting her gaze find me. Meanwhile, I stand beside Groza, supporting her body so that it can barely remain upright. I can see the despair in her eyes.
我竟然还能这么假惺惺的和我们一起怀念他，还能像个受害者一样依靠着指挥官说什么理解我的话。
Blinded by her anguish, Krolik advances. Swinging her blade at Groza, her hand trembles involuntarily under the force, yet the slash doesn't even scratch Groza's skin. Groza brings down her sword again and again, hacking wildly at Groza, venting all her frustrations.
你到底是怎么装得这么若无其事的？
等等，克罗利克！
Tick. My attempt to stop her is pitifully futile, since I don't even know what I have right to stop her. Or should I even stop her at all?
没什么好等的，这都是事实。哪怕你的心里有一丁点的像队长，你都不会做出这么令人作呕的事情。
Talk.
指挥官。
The real Groza? I don't even know if I should call her that. The one who has truly been at my side throughout this period, the one who's been wounded beyond recognition, is now nested in my embrace. And the perpetrator is standing right before us.
彻彻底底的怪物，我一定要彻底杀了你！
Finally, as the word monster is uttered, I hear something snap. Groza slowly raises her head. Her eyes have somewhat grown teary as she looks at Krolik.
我是怪物吗？
Her voice is gentle, almost pleading, but unlike her tone, her arms shoot forward with great ferocity, grabbing hold of Krolik's throat in the blink of an eye.
放手！闪电！
It's already too late. Her clutch constricts, tightens until Krolik's sword drifts from the father's fingers and her head rolls off her broken neck. Then she turns to look at me.
指挥官。
I step in front of Groza, separating her from Groza.
你也觉得我是个怪物吗？
Her tear-filled eyes are full of grief. I don't know how to answer.
你不该伤害纳美西斯，伤害克罗利科，还有伤害他。
我没想过伤害纳梅西斯。我那时候还没有恢复记忆，都是财团。
那现在的克罗利科呢？还有他呢？
我
闪电，我所知道的闪电，一直以来都在担心和畏惧，害怕有一天会因为不了解的自己，因为别人的操纵而伤害我。 为了不让这样的事情发生，他一直都在努力地控制自己。那么，你呢？
指挥官，发生什？怎么有2个队长？安静，维普雷。看来我们要准备好作战了。等等我也。闪电小姐，怎么有2个？
各位，先别急着行动。
The rest of the Elmo soon gather around, but Groza pays them no mind. She only stares at me, eyes overflowing with sorrow, confusion, and pain caused by my words.
是啊，我一直都在害怕发生这种事，所以我才不敢说，我才不敢告诉你真相。指挥官，我很害怕，我真的很害怕。如果你们发现我真的会失控，就不会再把我当成同伴，当成副官，当成队长。如果连你们都把我当成是怪物，那还有谁会把我当成闪电？
Groza stands helplessly. Desperately trying to explain herself, she doesn't notice her tear-filled eyes turning crimson and that a black mist is starting to spread uncontrollably from her body.
指挥官，
Holy shit. Amidst that pleading cry for help, the promised Groza enemy flashes before my eyes.
我很担心那一天真的到来。我很担心指挥官眼中的我，真的变成一个怪物。指挥官，至少，我希望你能答应我，如果这一天真的到来，请你不要有任何犹豫，杀死我，彻底。
Fuck. Hold on.
指挥官，至少，我希望你能答应我，如果这一天真的到来，请你不要有任何犹豫，杀死我，彻底毁灭我。
I raise my gun, pointing it squarely at the Groza before me. Yet I can't bring myself to pull the trigger. Behind me, the wounded Groza instinctively and gently tugs me back. Because then I realize, the Groza before me doesn't even possess that memory.
指挥官。
But to her, my reaction already made my answer clear.
真的，连你也不再认同我了吗，指挥官？
Her eyes remain locked on me.
最重要的副官，最重要的闪电，全部都和我没有任何关系了吗？可是我又做错了什么呢？
She looks around helplessly, only to realize the training room has been torn up in the chaos and Krillic's decapitated body lies on the floor. The gathered dolls have all their hyper weapons trained on her, but the fact she's being held at gunpoint by her former comrades doesn't seem to bother her at all. At last, she laughs bitterly.
我在您眼中
A black liquid mixed with vivid crimson oozes from her eyes. It almost looks like.
一定就像个怪物吧。
Yeah. Just like the tears of a monster. Soon her anguished wail echoes through the entire Elmo. Writhing in agony, she struggles. The dolls who had already been readied instantly spring into action.
所有人形，准备作战。
稍微晚了一些。
Hold out for 3 turns.
Ah. 别浪费时间了，你们没有机会。还有想反抗的家伙，收到。天真。 别妨碍我，到此为止吧。目标确认。
干掉你！干掉你哦！
目标确认。阿美，西斯。
The losses are catastrophic. All units have been severely damaged and no longer combat capable, and all I hope now is that mailing is hidden well enough.
闪电。
I try calling out to the doll before me, but she doesn't seem to hear, merely reaching out to gently caress my face.
指挥官，让我来重新告诉你吧。 是谁？
The next moment, she pulls me into her embrace, and before long, the almost fades from black.
赢了，
Fades to black.
理所当然啦，人家可是不会手下留情的呢。没错，所有挡在我面前的。
I'm so fucking scared. I'm so fucking scared. Twin Eves. The curtain of lies is torn away, revealing 2 identical faces. bloody tear confession. There's no violence in this secluded little room, only a desperate courting. 2074, somewhere in the yellow zone. Following a gust of dark wind, a dilapidated wooden door bursts open. After several hours of aimless wandering, Juno finally sets down the person she'd be carrying tightly against her chest. Though the organism within her is still agitated by her frantic dash, she does her best to keep her movements agile.
好了，就是这里。指挥官，我们可以好好休息一下了。
The person she laid upon the soft sheet remains silent. Juno takes a step back. The four monstrous arms dissolve in the mist behind her. She gazes at the face still covered by a blindfold before raising her hand once more.
别怪我一直蒙着你的眼睛，指挥官。我只是不想在途中吓到你。
As she goes on, her fingers gently reach behind the commander's head and untie the blindfold. A warm sensation runs through, and Juno instinctively raises a hand to shield the commander's eyes from the dim light.
别急着睁眼，指挥官。
She gently massages her eyes for a moment before moving on to softly knead her shoulders.
这样好过些了吗？抱歉，指挥官。你手上的绳子，我还不能解开。做你的对手，我可1秒钟都不敢松懈。
The commander remains quiet, but Juno pays it no mind. She simply lets go of her, walks across the room to fetch some water, and carefully holds up the cup to her lips.
指挥官，来，喝口水吧。别跟我赌气，你需要水分。你不渴。还是说，想要我喂你喝？
Under Juno's threat, she finally relents. The commander tilts her head, catching the rim of the cup between her lips and starts sipping.
这样就对了呢。
Having gone a while without water, she breaks into a fit of coughing before finishing the cup. Juno gently pats her on the back and leans forward to wipe the droplets from the corner of her mouth.
抱歉，指挥官，这个样子很不舒服吧？但是，这是现在能让你听我说话的唯一方式。 我一直在听。
The commander finally speaks. Her voice is hoarse yet as calm and composed as ever.
而且，从你挑的地点、绑的方式，你进来以后做的第一件事开始，我就知道，你并不打算伤害我。你把我带离艾莫号，是因为你不知道该怎么办，又不想放弃和我谈话的机会。 你在训练室里下手很重，但避开了所有会直接毁坏心智核心的部位。你现在选的是一间没有人烟的小屋，而不是财团的联络点。这些都不是3代人形的做法。你没想伤害我，你想和我沟通。
Juno freezes.
指挥官。
我们认识不止10年了，你在想什么？ 我很容易就能猜到。
你还愿意认同我是闪电吗？
我从来没有否定过。
Juno slowly leans forward until she's resting against her knees. This person is her last refuge in this tumultuous storm, the only person in the world she can speak to without regard about every burden weighing upon her mind.
是我杀了纳美西斯，是我伤害了克罗利克、格林娜、索普，还有……不，也许我还伤害过更多的人，在财团，在国安局，在我离开您的那些日子。
闪电，
指挥官，别安慰我，尽情责罚我吧，这才是我应当承受的，不是为了我，而是为了我曾伤害过的人。
Juno buries her face in her arms, letting the darkness swallow her whole. Once again, warm fluid rolls down her cheeks. Even the organism residing within her miraculously falls silent, quietly resonating with her shivers.
指挥官，你知道吗？在艾莫号上生活的这几天，是我从这具素体苏醒以来最快乐的日子。不需要再隐藏真实的情绪，不需要以力量威吓他人。只是这样，穿着属于闪电的作战服，站在您的身边，您什么都不用做，不用说，我却已经拥有了全世界。
闪电，
我想要的只是如此而已。指挥官，我想担任您的副官，想要永远站在您的身侧，为了您而战斗。即便被所有人指责，即使大家已经不再相信我，即便现在被迫将您带到这里，我想要的也只是您的承认，我所需要的只是您的承认。
如果你想要的只是如此，那么从一开始就不应该欺瞒任何人，不该伤害闪电，更不该装成他的样子在艾莫号行动，也不该把我绑到这里。这么做只会加深你与大家之间的矛盾。
不应该欺瞒吗？
Juno slowly raises her head. She stares into the commander's eyes, only to be pierced by her unwavering clarity.
可是指挥官，那个身份，面对您和大家，我又如何说得出口？难道要我告诉樱花，告诉克罗利科和美玲，是我杀了纳美西斯吗？难道要我说，我为了夺回这个身份，亲手把自己推进了焚化炉吗？
The moment that name is brought up, the organism inside her erupts once more. It's though countless tiny little bubbles boil over beneath her skin. The pain makes her want to curl up, but to cry out in even deeper regret and despair.
我不敢，我很害怕。这具素体让我变得很强大，但我还是很害怕。我害怕被当成怪物，我害怕曾经跟我亲密无间的人用看陌生人，甚至是畏惧的目光看我。连我自己都知道我做了不可挽回的事，我要怎么去奢望他们的原谅？克罗利科不会容忍，美玲不会，他不会，你也不会，不，也许就连我自己也不会。不论是他还是我，都无法原谅这样的闪电，也不会容许这样的闪电留在艾莫号。可是，我还是想要留下来， 我想要留在您的身边，不管以怎样的方式。但现在，一切都毁了。
闪电，
爱魔号上的大家再也不会接受我，不会像以前一样尊敬和爱戴他们的队长，不会再把我当成闪电，而是一只随时会失控的怪物。克罗利克还会在训练结束后赖在我旁边抱怨配餐吗？我还能坦然地去面对纳美西斯留下的遗物，面对他在爱魔号上的种种痕迹吗？寇尔夫和美玲还会跟我撒娇，让我抚摸他们的头吗？还是他们看见我第一眼就只会想起纳美西斯被撕碎的画面和训练室里的那一幕，会害怕我这怪物一般的4只手臂？
我不能替他们回答。
那你呢？你走回指挥室，要在副官的位置上安排一个人。在我和他都站在那里的时候，你会让谁站在你身边，替你挡子弹，给你煮夜宵，在你熬夜的时候强行把你赶去睡觉的那个人？对你来说，是我，还是他？
The commander falls silent. She doesn't avoid the question, nor does she offer an answer.
我不知道。
所以，这就是问题所在啊，指挥官。
Juno smiles, though the expression is almost devoid of life.
我和他都很清楚，我们都是闪电，这就是问题所在。闪电本来只有一个、2个人，要怎么区分这个位置？我们在莫克时尝试过合二为一。
She presses her hand against her chest.
但是，我们失败了。我不再是纯粹的闪电。技术上，我们已经是2个不同的存在了。那在你们的眼里，我们谁才是本我？谁才是复制品？ 你看，连你都给不出答案。
She wipes away the wetness from her face, as though erasing one final superficial facade.
但是，还好，至少我和他相比，还有我的优势。
优势？
我找回了记忆，指挥官。 我们在隔离分手后的记忆。
Her voice grows calmer as she goes on.
在那次战斗之后，我便失去了在爱莫号上的位置。但至少，我有他没有的，我们更加珍贵的过去。我还握着最初的回忆。
闪电，你想做什么？
我说了，我不需要爱莫号上的每一个人都承认我。我也知道，他们大概再也不会像以前那样看我。我 我真正需要的，从头到尾就只有你，指挥官。
Juno raised her head, her gaze sharpened by grief.
只要我证明这一点，你一定会选择我，因为那是我们的过去，是只有我们拥有的回忆。
She slowly leans in, pausing for a brief moment beside the commander's shoulder.
请再做一次我一个人的指挥官吧。
Oh, I'm so fucking scared.
还是没有找到吗？
Groza raises her head when she hears the communication terminal ring. Exhaustion lingers in her eyes, but compared to her worry and anxiety, the weariness that is hardly worth mentioning. Ever since the commander got abducted by that black Groza, the lights in the Elmo's ops room have never gone out. While in nearly every combat-ready doll in the Elmo has been deployed for the search and rescue, the opponent's overwhelming capability, or perhaps their familiarity with the Elmo's dolls, has ensured that no progress has been made whatsoever. Springfield shakes her head apologetically.
黄区缺少监控设备，在绿区与白区常用的电子追踪手段无法生效，收获的情报也十分有限。大家已经依照可能的路线，对沿途多个居民点进行了搜索，但进一步调查后，所有可疑的线索都在荒野里中断，恐怕还是只能进一步扩大追踪规模。但艾摩号已经没什么空余人力了吧？看你们的样子，那家伙到底有多强悍？
和格琳娜他们所经历的一致，对方的战力完全凌驾于艾莫号当前战力之上。交战后，人形们损伤严重，美琳和巴西达通宵也修不过来。你和6分仪必须尽快回来。
明白了，我们会加速回城。既然艾莫号人手告急，干脆把莫科什的小队调回来，怎么样？
不，先不用。如果那位闪电来自财团，此刻的莫科什就更需要守卫。我会通知404二队与季风，空余时配合在城中寻找指挥官。
结果，最后不得不往后排的，反倒是寻找指挥官的任务。是因为挟持者是闪电，所以指挥官的安全不用那么担心吗？
Groza smiles bitterly.
这才是我更担心的事。在保证指挥官安全的前提下，对方接下来又会做什么？即使是我自己，也无法猜透。
Everyone on the comms channel falls silent, and moments later, Springfield smiles gently.
果然，还是一刻都不能耽误呢。稍作休整，我就带领大家出发。
那就拜托你们了。如果艾莫号这边找到线索，也会及时向你们同步。
Springfield nods. She raises her hand to shut off the comms. Before pressing the button, she turns and winks at Groza.
在工作之余，闪电也别忘了休息啊。就算无法安心，抽空去找美莲维护一下宿体也好。现在找不到指挥官，艾莫号可不能再失去你了。
我会的，谢谢。
那个黑色的闪电下手好重。
Inside the repair station, Mei-Ling thoroughly examines Krolik's damaged body, her brow furrowed into a knot. Krolik, however, clenches her fist in a cold sneer.
哼，那个家伙根本就配不上闪电2个字。想到这几天里，他一直装成队长的样子和我说话，我就恶心。
对不起。明明我也和对方相处了那么长时间，却也没能发现异常。要是能早点发现的话，指挥官就不会被劫走了吧？现在也不知道指挥官在哪里。
Mei Ling's hands never stop working on the repairs, but her head droops deeply. Standing beside her, Coffee rises to her tiptoes and squeezes Mei Ling's cheeks.
美玲，这时候就别自责了。毕竟，就连队长和指挥官都承认，那个人也是真正的队长。那发现不了破绽，也是很正常的。
我不承认，我才不承认！那种怪物一样的家伙，会把纳美西斯撕成碎片的家伙，根本就不是队长。
毕竟，那个队长的确被财团改造成了3代人形嘛。那4只长长的手臂唰的冒出来的时候，真的吓了人家一跳呢。
能做出那种事的家伙，就算曾经是队长，我也绝对不会原谅。
Groza grits her teeth and clenches her fist, her body trembling violently. No one speaks, no one dares to answer. After a moment, she looks up at Mei Ling.
喂，美玲，有没有什么快速强化素体的办法？提升功率，增强力量，强化刀刃，只要能变强的，随便什么都行。下次再见面，我一定要削断那家伙的腿。
好，你就是这样对待你的队长的吗，克罗利科？
What the fuck? Amid Coffney's scream, a figure emerges in the darkness and calmly walks into the maintenance room. Seeing Krolik, Coffney, and Mei Ling, she's first surprised, but quickly reveals a satisfied smile.
真想不到，你们都在。我正好准备邀请你们3个人呢。好了，和我一起走吧。
Krolik hops up the repair table with blade in hand, putting herself in front of Coffney and Mei Ling.
别过来！
哼，想阻拦我吗？那我就再说一遍。美玲、科尔福、克罗利科，跟我一起离开，别试图反抗我，这是队长的命令。克罗利科。
命令？我才不会听你的！
Before that sentence is finished, Krolik has already launched herself with her blade raised. She leaps high into the air, putting all the strength she can muster into the strike. Before that, an all-out blow could even strike its target. Krolik is sent flying by a dark shadow flashing past her. The doll slammed to the wall, leaving a massive crack before collapsing to the ground. Coffee tries to reach Krolik, but as soon as she takes a step, she finds her body lifted into the air by another incoming shadow. It's that elongated foreboding arm. It has snatched her alongside the doll lying on the floor.
队长，
抱歉，为了完成我和指挥官重要的事，要委屈你和克罗利科一下了。
Juno smiles, her tone bone-chillingly calm. She turns around and quietly looks at the last one being left standing before her, Mei Ling.
是。
乖。
Juno extends her hand and gently pats Mei Ling's head. Oh, that must be so fucking freaky for Mei Ling.
别害怕。
Upon being touched, Mei Ling shudders and throws her wrench at Juno's arm before stumbling backwards. In a panic, she trips over the storage truck behind her, sending countless objects tumbling down at her.
美玲，听我说，我不会伤害你，我保证。
Mei Ling curls into a ball and begins sobbing. But no matter how much she cries, she cannot prevent Juno from getting what she wants. The monster's arm reaches out and gently coils around her, unable to do anything. She closes her eyes before being carried away into the night by that shadow. Having rushed over the commotion, Groza can only watch helplessly as the shadow dissolves into darkness. A black hurricane sweeps across the wilderness, surging into a lonely little cabin. Standing at the distance, concealed by shade, Darture happily spins this handle of her parasol.
终于
抓到你了。
The message is sent, followed shortly after by a call.
哦，看你的模样，是终于找到我们走失的姐妹了吗？比我预估的时间要多了不少呢。
别的方面暂且不提，但我们这位姐妹的反侦查能力的确值得称道。不过，位置确认了，我的新衣服还有控制器，什么时候送到？衣服弄脏了，打架也会没精神的。
离你不远了，但还需要些时间。在此之前，你最好让她乖乖留在那里。
不需要我，她也会的。
Darture's gaze shifts toward the outside of the cabin. Who knows where her sister found all those materials, but the barren land surrounding is now covered in ribbons, floor mats, and even artificial flowers, as if some mysterious ritual has taken shape.
据我的观察，她正在这里进行过家家的游戏。
过家家，这些爱慕号的人形，竟连癖好都如此一致。可惜你的宿体还没有彻底修复，不然我倒是很乐见一场被捣乱的游戏。
等游戏结束，再施施然登场，不也饶有趣味吗？对待我们的姐妹，我不介意付出更多的优雅与礼貌。
有趣，那就让我看看这个游戏会如何结束吧。我相信你会让它有个精彩的收尾。
Facing the comm screen, Darture raises her parasol and bows gracefully.
如您所愿。
I don't trust it. I need a breather. Holy shit. Straight up, I need to send it after that. My hands are shaking. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Holy shit. Wow. My composure is lost. Be right back. I need water. Holy shit, man. My fucking god. That shit was crazy. The Grey Wedding. A red carpet upon the ruins leading to an absurd dream. Enemy units. The GFL1 fucking... As a clear peal of the bell rings out, the long-shut cabin door finally swings open. Despite already having a rough idea what Groza was planning, the sight before me still leaves me kind of speechless. Though hastily assembled and decorated, the old ruins before me have been ornamented into a scene I know all too well. Even after all this time, the memories of that day remain as vivid as ever. Just like now, quote-unquote Groza stands before me, donning a pristine bridal veil and holding a bouquet held together by ribbons. The hem of her gown trails across the ground as her long hair flutters in the breeze.
闪电.
Wearing a smile brimming with joy, quote-unquote Groza reaches out and rests a hand upon my shoulder.
指挥官，你喜欢我今天的装扮吗？
你到底想做什么？
你肯定还记得今天，对吗？我一点也不意外。那一天，你把那个给了我。我说过，你是值得我托付信念的指挥官。
你知道这样解决不了问题。
逃避回答吗？指挥官还是一如既往的狡猾呀。虽然很想对指挥官道歉，毕竟是我擅自安排了这一切。不过再继续这个话题，就真的有些破坏氛围了。所以，指挥官还是先和我一起享受这个时刻吧。指挥官，终于到了这个时刻，我一直期盼着这一天。你看，为了庆祝我们的誓约，爱魔号的大家也来了呢。指挥官，别太拘谨了。在我离开的这段时间里，你有多么辛苦，我全部都看在眼里哟。现在我回来了，从今天起，让我们永远的并肩同行吧。指挥官，果然，你也不肯放弃。这里。
You know this is kind of gross, right?
出击！
I see it. It's right there. Is it a Groza bag? Oh my god, it is a fucking Groza bag. Oh my god, I kind of want to fucking die.
收到。训练有一定成效了。目标确认。收到。
I don't want to kill her immediately, but I might need to do this.
甜点，少来一份吗？
Considering I know where.
好困。目标确认。
好的调吗？
Oh no.
好困，训练有一定成效。
I don't know this. I think this will kill her.
这一术还来得及。目标沉默。
Boom. The makeshift chapel collapses in its entirety. Walls and beams crash down towards Groza. Dust billows into the air, briefly obscuring her vision. Now that's a sight. Utilizing a momentary distraction, 404 charges into cover mailing and my retreat back to safety.
指挥官，
As soon as we retreated back to safety, Groza rushes to my side. Her hair has become loose during the fighting, her body is covered in dust and bullet wounds, yet all she does is stare at me, carefully holding my bound arms as she tries to tear the ropes with her shivering hands. Her hands shake so frantically that she can barely hold the knots. It isn't until Andora's hands her a combat knife that she's able to cut through the first one.
别急，慢些。
The moment the final knot yields, Groza throws herself into my arms. Clinging tightly to me, she sobs uncontrollably as she cries out my name.
指挥官，指挥官，明明在莫克时，指挥官就因为我的疏忽而消失，现在我只有一次。指挥官，对不起，我是个不称职的队长。
She balls uncontrollably in my embrace. Holding her close, I gently pat her back, hoping to offer what little comfort I can.
没关系的，闪电。你看，我现在还是好好的，不是吗？我回来了，你的营救行动很成功。
可是如果不是我，指挥官就不会。
别这么说。
I shook my head, cutting her self-deprecating speech.
召回分散的力量，在恰当的时机突袭，利用环境围攻，解救人质。你安排得很好，闪电。就是因为相信你会来，我才能镇定地周旋到现在。
指挥官，真的吗？
当然。
I hold her shoulders and wipe her tears rolling down her cheeks.
别忘了，你是闪电，是我的队长。不论怎样的困境，我都相信你能够应对。所以，你也要更信任自己才行。
My words seem to empower Groza with tremendous strength. She nods repeatedly, clarity returning to her eyes as shivering gradually subsides. Meanwhile, amid the ruins some distance away, the other Groza's expression visibly darkens. Oh, we just did this in front of her? We didn't even fucking retreat? Oh shit. The white gown she's been wearing is almost completely torn away. Her once flowing hair hangs in disarray, whipping wildly in the wind alongside the shredded veil. If looks could kill, her glare would have killed us 10,000 times over. A storm of loathing gathers within her eyes, and yet in the center of it all, an unfathomable sorrow lingers.
这就是您的选择吗，指挥官？就算我证明了我拥有格里芬的。
Groza steps in between us protectively. She raises her weapon, but does not point it at her other self. Following her lead, the dolls also raise her guns in cautious readiness. Groza pays no attention to Groza, nor any of the dolls for that matter. She merely stares at me as she quietly finishes her sentence.
哪怕赛诺菲与法本已经盯上了艾莫号，哪怕我才是最初陪伴你，和你一同度过10年时光的闪电，哪怕我有着足够与3代人形匹敌的力量，能够完美的守护艾莫号，你也还是会如此选择吗，指挥官？
Her gaze is fixated solely on me. Through the drifting dust, her expression has become one of desperate pleading. I look at her regretfully at the Groza standing before me.
指挥官！
Holy shit. Her voice has become nothing but a hysterical shriek. Never have I heard a voice that guttural coming out of her before, like nails scraping across a chalkboard. Nor have I ever seen such overwhelming despair on her face. I know that every word of hers is true. I know that she is the original OTs-14. And that is exactly why this is all so unreasonably tragic.
你已经陷入偏执了，闪电。我们之间的问题，根本不在于我是否还记得那些和你一起经历的过去，因为我从来都没有忘记过。那些记忆是如此真实，就像此时此刻在这里发生的事情一样真实。
指挥官。
I step in front, not hiding behind anyone, simply coming face to face with her. Because I know who she is, because I believe in her. That is why I have to be the one to do this, to tear away the lies and deception she has blinded herself with amid her obsession.
指挥官，指挥官。
Rosa's voice becomes an unbearable shrill. The anguish on her face twists into madness. Her head keeps shaking and twitching at me. Her entire face has been stained crimson. For the first time, I realize a doll could shed so many tears.
闪电。
I close my eyes and draw a deep breath. When I open them again, I gather every bit of strength and shut them across the ruins of the Groza in the middle of it all.
不要再逃避了，闪电。你从一开始就选择了错误的路，怎样都不可能走向正确的结果。冷静下来。 重新思考你的未来吧。
不要，指挥官。
Even as I call out to her, Groza does nothing but sway her head and madness fades, leaving only a dazed emptiness. I can't even tell whether she's understood a single word I've said.
他不像是能听进去的样子。指挥官。
Realizing what I'm about to do, Groza gently catches my arm. Worry fills her eyes as she looks toward her other self, as if she's got something else to say. But in her current state of frenzy, words will get us nowhere. Any real conversation will have to wait until both sides have truly calmed down, and I know that better than anyone. More importantly, someone else needs our attention more. Behind me, Mei Ling is being held by others. Her face is deathly pale as she can barely remain standing.
闪电。
With a quiet sigh, I pat her shoulder reassuringly.
现在我能做的就只有这么多。大家的安全要紧，趁现在快速撤离吧。
明白。
将404作为对手，是你们最大的错误。
Damn it! I didn't pick up the goddamn. Okay, well, I'll be sure to get it when I get back. It doesn't count it when I fucking click fast. Okay. The Oathbreaker Bride. The devil whispers in her ear, urging her to burn everything in the pyre herself. Darture is about to do some dumb shit. The air is still stained by the scorched stench of the fireworks. The wedding hall has mostly collapsed, leaving only scattered fragments of decorations across the floor. White ribbons, artificial flower petals crushed underfoot, and her wedding veil discarded in the corner. Juno sits on the broken concrete beam. Her gown is torn beyond recognition. A faint wine-colored stain marks the hem. She stares blankly in the direction of the helicopter disappeared, as though every last shred of hope has flown away with the person who left. In the end, this is all the reaction she gets. She raises her hand and brilliantly brushes her lips.
我的未来。
At her feet, a ring that she casually casts aside rolls through the dust before finally coming to a rest beside her shoe.
还真是难看的盛宴，我都不知是应当为自己没有被邀请感到遗憾，还是觉得庆幸了。
Accompanied by words of mockery, a familiar voice emerges from the shadows. Juno slowly reacts to the sound. The first thing entering her sight is that familiar parasol. Darture leans against a rusted beam. Despite half of her face being concealed by the parasol, one can only spot the corner of her lips curving ever so slightly.
但如果不当作宴席，而是一场马戏，倒是颇有趣味。
你也觉得很好笑吗？
我情愿称为滑稽。
The organism inside Juno stirs slightly, but soon settles back down. She doesn't even bother raising those limbs meant for combat. It's all because of Darture, because of the conglomerate that she ended up like this. Juno stares coldly at Darture, hatred and disgust churning in her heart. Yet she seems to have lost even the strength to get angry, as if taking revenge on Darture has become a matter not even worth considering. At this point, what's the point in killing Darture? She never took pleasure in enacting revenge. All she ever wanted was already gone, lost forever because of her loss of control. She has lost her place permanently.
动手吧。
Darture chuckles as if she's just heard a harmless joke.
动手？这话从何说起呢？朱诺，简不是说过了吗？我们可是姐妹，何必闹到那样绝情的程度呢？
如果你想把我当成和蓝雪球一样蠢的人形，那你找错对象了。事到如今，我是什么人，对你们来说又意味着什么？我非常清楚。我已经证明了自己不受控制，对你们来说，我现在只是个麻烦。还有，你勉强自己装出一副不讨厌我的样子，也叫人恶心。
哎呀呀，自暴自弃了吗？
To Juno's surprise, Darture shows not a hint of anger in response to her provocation.
的确，就算我宽恕你偷袭我的事情，你杀害的那些士兵也的确造成了财团的损失。按规矩是要处分你才对。不过，说白了，对此的判断和决定的权利是在我这位负责监视的人身上。
你想说什么？
诚然，我曾十分坦然地表露过对你的厌恶，各种原因，如今你也已经知晓，但那已经都是过去的事了。换作是你，也不会对曾在任务中阻挠了自己的对象有任何好脸色，不是吗？而现在，虽说颇为戏剧，但你已经用最决绝的方式道别了你的过去。 那艘奇异的战舰上已经不再有你的容身之处。从今天开始，你和叫做闪电的2代人形再无关系，还彻底成为了我等的姐妹，朱诺。那么，我还有什么理由厌恶你呢？至于那些士兵，如果你是我的姐妹，那就不过是一些有意义的耗材罢了。 如果齐默尔曼先生要求你写检讨，我倒是可以借你几份草稿打样。
Juno stares at Darture in disbelief. The cold embers that were once her heart seem to reignite at this moment.
你怎么敢？你这个始作俑者，怎么敢在我面前？
他们给不了你的，我们财团可以给你。
Juno is flabbergasted. Taking advantage of this opening, Darture slowly walks toward her until she is close enough to reach out and touch Juno's face.
你的名字是朱诺，是财团的3代人形，而非是在区区一个赏金猎人的破烂车子上当管家婆的破铜烂铁。你不需要去索取一个与你的格调不匹配的位置，你属于我们。
不准你侮辱指挥官！
好，我不侮辱他。那请问，作为我们的一员，你是否清楚，那位指挥官现在惹上的是怎样的麻烦？你很清楚，作为2代人形的你，弱小到令人怜悯，而我们轻而易举就能赐予你如今的伟力。 倘若我们认真要处理一位赏金猎人，他会遭遇怎样的结果？想必以你的智慧，不需要我来言明。
你想说什么？
现在，你有这个机会，姐妹，这或许是你可以为他做的最后一件事，帮他彻底脱离这些麻烦。
Juno falls silent. Her head lowers, eyes landing on her own hands. It's unclear whether Darture's words have persuaded her or exhausted her. Juno slowly rises from the concrete beam. Darture doesn't keep pressuring her with more words. She simply watches as Juno raises a hand, gently presses down somewhere on her chest, before walking toward the depths of the wasteland. A cold breeze blows past. A discarded veil tumbles into the air before being swallowed by the gloom. Rumbling echoes from the depths of the hold, like a dormant whale slowly turning in its slumber. The bulkheads tremble almost imperceptibly. On the screen, the marker representing the Elmo's location gradually shifts away from the thermal plant.
这下之后想去社区就要走好长一段路了。我才刚和里面的人打好关系呢，真可惜。
这也是出于安全考虑，毕竟爱莫号可以移动，但热电场的位置始终是固定的。不过，等事情结束之后，你们还是可以开回来的。而且现在我们赚了这么多钱，不行，今后就用直升机往返，也烧不了多少油。而且，感到遗憾的也不只是爱莫号的各位，例如匪徒萨就在闹别扭呢。
即便闪电主观上的确没有伤害我们的意思，但作为3代人形，谁也不能保证财团有没有在他身上留下什么。尽管他作为闪电的本质可能没有变，但他已经失控太多次，我不能赌。
好消息是，天气站在我们这边，今晚就有风暴路过，爱莫号行驶的痕迹会被消掉大半。我之后带404去清理一下，应该可以避免航线被跟踪。
很好，优先把社区那一块的定位信息抹干净。
这是不是有点太远了？
确保人形社区的安全是我们要考虑的第一要务。如果社区的坐标暴露，那我们讨论的一切前提都会消失，到时候也就不需要考虑隔得太远会不会很麻烦这种事了。而且，财团盯上的是我不希望当事情发生的时候牵连到你们。
Overhead falls silent momentarily before finally sighing.
我知道了，很抱歉，这种时候我只能没出息地接受你的好意。
I smile.
没关系，总比反过来和我争论要好。这代表你很理智，且对人形社区足够负责。以防万一，等我们停靠下来，你先回社区去。事发突然，我们转移也可能会造成社区人形的不安，你要去稳住他们。
但是，
我能照顾自己，爱莫号上也还有很多人保护我。再说，就像你说的，真出了什么事，坐直升机过来也不需要多久。我们不是赚了很多钱吗？
Hearing me tease her with her own words, Aura's expression finally softens slightly.
我明白了。所以，你打算把车开到哪儿去？
这里。
I point to a set of coordinates on the map.
之前我们赶往热电场路过这里的时候，发现这里有一座很大的城市废墟。如果是以前，我本来就应该停在附近进去搜索一下，说不定有物资留存。只是当时有明确的目标，所以才放弃了。现在作为临时落脚点，倒是很合适。
如果要发生战斗，那里也是个很好的战场，总比在爱莫号旁边打，或在一点障碍物都没有的荒野上打来的好。
好吧，还算是个好主意。那我还有件事想问，副官小姐人为什么不在？还有那些吵吵闹闹的家伙，都蔫了吗？
Well,
可以记到历史书里的不堪其烦。
装死是不会让问题消失的。
I let out a deep sigh and rubbed the bridge of my nose. Despite being the main victim of what had transpired right now, there are others who need rehabilitation more than I do. The worst part being that there is more than one of them.
克鲁凯，麻烦你在这边看一下进展，我稍微离开一会儿。
哼。
Klukai pouts, looking slightly unhappy, but she doesn't object.
快点解决。
交给我吧。
Lights in the lounge are dimmed down. We're almost at our destination by now. Beyond the window, a silhouette of an abandoned city slowly drifts past, shattered skyscrapers, collapsed overpasses, a hollow shell left behind by collapsed storms.
指挥官，
Springfield has been waiting for me here the entire time, as if she knew I'd come.
交给您了。
I'll leave it to you now. I turn my attention to the corner of the lounge. Groza sits by the bench by the window, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around him, head resting against the glass.
闪电，如果我能做得更彻底一点，如果能在那时候彻底毁掉宿敌。
Her voice is soft, almost inaudible, amid the constant droning of the engine.
就不会有他，也不会有这些事。那美西斯也是，如果没有他，那美西斯也不会。不，归根结底，如果我那天晚上注意到他的异常，我明明碰见他了的，我当时注意到了的，我为什么没有追究到底？
闪电，
She looks up at me, eyes filled with weariness. I shake my head, step closer, and sit across from her.
你觉得这些都是你的错？
Groza curls herself up even tighter, as if she's trying to collapse her body into a singularity and disappear into the void.
我是一切的起点，而且我没法原谅自己。我明明对这些事早有过预感，但我太贪心，我不想舍弃现在的生活，才一直视而不见。
Groza lowers her head. Something has crossed her mind, and her brow furrows even deeper as bitterness fills her expression.
那个我，也是我，指挥官。不论他变成什么样子，不论他做了多少不可挽回的事，我都知道，那就是我。如果他会失控，会变成现在的模样，那是不是说明我迟早有一天也会变成那样？我担心的那些事，总有一天真的会成真。不，其实已经成真了，不是吗？我只是被启用的备份，而他就是我一直以来的梦魇，我害怕发生的一切。区别只是操纵他的是财团，而操纵我的是国安局。
As though she's finally voiced the burden weighing on her heart. Her head droops lower still. Strands of her blonde hair hang messily across her face. The sight of her being so crestfallen or fragile makes me reach out instinctively to cradle her face and gently brush those loose strands from behind her ear. As I lift her, Groza shrinks back a little bit. Her smile is bittersweet, carrying not just guilt, but also hesitation and some other unknown emotion, one I can't quite parse. No. It's one even she herself hasn't come to grasp. The unusual emotion is like a needle hidden inside a sponge, a pea buried beneath the mattress, impossible to ignore. As I gently caress her face, my thoughts drift back to several days ago.
某种意义上，那个与我很相似，大概率是使用我的素体的改造人形，和我也没有太大的区别。
Recalling what Groza said earlier, the sense that something doesn't add up only grows stronger. Then my thoughts drift back to Makosh.
指挥官，至少，我希望你能答应我，如果这一天真的到来，请你不要有任何犹豫，杀死我，彻底毁灭我。
And yet, when she stood before that monster-like self, she didn't fire a single bullet. Instead, as she gently reached out to tug at me, she was the only one who never raised her gun at her. Furthermore, before we left that chapel, she seemed eager to reach out to that other Groza, even more so than I did, despite being injured as well. The way Groza talks about the other Groza and the way she actually acts doesn't really match up. A theory begins to take shape in my head. I stared at her for a long time. Beneath my gaze, Groza's weary, bitter smile gradually hardens into determination, as if she's silently conveying to me she'd do anything for my sake. I let out a brief sigh. Groza had always been like this, so considerate, resolute, always trying to shoulder everything for me. Even if it means pushing me away, even if she's the one who will get hurt, even if it means sacrificing herself completely. But now I think I've finally begun to understand what truly plagues Groza. She's afraid. Despite having the resolve to sacrifice herself, deep down she's still afraid that I will be the only one to destroy her once she becomes a monster. For this very reason, I need her to know that my resolve is every bit as strong as hers. Not a resolve to destroy anyone or anything, but the resolve to save everyone.
在我们去默克时的前一天，在纳美西斯删掉自己备份的那一天，我和丹德莱还有佩里提亚谈过关于你的事。
Groza freezes, her eyes widening in dismay.
我一直都知道，你很担心你心智里发生的事情。我总是安慰你，那些不是问题，你不必担心。但其实我的意思，并不是说我们要当做这些问题不存在。
I cup Groza's cheek, hoping my warmth reaches her.
当问题出现的时候，我们应该考虑的是如何解决问题，而不是解决提出问题的人。过去，我们只是赏金猎人，在无能为力的同时，也不具备被利用和垂涎的价值。但是现在不一样了，风险和收益并存。国安局和财团或许盯上了我，但同时，我也有和他们谈判的资格。我已经通过佩里提亚直接向国安局发起了交涉。你身上的问题，恒星峰也好，红洋葱也罢，我会给你一个明确的答案，直到你不再需要担惊受怕。
指挥官。
Groza parts her lips, startled by the fact that I've seen through the apprehension she's been trying to bury. While I really want to tell her she was never really good at hiding it, I gently rub her cheeks instead while giving her the warmest smile I can. Then, I entrust my resolve to her.
我做这些事，是因为你是我不可替代的副官。我相信，立场调转，换作我遇到麻烦，你也会拼尽全力来帮助我。就好像你遭遇了那个闪电的折磨，但依然回到了我身边。就好像我被他掳走之后，还是你第一个赶到，把我救了回来。我从来不担心你是否会失控，因为对我来说，就算你真的失控，也不会影响到任何事，只不过是多了一个需要我解决的问题，就像现在。
I look her straight in the eye.
如果你真的贪心，就不会要我承诺，如果你变成了怪物，希望我能够杀死你。
Groza freezes. She bites her lip and stares at me in disbelief, shocked that I've somehow fully uncovered the feeling she had hidden even from herself. Or perhaps this is the first time she's ever experienced them laid bare. The sentiment she'd truly held all along, the wish that even if she were to become a monster, I'd still be there to save her instead of killing her. No matter what, she wants to live and wants to stay by my side. She remains in a dazed, confused silence for a while before lowering her gaze and quietly speaking up.
说出那些话，其实用光了我积攒了许久的勇气。一直以来，我都在担心这件事真的发生。尤其是最近遇到的事情，更让我感到不安。我太了解您了，我知道， 如果发生那样的事，你肯定下不了手。所以我才……
我知道，就像你了解我一样，我也非常了解你。我知道，为了我的安全，你肯牺牲一切，甚至是自己的性命。你所谓的贪心，在我看来，比苦行僧还要寡欲。这并不是我想要的，闪电。我不想，也绝不可能为了自己的安危而伤害你。如果你现在身不由己的痛苦之中，我又怎么能坐视不理？
可是，现在这样的事真的已经发生了，指挥官。不是轻飘飘的猜测或臆想，我真的已经失控，变成了一个怪物，也真的差一点伤害了你。
你没有。
I firmly cut her off.
如果他真的想伤害我，在我被掳走的那一刻，我就已经死无葬身之地。你们最终能找到我，除了你们自身的努力之外，还有一个重要的原因，就是因为你从始至终都没想过要伤害我，闪电。
Groza goes silent for a moment. She lowers her head and presses a hand against her chest.
是啊，如果他真的想伤害你，在我找到你，不，更早之前，在我回来之前，他就已经可以那么做了，哪怕是到了最后，我也什么都没做，就这样放任我们回来，太好了。
Groza looks like she's fighting back tears.
我没有，哪怕是变成那副样子，我也没有伤害指挥官。
I gently stroke her hair, feeling the faint shiver running through her body. A shiver she's tried so hard to hold back, just like all the pleas she's ever made. That's right. Even as a monster, Groza would never hurt me. So how could I ever hurt her? Even though that she kept begging me to put an end to her, simply killing the monster won't solve anything. If on this day I slay the Groza controlled by the conglomerate just to keep my promise, then there will become a day in the future where I'll also have to erase the Groza manipulated by StateSec. The right path can never lie in destruction and slaughter. This promise I want to make to Groza should bring us a path that leads to salvation.
你曾经要求我杀掉你，在你失控，在你变成怪物之后，你要我给你一个承诺，我现在就给你承诺，闪电。但是是截然不同的承诺。
I look at Groza, straighten my back, and make sure my voice carries every ounce of conviction.
我不会放弃他，因为我不会放弃你。我无数次地告诉过你，不论发生什么事，我都不会放弃你。我现在就向你证明，我会兑现我的承诺，我会把他带回来，我会把你带回来，闪电。这才是我要给你的承诺。
Without a sound, tears begin rolling from Groza's eyes. I firmly take her hand.
和我一起去带你回家吧，闪电。
谢谢你，指挥官。谢谢。
Groza wipes away her tears and puts on that smile I'm most familiar with.
闪电，谨遵指令。
Prism shine. The star buried beneath the bubble shines once more, and the prism comprehends the puzzle of destiny. 2074, edge of a red zone, a certain Paradeus transit station. Red warning lights flash faintly through the fog, casting their glow over the dust-covered vehicles. Several transports bearing marks of the conglomerate emerge from the depths of the red zone and pull up to the transit station. Radiation-scorched ground produces a harsh grinding sound under the treads. Neaters step out of the vehicles in perfect formation, all wearing a blank expression. They open the cargo compartments and a cold white mist spills out. Rows of standardized culture pods are secured onto metal racks. The pale green culture fluid inside shimmers with a thick, viscous glow under the lights. Inside the pods, very nearly identical girls lie dormant. Their pale, tranquil faces make it seem as though they were only taking a dreamless nap in the middle of this hellhole. The moment Kenny sees them, he lets out a sigh of despair.
别在这唉声叹气的，数目对不对？
数量没问题，与清单一致。
对就行，赶紧搬走。
啊，别着急，我再确认一下。
Kenny walks from pod to pod, checking the ID numbers.
H12, H21, H27, H29, H30. 哎呦！
As he reaches the culture pod marked 835, he bumps into something as solid as a boulder. He looks up and realizes that doll is standing in his way, staring blankly into nothingness. I finally get a good look at you. Wow. That is fucked, my dude. It's badass looking, but also holy shit, it is fucked. Wow.
喂，兰亭，这家伙什么毛病？
别在那碍事，去搬其他的罐子。
Igla doesn't know why she had stopped. Behind the glass, the girl's profile is outlined by the cold light. Her eyelashes cast faint shadows over her closed eyes. That face is no different from many other girls in the nearby pods, yet something about this one made Igla Neuro Cloud shudder. Ooh. Seeing Igla stumble away with stiff mechanical steps, Lentine, now harboring suspicions, approaches the pod to examine it.
有什么异常吗？
没看出来。
那他抽什么风？我就说，这些人心靠不住。
算了，你就当它是台老电视，只要还能用就行。你总不想只有我们跟那些奇形怪状的家伙相处吧？
Lentine lets out a sneer.
准备转移。
The Omen convoy stops outside the target facility. Lentine hops out of the vehicle first. It doesn't take her long to spot the misshapen freaks Kenny was talking about, the Neaters responsible for receiving them. Not far away, piles of building ruins have been crudely flattened, holes hastily packed with dirt. The whole area has been turned into a safe zone. As the loose top layer of soil is blown off by the wind, faint traces of white and black fragments lying beneath are revealed. She frowns, then kicks, flipping over a stone. Beneath are weathered bones nearly crumbling to dust.
他们就在这种地方做实验，真恶心。
少点抱怨，做好我们自己的事。
我也想早点交接，早点撤离。我一秒都不想在这种地方多待。
A few minutes later, the final culture pod is hauled into the facility. The group receiving them doesn't even spare Lentine a glance before filing into the building and closing the door behind them.
然后呢？我们就完事了？
有新的命令，我们撤，去下一站。
还真让你说中了。
Igla remains silent, but before leaving, she turns back and gazes at the building out of some sort of instinct. Ultimately, she still says nothing and quietly follows the team away. The engines of the transports roar once again, leaving the ruins, the building, and those sleeping girls behind. After the Omen convoy disappears into the billowing dust, the land of the bones returns to a deathly stillness. Around and inside the facility, Nitos and Neaters continue their work in abject silence. The woman in a protective suit walks among them expressionless. Behind her follows Ataraxis, wearing an expression of genuine curiosity that is impossible to mask.
准备工作差不多了。
Watching the pods being orderly delivered into the lab, the woman's voice remains calm and stoic, but Ataraxis notices the barely perceptible shift at the end of Mother's words.
我要长大了吗？
也许快了。
我很期待。等我长大，我们是不是就可以离开这里了？这里让我觉得很不舒服，好像到处都是尸骨。虽然看起来并不吓人，但气味很难闻。她们是我的姐妹吗？
她们都是曾经的信徒。
The woman halts her steps and approaches the observation window of a culture pod. She gently taps the glass with her fingertip. Inside the culture fluid, the dormant Helena shifts slightly as if unconsciously responding to the motion.
为了通往我们如今行走的这条道路，他们为此而献出了身躯与意志，其中也包括我跟你提起的这片土地曾经的主人。他们还不够资格称作你的姐妹。不过，其中的确有一个极具潜力的个体。遗憾的是，我未能保留下它的存在。
真的吗？那太可惜了。如果他在这里，也许我就不会那么无聊。
他就是那个为这片土地招致灾难的免疫体。尽管到现在，我们已经对不同样本的免疫体发起过多次研究，但
The woman gazes at the girl's face inside the pod, her lips parting slightly as if remembering something.
禁果赐予我们的智慧，仍然还只停留于皮毛。
She shakes her head helplessly.
驻足于过去，是失败者的标志。我们应当要着眼当下，心愿。你要吃掉我们的血肉，成为真正的明日之子。
连母亲也吃吗？
如果有那个必要。
我知道了。
走吧，还有很多准备工作要做。
Metallic doors seal shut once again. Only the machinery's low hum and the flow of liquid persist. Sealed away by steel and concrete, Nitos continue about their task in perfect order. Alas, unbeknownst to anyone, a girl's heartbeat is growing faster and faster. This is the land where I came into the world. I was born here, learned here, grew up here, and became an independent person here. Unlike many others who suffered misfortune or hardship, my family held their ground so that I could never worry about food or shelter. A faint current spreads through the darkness. Deep within the ruins repeatedly shaved down by the collapsed storms inside a buried hollow, a tiny glimmer suddenly flickers to life like a star within the void. Between rubble and bones, something awakens. It breathes. It thinks. It is me. I am breathing. I am thinking. I am listening. Listening to the memories and voices echoing inside my mind. No. Not my mind. I am no longer in possession of such a thing that can be considered a mind. That is no poetic, deconstructive, metaphorical, exaggerated, symbolic, philosophical, or metaphysical description. Rather, it is simply a fact. The correct term would be a neural cloud. The first thing to respond is my mechanical limb. The locks on my joints release with a faint click. Then comes the only roar I can only hear as my neural cloud reconnects to power. Data floods into my consciousness like a raging torrent. Like boiling water, it burns through my very soul.
初次见面，小姐。从今日起，你可以称我为老师。礼仪可以助你成人，知识可以帮你明理，但只有思想能够让你独立。你父亲的作为值得尊敬，但这无法解决根本上的问题。你要做得比他更好，比我更好。你有天赋，知识即诅咒，天赋即诅咒。这并不是你的错，孩子。你只是背负了过重的担子，而我能够帮助你解脱。你有天赋，但这天赋不属于你。安息吧，你会成为明日之子，亦或是成为他的血肉。不论如何，我会记得你的献身。
Pain, anger, desire for revenge. All those emotions that once tore me apart erupt in this instant, almost ripping my newly restored neurocloud apart. And then a clear, hoarse, and impossibly familiar voice cuts through the noise. It's me. It's my own voice.
冷静下来。
I can't catch the source of the voice, but I know for certain that I did not speak. I open my eyes, my visual module boots up instantly, and only do I then realize something is tightly clutched in my hand. A prism. A prism whose edges are marked by heat, but its core remains smooth and transparent, reflecting my face. From the prism, a stream of clear water gently flows along my mechanical body and slowly enters my neural cloud. I see. I see now. Her eyes, which had been dilated by pain, slowly regain their clarity. She slowly sits up, rubble and dust sliding from her combat suit. Her gaze glances over the scattered bones and scraps around her. The pain still lingers deep inside her chest, but that pain no longer binds her. She presses a hand against her forehead. Fragments appear in her mind. Again. This time. Will it be the right time?
指挥官。
What? She whispers to herself as though not yet used to that word leaving her mouth. She has to hurry. Adjusting her breathing, she crawls up, steps over a piece of white bone at her feet, and resolutely climbs toward the surface of the ruins. She emerges from the cracked ground. The blinding white light of the distant horizon falls upon her, illuminating her figure. She looks back at the buried ruins one last time. She was born here and died here.
我回来了，指挥官。
She utters softly.
我回来了，老师。
That sounded and looked like Nemesis. Oh. 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 Do we? Oh. Oh my god. The afternoon sun is broken into the dull strips of shadow by the city skyline cast across the weather-beaten hull of the Elmo. I lean back in my chair, quietly gazing at the abandoned buildings outside to ease the strain in my eyes.
即便是这种城市，也会落到这样的下场吗？
这些年，辐射的影响每天都在恶化。过去，我们在黄区还能见到森林，散落的村庄也不像现在这么少。现在，即便他们试着拧成一股绳，也未必能找到出路。
是啊。
Old memories from my days at Griffin quietly resurface. So, wasn't just nostalgia binding me to the reality. People really are living harder lives now than back then.
当年学的指挥课程里，丛林战还是必修课。现在，大概没多少人会奢侈到在绿化带开战。
官方也在积极移植那些树龄较长的乔木，趁他们还活着的时候，将他们转移到污染较轻的区域。大概6、7年前的时候，我们还经常接到这样的委托。
Groza casually joins our conversation. Between everything caused by that Groza and Groza's own period of doubt and self-loathing afterward, we've fallen behind on quite a lot of work. Since the incident, Klukai has insisted on staying by my side as my around-the-clock bodyguard, so she's been helping us catch up about all that work as well. To be honest, things have settled better than I expected, but those grave problems don't simply disappear just because we bury ourselves in work. All of us, including Krolik, have silently and mutually agreed to avoid bringing up Nemesis. Despite sending Sakura to search the area of the incident, hoping that she might somehow recover Nemesis' core, logic tells me that's a little more than searching for a needle in a haystack. Once again, we might have truly lost a companion. I rub the bridge of my nose and crumple yet another document ruined by careless mistakes. This won't do. Everyone, especially Groza and Krolik, they're carrying far heavier burdens than I am. If I let myself visibly waver, it'll only get things worse. Despite boldly promising to Groza that I'd bring her back to the Elmo, I knew full well that it is no longer of the realm of something either of us can simply decide. No matter how we go about it, there's no getting around Nemesis. It's not something we can simply set aside. Maybe Nemesis' core is in the conglomerate's hands, just like how they took Groza's original body. Maybe there's still another way for that Groza to make things right, while time will heal the rifts between her and the others. At the end of the day, what does that Groza really want? I know what she's thinking. Her breakdown wasn't solely the conglomerate's doing. Part of the reason is me, as well as the Groza standing here right now. She fought until the very end, only to be completely replaced by somebody else. That's undeniably unfair to her. Similar situations have happened before in Griffin. What makes this stand out is that usually neural clouds of the same doll can merge, so this paradoxical occurrence couldn't even happen in the first place. But her existence. I'm probably to blame as well. Even if I don't have a solution yet, I still have to project confidence. That's one of the biggest lessons I've learned over the years.
有点累了。春田说他在城市里找到了一些罐头，要不要去休息区坐一会儿？我刚好也想喝咖啡了。
I put on the brightest smile I can manage. Klukai glances at Groza, who in turn looks at me, hesitating.
您和可露卡先去吧，我做完手头的就过去。
一起去吧，不然的话，等我回来跟不上你的进度，反而很麻烦。
但
Oh. Just then the obstrument alarm suddenly goes off. So Klukai is instantly on her feet. I didn't even catch where she pulled her gun from before she's already at my side. Groza, seemingly lost moments ago, reacts with an equally swift response and draws her weapon.
登得来。
原来你还记得我在啊？怎么喝咖啡的时候不叫我？别那么紧张，只是有目标正在高速接近而已。不过算不上是突袭，毕竟对面都主动发来通讯请求了。
谁？
通讯代号是 Juno。考虑到你们大概不知道是谁，我提醒一句，你刚刚从人家的婚礼上逃跑。
Thanks, Dandelion.
指挥官。
Groza looks at me. I know exactly what she's thinking. But I don't let my emotions show, nor let anticipation cloud my judgment.
接。
I haven't forgotten the scheme when we parted, or the scene when we parted. I harshly rebuked her, berated her, admonished her. I wanted her to calm down and truly think about what she'd done. That was the most reasonable choice for both of us. But after telling myself that I would bring her back, I've been wondering whether there might have actually been a better way. Now that she has appeared before us once again, what should I do this time? I won't let the chance slip away again. Perhaps noticing my emotional state, Dandelion drops her usual, rather inappropriate sense of humor. Following a familiar beep, the call connects.
我没想到你会同意通讯，指挥官。
你考虑清楚了吗？闪电。
Juno on the screen doesn't seem visibly shaken, but she remains silent for a long time, long enough for other dolls to arrive in the ops room after hearing the alarm. Chiral is about to explode in a rage of fit the moment she spots her on the screen before being stopped by Groza. I can't imagine how much willpower it takes for Groza to keep herself under control. Then, in a cold, detached voice, Juno states for the reason for her visit. It isn't what I wanted nor expected to hear.
艾莫号上寄存了财团的财产，我前来将其收回。我不想伤害你们，希望你可以干脆的把他们交出来。
财产？他们？你说海伦娜和梅兰妮？
去你的！
Holy fuck. Chiral finally snaps. Even Groza doesn't try to stop her this time.
有种你就别逃！我要把你的脑袋砍下来！
I'm also stunlocked as well. Groza closes her eyes, letting out what almost sounds like a silent scoff. From the corner of my eye, I see her expression harden with a steel that I've never seen her unleash before.
所以这就是你的选择。就在几天前，你还在我面前大言不惭地宣告对闪电这个名字和身份的所有权，而现在，你又成了财团的3代人形。
Juno's expression briefly tightens, as though something has pricked her, yet she doesn't grow angry, only colder.
我给你们30分钟的时间考虑。
The call ends.
他在哪儿？指挥官，我们随时可以出战。
冷静，克洛利克，不要干扰指挥官思考。
没关系，没什么好思考的。我们要做的事依然没有任何变化。财团还是没有放弃用海伦娜成为钥匙的计划，而不管出于什么理由，我都不会让他们得逞。丹德莱，闪电在哪？
I still don't know why she changed her stance suddenly again, but I've already resolved to bring her back to the Elmo. I'll bring her home before she strays any further.
他大摇大摆的在城区的一片空地里，好像生怕你们找不到他。
这似乎有些诡异，又或者是太过自信。上次交手我就发现了，母亲的技术应该又有所精进。虽然我不觉得他有多上心，但这家伙的战斗力和真有的一拼。上次交手他肯定没有出全力。
那又如何？我们这么多人，还会怕他不成？
指挥官，
全体做好战斗准备。404小队、闪电小队还有方糖小队，全员准备出击。其余人员留作策应，将目标视为最高危险等级，不要和他硬拼。
可是，如果我们全员出动的话，指挥官您……
你听见6分1说的了，闪电。他的战斗力可以比肩利沃夫的那个怪物人形。如果你们前线战败，那我的身边有没有护卫没有任何区别。
I let out a long sigh.
丹德莱，给人形社区还有莫科市发消息，还有忤逆，让他们以最快速度返回。如果可以，我希望你也参与战斗，支援海伦，避免对方暗中用电子战对我们进行打击。
天哪，我好怀念，都回来了，这种被随便安排一大堆事做的感觉。知道了， 交给我吧。
您是担心？
他可能是个愚人，但我并不是蠢货。
I look every one of them in the eye.
拜托了，各位，准备迎战。是。
Interesting. Hmm.
收到。
太弱了。目标确认。滚开！
要来一杯茶吗？好过。
滚开！
One exchange was enough to make the undeniable fact clear to everyone aboard the Elmo. She really is that strong. And she's holding back, both last time and this time. Juno weaves through the hail of bullets with movements so precise they almost seem like a deliberate choreographed dance. She slices through the rifle's barrel and kicks the weapon out of her hands while leaving Belka herself completely unharmed. She cracks the ground beneath her to scatter Zakira's squad's formation, yet reins in her terrifying strength just enough that Springfield and the others are not only knocked off their feet and not completely destroyed. Sextans quite like frying with one single strike, slamming her hard into a wall. The already battered ruins on top of the collapse, burying Clorlic beneath her rubble, though through her unquenchable fury, Clorlic rises from the debris.
你装模作样的想干什么？你把战斗当什么？你把我们当什么？现在想假惺惺的当好人？少开玩笑！
Juno stands calmly in place, silently brushing away the dust stuck out the corner of her mouth.
只是你们不具备让我全力以赴的价值罢了，蛆虫们。
Despite saying so, she doesn't pursue the wounded members of Zakiro, even allowing them to retreat behind cover.
你这副凶狠的样子，真叫人想吐。别叫他小看了，闪电，继续压上去。
With the colder lights switched to emergency mode, a cold white glare replaces the typical warm glow. Alarms echo through the narrow hallways, while glowing red guidelines mark the fastest evacuation route. And yet, a slender figure moves calmly against the designated route. Darture strolls with perfect elegance, parasol in hand, as though she's wandering through a particularly boring museum. She makes her way down the hallway and stops before a tightly sealed medical room door, lazily tapping her earpiece.
我到了。
很好，稍等，我马上就破解。你说你要破解什么？哎呀，还有留守的 AI。唉，老虎不发威，最近总有人把我当成披萨先生。
What?
就拿你开开刀好了。
Oh.
大言不惭。
A sudden surge of heat incinerates her earpiece, followed by the detonation of the components, scorching both Darture's ear and the hair along her temple.
那就怪不得我了。
She scoffs in response, folds up a parasol, places a hand against the door, and vents every bit of frustration she's built up over this entire ordeal. The reinforced blast door crumples before the strength of the third-gen doll like it was made of cardboard. The moment the doorway bursts open, Helen pulls the trigger. Pellets tear through the air toward Darture with a shrilling whistle.
别那么没礼貌嘛！
Darture lowers her parasol, and the pellets strike the canopy. Tiny dots shimmer across the surface. Then their momentum is redirected through the parasol's frame, sending them shooting straight back at the sender. Helen quickly raises her shield, sending the deflected pellets ricocheting across the room. With the scattered sparks fading away, Darture simply smiles as she raises her parasol and casually points its tip forward. In the next instant, the parasol morphs into a black arrow, hurling it both at Darture, Darture toward Helen. Darture briefly flicks the shield aside with her parasol, but before Helen can react, sends her sprawling into a corner with a kick to her now exposed torso.
留下的看守比我想的还要节制。这是对自己的人形太过于信任，还是说？
She turns toward the room's remaining defender.
他把希望都寄托在你身上了，我的姐妹。
Her voice drips with malice. The lights inside the medical room have been dimmed to a gentle glow, illuminating Sextans and Darture's standoff with an unsettling contrast. Helena lies on the bed. Her complexion is noticeably healthier than before, though her breathing has become shallow, and the numbers of the heart rate monitor beside her continue to climb. Melanie appears even calmer than Sextans. She positions herself between Helena and Darture, staring warily at the intruder. The sound of Helen being struck down seems to have struck a nerve with Helena. Sweat covers her face as pain contorts her every feature. Neither Sextans nor Darture moves. They simply glare at each other, cold and unblinking. At least that's what Melanie believes. In a single instant, an instant so brief that Melanie missed it, despite being certain she didn't even blink, both Sextans and Darture vanished from where they had been standing. Almost simultaneously, the adjacent metal hospital bed is hurled into the air, split perfectly in half.
怎么了，叛徒？身体不适吗？这可跟你嚣张的模样毫不匹配。
尽情激怒我吧，这是你最后一次这么做的机会。
Melanie hears the two conversing, despite being able to catch where either of them are. The only thing she's certain of is that they're both still somewhere inside this room. A shower of sparks erupts from the steel wall. Deep gashes are carved permanently into the metal.
你就是个。
A violent gust brushes past mere centimeters away from Melanie's face. Warm blood drops splatter across her cheek, yet she can't even tell whose blood it is.
肮脏的！
The ceiling light plummets to the floor, sparks bursting through darkness like fireworks. Melanie suppresses her urge to scream. She also feels fortunate that she had hidden all the nutrient serum beneath Helena's bed.
叛徒！
Following one tremendous impact, Melanie finally sees the two of them again, or rather, one and a half of them. Holy fuck, man. Good transition. Melanie catches sight of Sextan's mangled body, covered in the same kind of claw-like scars as seen on the walls, before Sextans is thrown through the broken window. And Darture is faring no better. Now that's a sprite. Holy shit, man. The monocle she always took such pride in, along with her beautiful golden artificial eyeball, has vanished completely, replaced only by a horrifying empty socket. Only one of her arms hangs limply as she leans on her parasol for support. Her classy dress has been shredded to pieces, and like her body is covered in gashes carved open by Sextan's bizarre sword. At this point, even Florence would look more presentable than she does. Everything that just happened felt as though it lasted for an eternity, and in reality, the clash between the two was on for barely a minute. And the result of the two third-gen dolls going all out in such a confined space is that everything in the room, with the exception of the bed sheltering Helena and Melanie, looks as though a storm of metal swept through the place. Thunk. By now, Melanie is almost numb to the constant eruptions erupting, or echoing around her. Sextan slowly drags herself back through the shattered window. She seems to be even worse off than Darture. With only one incomplete arm remaining, every movement becomes a struggle. Her synthetic fluids stain her body crimson, and even after witnessing countless battles between dolls, Melanie finds herself sickened by the sight.
真是可怜， 你真以为你拦得住我？
That is fucking disgusting. That is so disgusting. How befitting of a fucking doll named Darture. Darture's wounds regenerate much faster than Sextans. Sextans remain silent. For the first time, Melanie sees her stagger through her steps unsteadily, and yet she still walks forward and puts herself between them and the intruder.
瞧你那副令人作呕的样子，堕落的就像路边的一条野犬，对着那些施舍你残羹冷炙的乞丐摇尾乞怜。一想到我竟曾与你并列，就让我感到恶心。
Darture has already regained enough strength. She casually opens her parasol again and raises over her head using the supposedly lifeless arm.
那你就是母亲的亲亲宝贝了。他给了你什么？圣诞节的新奶嘴。
Oh shit！
你肯定能靠那个和朕好好掰掰手腕吧？虽然他现在脑子不太好，但说不定还记得要收收力气，别把你打成两截。
Go! Fucking fuck him up! Before Sextans can even finish speaking, she launched backward. Fortunately, she doesn't fly through another window this time, but instead she slams into a wall, and after leaving behind an enormous crater, falls into a cabinet full of Coffney's tools. An assortment of gadgets rains down on her. Either that commotion was the final straw, or perhaps the room had been damaged so badly that the sedatives can no longer reach Helena. Whatever the reason, Melanie distinctly hears a painful groan coming from Helena behind her.
好呀，这倒是个不错的落幕钟。
Darture has taken notice of it as well. Her voice carries unmistakable delight.
别过来！哎呀，真是严厉的小姐。
She stops her steps but does not retreat.
放心，等我们回到财团，你会有很多机会，渴望跟我变得亲密的。
Helena opens her eyes. She does not seem to understand what's happened, only staring blankly at the devastated room. Helen lies in the corner, still motionless, caught in the clash of the third gens earlier. A number of injuries have been added to her frame. The gentle eyes that always overflow with kindness are now nothing but lifeless glass. Sextans, on the other hand, twitches occasionally. No one can say for sure whether that's simply a neural reflex or her stubborn determination. Either way, she's no longer in any shape or form to fight back. Melanie stands stubbornly between Darture and Helena. Though their outward physique is fairly different, Helena can clearly see Melanie trembling in fear. Even so, the bad guy won't spare Melanie a single glance. Her greedy eyes remain fixed solely on Helena.
是会官，大家。别想！不要挣扎。算了。 拧断你的手脚也不会影响实验。希望他们不要抱怨太多。哎呀
She barely squeezes that syllable out of her throat.
哎呀！
The heart rate monitor suddenly climbs at an alarming rate. Something buried far deeper awakens inside her. Oh, she's lost all color.
我体内的细胞都，你做了什么？
Strength suddenly vanishes from her body. Darture instinctively tightens her grip, barely catching the parasol as it starts to slip from her hand. She glares furiously at Helena. Helena grips the bed rail. She raises a hand through the considerable effort. That action alone drains almost all of her strength.
不要再这样了！不要！该死的，现在就让你滚开！
Oh, that is an oh my god. Realizing something is happening, Darture throws Melanie aside and lunges toward Helena. But before she can reach her, Sextans has somehow risen to her feet, catching Darture's wrist despite seemingly being disabled previously.
Helena!
Melanie cards out. Paying no mind to her own safety, she throws herself at Helena and wraps around her shoulders. The monitor screams in warning.
你的身体撑不住这种输出。对不起，我。
Before Helena can finish, Melanie gently forces her back onto the pillow. She looks at Sextans, who's still holding Darture at bay, and nods firmly.
换我来。这力气，你的细胞，我四散的力量居然能做到这种事！
住嘴！现在，马上，给我滚！
During the few seconds of its deadlock, Darture realizes the wounds she inflicted on Sextans are already nearly healed. Despite being both bathed in the same strange white noise, that mysterious force seems to know exactly who it should empower and whom it should suppress. It's her. No, it's them. Darture is absolutely certain they're suppressing her strength just to protect that traitor? Her gaze sharp as the blade hidden in her parasol, she fixes Sextans with a murderous glare.
你不会运气永远这么好的，叛徒！ 我发誓，你绝对。
Before words can even leave her lips to make rounds in this world, her body is introduced to wonderful laws of physics. She's not even sure what just happened. However, one thing is certain, she is no longer inside the medical room nor even aboard the vehicle anymore. She slams into the sand down below. Despite leaving O-43's effective range, her regeneration process still shows no sign of improving. Clearly, the damage Juno inflicted earlier never fully healed. Why is it that every damn time, everyone and everything stands against her? Get fucked. The medical room is in disarray. Sextans stares at the two gaping holes in the hull, the first of which she created. The second, well, her doing as well. Only after confirming that Darture was no longer capable of pursuing them does she finally relax.
你知道你到这儿来，除了添乱，不会有任何帮助，对吧？
I step up from behind cover, carrying the heaviest weapon I could find aboard the Elmo.
我已经表现得够冷静了。
Melanie collapses onto the floor, having exhausted all of her strength. I hurry over, dragging open her broken bed, tear away the mattress still clinging to it, and make her as comfortable as I can.
指挥官，我没事，只是被吓到了。指挥官。
I turn toward Helena, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead.
指挥官，妹妹，好，保护我，厉害。为什么我非要是妹妹？
你们都很厉害，虽然对刚刚苏醒的你来说，这样说有些过分。 不过，等一会儿，我可能还需要你们的帮助。这不仅是为了我，也是为了闪电。你们还能行动吗？
海伦娜，强无敌！
Instead of objecting, Helena imitates Voimastina and starts flexing her non-existent muscles.
她吃掉的营养液够养活一头大象了。 现在精神头好是正常的，我也没问题。
谢谢你们，
真是阖家欢乐。搞不懂你是怎么想的。
Is that a blush I see? Wait, that's a blush. Oh my god. Sextans looks around and after a while of searching finds her hat in a puddle of medical solution. She tries dusting it off, but the stains refuse to come off.
居然留下我当护卫。你是3代人形，如果除了那个闪电，财团还有其他3代人形入侵，只有你有抗衡的力量。
我指的不是这个。你就不怕我再倒戈回去？你还有他们俩，这份功劳抵得过我做过的任何事。
Walk over to Helen and brush the debris off her.
我不怕。
Sextans freezes for a moment before letting out a chuckle. I can't quite make sense of its meaning.
你的确什么都不怕，派出了身边所有人，留下的2个护卫里还有个叛徒，甚至这2个护卫接到的安排也都是保护其他人。你其实是个人形，而且没有装恐惧这个情绪模块，对吧？
谁知道？
Look at you! Oh my god!
需要我去援助前线吗？
I shake my head.
还不能肯定他不会再回来。
I pick up my terminal. Since I'm not in the ops room, I can't monitor everyone else's situation against that Groza in real time.
而且，我相信他们能搞定。
那你有点太不相信朱诺了。他的强，可不是说说而已。
不，
I shake my head.
我最相信的就是他。我相信闪电。
哼，这么简单就结束，我可还没。好了，下一个任务是什么？
Alright. Second to last. But another wall crumbles under Juno's unrelenting attack. The building supported by it collapses like a tower of Jenga that has had its foundation ripped away, crashing down onto both Juno and the encircling members of 404.
这家伙
Amid the choking dust and coated in gray grit, Kuka drags herself out from beneath the rubble. She then grabs Mekti and rolls them both to the other side before immediately signaling into the distance.
闪电，春田，准备榴弹！
Just as the words leave her mouth, streaks of fire arc across the sky, converging in the ruin she's in. One explosion follows another, sending waves of scorching air across the ground while shockwaves pulverize the already rotting ruins surrounding them. As the explosions finally die down, everything in the site lies buried beneath a mound of broken brick and concrete.
算是压制住了吗？
Look at it as an answer. She keeps her rifle trained on the rubble, pushing every sensor in her body to the limit just to catch the faintest sound of movement. Rustle. A single brick shifts. Rustle, rustle, rustle. More rubble begins to tremble like flowing water or rustling leaves, and a monstrous silhouette rises gracefully from beneath the debris.
只是这样吗？
Juno brushes the dust from her shoulder and casually rolls her wrist. Her body is still shockingly intact, while her 4 grotesque arms remain hopelessly unscathed. Yet for some reason, she looks almost disappointed.
我还以为在人员增加后，艾莫号也会有更厉害的秘密武器呢。404，你们还不够格做我的敌人。
够了吧，闪电！你到底要折腾到什么时候？你在这里浪费的每一分钟，都是在为你回归艾莫号增添阻碍。
回归？我能回归到哪里呢？不可能再回去了。艾莫号根本就没有我的容身之处。 再也没有那个属于我的世界了。指挥官不会再像以前那样看我。
指挥官从来没有拒绝过你，只要你……
你是在用这种方式可怜我吗？趁我不在的时候，偷偷接近指挥官。你们都是一样。
Avoiding Klukai's eyes, Juno takes another step forward. She looks up, calmly scanning the jagged skeletons of the surrounding skyscrapers as though searching for certain figures hidden among them.
闪电，春田，我知道你们在。这种程度的攻击，只是在浪费时间而已。让大家都一起上吧。
我打！
A violent explosion erupts directly in front of 404, and a massive beam crashes down amid the flames, scattering the squad.
方糖，克罗利车，一起支援404。
坐标提团部，队长，请向坐标发射榴弹。可鲁凯，你是体，向坐标位置射击。你是体，进入坐标建筑。
What the fuck? Nemesis? Nemi?
是谁？难道？不可能，因为他已经……纳美西斯，
正是。
In the flesh.
纳美西斯，真的是你！
我知道你很激动，克罗利克。
She's speaking in full sentences. She's speaking in full sentences. Oh my god. Full sentences. Oh my god.
所以再多给你确认一次，不要再问了。
啊！你怎么会说人话了？你不是被这个混蛋给……
是吧？还挺疼的。
Oh yeah, it hurt. Yeah, dude.
但还不能死，痛苦到我这就停止吧。闪电队长，可鲁凯，配合我。
我明白了，大家按纳美西斯的指示行动。
And Nemesis is required? Yes! I'm gonna come. Okay. Where's my Nemi? Because she's a little bit underbuilt for this. There we go.
标确认。
火光，
训练有一定成效了。
让你3年。
目标承诺。
Oh, never mind.
火光。
No, got okay. Never mind. Under Nemesis' orders, the entire battlefield becomes an exquisitely engineered machine. The dazzling movements of every doll are all in predetermined paths and triggers. Ruins that are destined to explode, grounds that are destined to collapse. One crumbling wall after another falls toward Juno. No one knows how Nemesis accomplishes it, but under her miraculous guidance, so long as the dolls lure Juno where she instructs, the battle clearly shifts in their favor. She never interferes, merely observes, then gives fate the gentlest push. Every ally Juno intends to strike just so happens to have cover in their proximity. A random haphazardly fired bullet would cut off Juno's intended movement. A teetering wall would always collapse exactly after the number of hits Nemesis foretold. Even for a 3rd-gen doll, enduring endless gunfire and environmental hazards proves to be an unfeasible task. Juno finally begins to slow down. Once again, amid roaring gunfire, half a ruined building crashes toward her. The ground beneath her feet fractures and braces herself for the impact. The 3rd-gen doll stumbles, and the collapsing structure finally comes down over her like an avalanche. For the first time since the battle's onset, her 4 monstrous arms fail to shield their master. Juno is slammed into the ground and crushed under layers of rubble. Before Juno can crawl free of the rubble, Krolik springs off a wall, launches herself high into the air, raises her blade with every last bit of her strength, and brings it down over the doll. The crimson blade flashes, and one of Juno's scarlet arms tumbles across the ground, having been sliced clean off. Bright red fluid spews forth, and Juno lets out a low wail. The severed arm bounces and twitches on the ground, while remaining stump spasms violently. Soon, the rest of her arms began thrashing uncontrollably, writhing in unison for their silent agony, as though screaming in the phantom pain. And yet, the owners of the arms seemed unbothered by such pain. Gasping for air, she pushes aside the rubble piling on top of her and desperately crawls out from underneath it, toward her.
Nemesis, 退后!
At some point, Nemesis has dropped to one knee. Her eyes remain closed, as though she is praying or perhaps deep in meditation. All the dolls present can see her neurocod operating at its absolute limit.
Nemesis, 你是纳美西斯，对吗？别靠近他！
Krolik leaps between them again, blade raised. She turns toward Nemesis with an angry glare.
喂，你什么时候有这能力的？这算什么？算了，总之你靠后，别再为这家伙。
Nemesis shakes her head and gently holds up Krolik's arm. Slowly, she pulls herself up, leaning against Krolik. Krolik grumbles in annoyance, but the moment she meets those quiet, unfathomably deep violet eyes, she falls silent and simply helps her up. Amidst the silence, Nemesis walks in front of Juno. A shaft of afternoon sunlight falls upon them. Bathed in golden rays, the mysterious black veil wrapped around Nemesis' body seems to shimmer with a sacred radiance. Nemesis lowers her head, gently caressing the head of the doll before her.
好久不见了，队长。纳美西斯，纳美西斯。
The spasms running through Juno's arms abruptly cease. Tears pour from her eyes in large droplets splashing onto the ground. Every last bit of hostility melts away the instant the name is uttered. Juno lunges forward and throws her arms tightly around Nemesis.
对不起，对不起，对不起。
Nemesis silently launches her, gently stroking Juno's hair while lost in thought. Juno trembles uncontrollably. Her arms are wrapped so tightly around Nemesis' legs that they refuse to let go. Her downpouring tears soak the hem of Nemesis' apparel wet. For a moment, Nemesis turns to look at Krolik and Groza. Krolik frowns in obvious displeasure, while Groza remains silent. After a moment of contemplation, Nemesis gently lifts Juno's face and looks directly into the blood and tear-stained eyes, staring back at her.
苍鹰虽撕开人生的胸膛， 找回行事的杀意，皆来自狱者。我无权代替别人原谅你的过错，不过，我原谅你。
任务结束，各位，保持警惕，在安全返回之前，还不能放松。
Damn! What the fuck?
闪电。
I didn't have to wait long alongside Sextans before Groza contacted me with the news that the dolls who left the Elmo for the operation had safely returned. As I watched the blonde figure sprinting toward me, I can't help but feel relieved. At least this time, the Elmo hasn't lost anyone. But the two figures following right behind her, surrounded by others, had left me somewhat, puzzled.
那个闪电，还有纳美西斯。闪电，这究竟是？
Groza's face is soaked with tears, looking completely bewildered. The grotesque arms protruding out of her back are gone, and all strength seems to have left her body. Kalina and Belka are practically dragging her between them. Hearing my voice, she weakly parts her lips and whispers in a voice light of that of a mosquito. Seeing Nemesis behind her, as well as the expressions on Groza and Krolik's faces, I can roughly piece together what the fuck happened. I shake my head, signaling Klukai to take her away first before turning my attention toward Nemesis.
纳美西斯，真的是你？
Hey man, holy shit! I still can't believe my fucking eyes. But the familiar figure standing right in front of me tells me this isn't an illusion. Nemesis is alive. Despite donning a different outfit, she stands there all the same, offering me a greeting.
毋庸怀疑，指挥官。 这份心智和回忆，都不曾经过他人的扭曲，只是从晦暗走入了光中。虽然只是残留的眼光，事态走向如今的发展，我有不可推卸的责任。所幸，我一直相信，您可以控制住局面，直到我的归来。
This just ain't right. Huh? What the fuck? She's literate. This isn't how Nemesis talks at all. Could this be another fake? But wouldn't this be a little obvious if that's the case? The joy of her return is instantly drowned beneath overwhelming confusion. Just as I'm wondering whether I should draw my gun, Krolik barges in and smacks Nemesis on the shoulder.
我就说吧，直接这样说话，指挥官绝对会当你是假的。
啊，幽深的暗渊，穿行白骨与灌木，咸水漩涡之中，复生的本源。
你还是说人话吧。纳美西斯，这究竟是怎么一回事？
说来话长，指挥官。如果要从头解释，会是一个很长很长的故事。至少，我想并不是适合在这里站着说的话题。如果您愿意的话，可以等到一切都真正尘埃落定，我再慢慢告诉您答案。请放心，这次我哪里也不会去了。
Nemesis releases the cone-shaped object in her hand. Its familiar shape stirs a distant memory.
啊，我记得这是你用来占卜的道具，是叫做棱镜。第一次遇见你的时候，你就拿着它对着空中瞎比划。我和闪电还以为那只是一种仪式，原来它是真的有用吗？
您的心直口快，依然令人印象深刻。我经常会感慨，克罗立刻加入后，有效地将您拉向自己的层次。
什么你说人话之后，我反而有点听不懂了？你是不是在骂我？
冷静，它来自我的过去，又牵连着此时与彼时。在过去，我曾用它占卜，这一次，也是它在为我指引未来。
What's up, Vibrac? Endgame node? Yes, this is the this is the final battle node that I haven't done yet. And I think there's 2 more story nodes in front of me. So, if you tuned in just right now and you didn't get to, and you only got to halfway, you should click off the stream like right now. I'm not even fucking kidding. Like straight up, don't even just leave. I don't want to spoil this for you. This is actually fucking insane. Alright, thank you for tuning in though, but you should probably click off. I'm not gonna fucking lie.
多亏有它，我们才能抵达这一正确的结果。
哈？这玩意儿真的有用？不是乌鸦嘴预测工具？
A jinxometer?
克罗利科，思考这么简单的事情，让别人做就好。有远甚至的伟业等着你去做，比如保持安静。
啊？
长话短说的话，那具素体会被摧毁，是在过去就注定的结果。而我擅自删除备份，亦是为了修剪命运多余的枝条。我诚心希望大家不要太责怪队长。这位队长，
我不喜欢把人的行为都归于命运。不过，最重要的是，你没事，这样一切都好。对你，对我们，对他，都是。可是，为什么不能提前告诉大家呢？对你，对我们，对他，都是。如果我们早知道的话，很多事情都不会走到这一步。而且
I glanced toward the still fuming Krolik.
大家一直都很担心你，尤其是克罗利克。
Nemesis looks toward Krolik. For a split second, warmth flickers through her cold violet eyes.
因为答案彼时未曾彰显，对我自己来说，也同样无序。假使说此刻的命运是一幅拼图，那么第一片，在我与您邂逅之时放下。之后的每一天，我都在努力解读那份宏大图景的全貌。很多时候，我也并不知道我的行为具备怎样的意义，会不会将拼图重置。而对于自己的过往，我也并不比您多知晓半分。
你是指你失去的那部分记忆？
并非失去，而是无法解读。借来的素体只能处理一小部分，就像是色盲，无法看清那段被某物笼罩住的过往。
Hold on. Most of the time, the meaning and the consequence of my action were equally beyond me as to others. The same was true for my past. They weren't lost, only illegible. That borrowed body.
所以，我只能依靠摸索来理解其轮廓。而当我知晓的那一瞬间，我采取了唯二必须要做的举措：删去多余的备份，再加上在正确的时间、正确的地点被摧毁最后的素体，我才能在这具素体内苏醒，读懂我的记忆，也找回真正的我。
She is so fucking pretty. Wait, damn.
你的意思是，现在这具才是你原本的素体？
So what you're saying is his body is your original one?
是的。您和爱慕好的大家 想要知道的答案，都藏在这具素体当中。我很想继续和您坦白，但现在，时间到了。
时间到了，什么都。
Thanks for the heads up, Nemesis. A thunderous explosion rocks the medical room. No, the entire Elmo. Oh god. Alarms erupt into chaos. Everything before my eyes shakes violently, and I struggle to keep my footing, but the relentless impacts make it impossible. Standing closest to the window, Sextans leans toward the 2 holes she had created. Through them, she spots a black, mangled silhouette limping toward the Elmo. Behind her, a squad is loading artillery. The bombardment currently shaking the Elmo comes from them.
受损成这样还敢带人回来挑衅吗？那就由我彻底报废他。
Sextans steps into the broken window frame, ready to leap through, but the Elmo's broadcast system suddenly flames up in buzzing static. Alongside it, the projection screen inside the medical room suddenly activates on its own, and the battered, grotesque silhouette appears on display.
各位，海默号的猎斗人形们，还有选择背叛的我的姐妹们。
I love how the bed frame makes her look even more fucked up. Darture raises her parasol and forces a smile, though in her current state, that expression is hardly pleasant. If anything, it's rather absurd and deeply unsettling.
迄今为止，诸位的表现实在令人惊叹。想必白区最负盛名的歌剧院长也不吝为各位的表现鼓掌。不过，作为观众，我一向严格，总会期待演出更加精彩。所以，就由我来牵上这场演出的最后一笔吧。
Facing the camera. Departure. They misspelled her name. It rests inside of the transparent glass container, bearing resemblance to a tiny apple, or rather a beating heart. It looks as though it's been a preserved specimen, yet also seems to be alive simultaneously, whispering and pulsating. A terrible premonition wells up inside me. Damn it! I've seen something similar before. I have to...
六飞姨，别让他。
Too late. Darture closes her fingers and shatters the glass. The tiny heart begins to throb violently. A piercing shriek swells upon every pulse, but its origin lies not in the wasteland, but rather within the Elmo's corridors. Hearing the growing screams aboard the Elmo, Darture raises her battered parasol, bends to her knees, and offers the screen an elegant bow.
新角色的登场致辞，我听见了。 就由我精心挑选的这位演员来完成这场戏剧的终幕吧。希望您观剧愉快。
The scene going down the corridor is far more horrifying than anyone could ever imagine. Groza is sprawled across the hallway, the same crimson pulsing tissue as that red heart continues to propagate out of her shoulders and back, surging outward like thick vines of flesh. They tear at her body while also acting like giant hands of a demon, manipulating her like a puppet. She screams from a throat that still looks human, comes a shriek no one should ever be capable of making. With arms clutching her body, she desperately tries to stop the flesh from ripping her apart, but all is in vain. Darkened fluid, which no one can tell whether it's blood or tears, stretches the floor, submerging her in an endless river of hellish boil.
闪电!
Just like before, I immediately draw my gun, but no matter how hard I try, I can't bring myself to pull the trigger. No, bullets aren't going to help anyway at this point. Against the Boojum abomination this overwhelming, they're meaningless. Groza continues to scream. piercing through the corridor, reverberating throughout the entire LMAO.
指挥官，现在怎么办？干掉他们！
他马上就会被薄芥母细胞彻底操控，不能再等了。我现在就给你承诺，闪电。但是是截然不同的承诺。我不会放弃他，因为我不会放弃你。我现在就向你证明，我会兑现我的承诺。我会把他带回来，我会把你带回来。指挥官，压制住他！薄芥母的变异不是没有规律的，在利沃夫的时候，威玛西娜已经做过一次了。
I steadied myself, staring fearlessly at the grotesque quote-unquote monster before me. No, that is not a monster. That's my adjutant.
切断薄芥母组织连接，把闪电带回来。
Bullets rained in from every direction towards the mutating Groza. Her shoulders, back, neck, every point where the writhing flesh clenches to her body erupts into a bloody blossom under her relentless gunfire, only for every wound to regenerate the very next instant. The attack's effect is minimal, but the pain is agonizingly real as Groza's wailing persists. Using every last bit of strength, she keeps herself pressed against the floor, resisting being dragged away from those monstrous arms. Salvos of grenades explode in contact with her frame. Groza has now completely lost control. The massive crimson arms thrash wildly in the air, dragging their master across the roof of the fucking vehicle.
注意躲避！
Darkness continues to spread. Synthetic fluid sprays from gunshot wounds as the arms are pulverized over and over, only to regenerate moments later. More fluid pours endlessly from her vacant eyes. Part of me wants to look away, to stop gazing upon this horrific sight, but I have to. It's my responsibility. A young, clear voice calls out from somewhere behind me. I turn to see Coffee running toward us, with Nemesis carrying Helena and Groza carrying Melanie behind her.
赶上了！指挥官，我们来了！
梅兰妮。
Melanie hops out of Groza's arms and points ahead. Helena leans weakly against Nemesis, her face still pale, yet she nods earnestly.
指挥官，海伦娜的力量可以做到。海伦娜想帮助那个闪电。
如果你现在可以影响6分仪，那没道理对他就不起作用。这可能是我们最后的办法。拜托你了。但是，如果你们的身体……
指挥官，别担心，有我。
Nemesis gently sets Helena down. She wraps one arm around Helena and the other around Melanie, softly stroking both their heads. Held safely in her embrace, Helena and Melanie gaze toward Groza and clasp each other's hands.
不用急，我会协助你。
A power unseen begins flowing through the air. RGB! Nemesis closes her eyes while Helena and Melanie grit their teeth as they continue holding hands. As time passes, Melanie starts frowning and Helena's breathing goes ragged. Even Nemesis' complexion gradually pales. But at the same time, the twitching crimson masses on Groza's back slowly die down. Her screams no longer are shrill as a grinding wheel, and I can almost feel her suffering beginning to ease.
指挥官。
Groza steps forward.
闪电。
谢谢你。 指挥官。
For the first time in what felt like forever, Groza smiles with pure, gentle relief. Despite coming face to face with the most dangerous enemy imaginable, her greatest nightmare, no hesitation nor fear ever crawls up her face.
谢谢您，即便到了这一步，也还是没有放弃我。
However, I still do not let my guard down. I'm even trying to think of a plan B in case Helena and Melanie fail. But when I look at Groza, I don't hesitate either.
这是我对你的承诺。
您知道这样做会有很多麻烦，对吗？
克罗利克或许依然无法放下芥蒂，此时此刻的战斗也依然在不断增加他的罪孽。他的身上还背负着薄芥末，背负着财团的影响，甚至就算一切顺利，他真的归来，我和他这样同时存在的情况，要如何定义，如何对待？你已经想清楚了吗？
还没有。
I shake my head.
你说的没错，是有很多麻烦，已经发生的，正在发生的，还没发生的，光是想一想就觉得很头疼。所以，今后也请继续成为我的后盾吧，副官小姐。
Groza nods. Her voice is elusive, relieved, and joyful.
那么，是时候出动了。
Groza ties her hair up, pulls open her collar, and draws a data cable from the back of her neck. She lifts her head and flashes me the proud smile of a victor.
指挥官，我喜欢爽快的胜利和盛大的庆功会，我会为你赢回前一个。希望
Oh my god.
你能为我们准备好后一个。
Oh my god. With those words, Groza charges to her utter self. Dodging the barrage of gunfire, Groza leaps onto an arm of the massive flesh blob before springing onto her neck. She grabs hold of the wildly thrashing limb. Having difficulty steadying herself, she exclaims at Krolik.
克罗利克，到！
A flash of light arcs through the air, and Groza catches the blade and drives it into the back of her neck. The flesh splits open beneath the blade, and she tears the wound wider, ripping away the synthetic skin, concealing the interface beneath. She then turns around, takes the data cable she had pulled from her own neck, and plugs it into the port buried inside the mass of flesh. Please, please let this work. Before the darkness engulfs her vision, Groza casts that prayer to the stars. When she opens her eyes again, she finds herself standing in the middle of devastation. This place should be her neural cloud, and yet she's never seen it reduced to Shut's ruins. Countless streams of data surge, flicker, and collapse. The organism preying on her other self seems to have invaded this place as well, sowing the disorderly data into an endless nightmare.
闪电！闪电！
Racing through the scarlet nightmare, Groza calls out her own name. No answer. Only countless voices with no apparent source nor purpose. The sound of explosions, a sound of a body being torn apart, sound of a coolant being injected, whispers the Bujum cells. Voices.
好了，别苦着脸。从今天开始，她就是我们的姐妹了，要好好相处哦。早晨好，朱诺。
你不是闪电。
是什么人惹你发了这么大火气？干得不错，由你亲手处决，实在是极具仪式感。
你这个怪物，你到底是怎么装得这么若无其事的？
Her own voice.
我是谁？我在您眼中，一定就像个怪物吧。
Monster, monster, monster. The word resonates within every memory. The cold lights outside the maintenance pod, that rainy night in Odessa Bay, the doll's corpse scattered across the yellow zone, the streetlights of Makosh, the ops room aboard the Elmo. Following those memories, those voices, those tangled strands of flesh-like data, Groza finally finds her. Even inside the neural cloud, she remains trapped within that river of blood.
闪电！闪电！
She shouts with all of her strength.
闪电！
The her, nearly fully submerged in the sanguine river, slowly turns around.
啊？为什么你会在？果然心智濒临崩坏了吗？到最后，竟然看到的是你的模样。不，这样也好，至少直到最后，我仍然是闪电。如果这就是闪电的结束，我会生气的。你给我醒过来！
Groza grabs a chunk of data fragments and hurls it straight at her. The fragments shatter in the moment they touch her, yet they also seem to blow away the endless nightmare surrounding her.
你是真的是闪电？
我是闪电，我是为你而来，不，我是为了我们而来。清醒一些吧，指挥官从来没有放弃过我们。如果你还认为你是与指挥官共度了10年的那个自己的话，现在配合我，控制自己的心智。
我还有机会。
A glimmer of light flickers within her blood-soaked eyes.
只要我们不放弃自己，他们也就不会。想想我们所珍视的爱慕号的同伴们吧，闪电，不只是指挥官，他们也在等待着我们。
他们，爱慕号。
She hears them, their voices.
就算是队长，也不可以总是逞强哦。
持续照耀温暖的光源。
我们都在等你，早点回来哟，队长。
哼，这边的敌人就交给你了，一定要回来啊，队长。
And more, yet more, many more voices. Everyone's voices, the Elmo's voices, voices rising from the depths of her neural cloud. Groza, big sis Groza, Groza.
你听见了吗？大家都还在等着我们回去。
She looks back at her, the one who came searching for her. Her eyes have regained their gleam once more.
我要怎么做？看见那些伯杰姆细胞了吗？就是他们在影响着你，影响着我们的心智。现在，配合我吧，把这些碍事的家伙都压制住。我们一起回去。
A few minutes after Groza connected to Groza's neural cloud, the rampaging mass finally begins to slow. The endlessly spreading flesh gradually ceases to grow, or regrow rather. Groza's agonized cries grow quieter too until it becomes nothing more than a weak whimper.
指挥官，
那个闪电开始有反应了。
太好了，队长的办法生效了！
一鼓作气，切断血肉组织，解救闪电。
Oh, that's so fucking gross. Oh my god. Ew. Oh my god. That is fucking disgusting. What the fuck? Debbie, get over, get over. That is. Ew, dude, what the fuck? Ew! Oh my god. I'm gonna throw up. Hold up.
目标确认。
Oh my fucking. Ew, dude. Oh my fucking. Put her up.
好困。
请您指示。
Oh. I think that might do too much
太
damage.
弱了。
That'll do too little damage.
请您指示。
Alright, Nemesis, I need you to not crit.
好困。
指挥官。
以真理与庄严奉上，占卜成功。
Delicious.
别救我嘛！
好的调姆。
Under the unrelenting attack, the frenzied flesh erupting from Groza's body is almost all stripped away. Her scream ceases and life gradually returns to her eyes. As she recovers, Groza regains consciousness as well, and she unplugs the data cable from the interface, leaps down from atop her other self. Perhaps from the sheer amount of energy she expended, her footing wavers.
闪电，
I rush over to help her up. Just as I'm about to ask if she's alright, she smiles and gently pushes me away.
指挥官，恐怕现在我和你都还不能休息呢。你看。
I follow her gaze. The other quote-unquote Groza has come back to her senses, well the floor not far away. The arms on her back have vanished completely, and her twisted body has returned to normal. She sits there in stunned silence, staring at the bullet holes, chunks of flesh, and bloodstains surrounding her, utterly unable to grasp it at all. She first looks at Groza, then at me, and parts her lips. Her tears fall, and this time crystal clear like pearls.
抱歉，抱歉，指挥官，闪电，我，克罗里克，大家，抱歉，我都做了些什么呀？
She completely forgoes any semblance of composure, lowering her head as she breaks into uncontrollable sobs.
对不起，指挥官，我又失控了。我果然没有资格，我不应该留在这儿。为什么不干脆摧毁我？因为这就是指挥官给予我们的承诺。
Groza shakes her head and slowly walks over. She steps into that river of blood and sits beside her other self amid the shell casing, mangled flesh, and bloodstains. She wraps her in a gentle embrace, like soothing a frightened child. She softly pats her back. Mere minutes ago, this very body was wrapped in monstrous growths, but now she simply strokes her gently, as though trying to heal that invisible wound no one else can see.
我依然无法原谅你对我做的一切，我也依然不知道要如何看待你，因为我们都是闪电，无法共融，却注定相同的闪电。但是，正因我们都是闪电，所以我理解你，理解你有多么不安、恐惧和懊悔。我很害怕。 害怕会失去指挥官身边的位置，我很害怕有一天，埋藏在我心之中的炸弹会被引爆，令我失控，做出无法回转的事，就像你现在这样。我既叹息，又想舍弃，既想留下，又想逃离，但是指挥官说，我们不需要担心，不需要畏惧，不论前方等待着我们的是什么，他都会给我们开辟出一条道路。即便我们真的失控，真的变成一个怪物，他也会把我们带回来。指挥官，我还是不知道我们该怎么相处，但是我愿意去尝试。 不是为了你，而是为了我自己，为了爱慕号的闪电。
这就是我的答案。
指挥官。
I walk over to stand beside Groza. Gently wiping away the last traces of her tears, I solemnly extend my hand.
闪电，欢迎回归爱慕号。
With that declaration, the others who fought alongside us began gathering around.
光会向重归之人赐予祝福。
队长呀，这下真的有2位队长了呢。
哼，别以为我现在是原谅你的意思，只是看在指挥官和纳美西斯的面子上。
More and more comrades gather around us. Each eyes Groza with their own distinct expression. I know healing past trauma will not be an easy road, but so long as quote-unquote Groza chooses to keep moving forward, I'll never abandon her. Because such is my promise.
指挥官，指挥官。
At last, beneath everyone's watchful eyes, Groza reaches out and takes my hand once more. Her grip is light, but I know exactly how much weight that simple gesture carries. I tighten my grip, ready to help her to her feet. However, Groza beside me watches with a conflicted look, as well as just perhaps the faintest trace of jealousy.
闪电，怎么了？
虽然我已经接受了这件事，但还真是不习惯。指挥官还无我之外的人闪电呢。
啊，这倒确实是个问题。从今往后，你们都要在艾莫号上生活了。如果都叫闪电，的确不好区分。
指挥官说的是。不过，该叫什么呢？如果是我，恐怕不会接受任何闪电以外的称呼呢。
是啊，该叫什么比较好呢？
I look at her, at the both of them. Distant memories surface from the depth of my mind. It was the very first time we met, on the battlefield, back in the Griffin days. The blonde doll with a rifle in hand, proudly turning back before flashing me a smile.
OTS-14，闪电，你就是我的指挥官吗？很好，就让我们愉快相处吧。
Oh my god! It's the OG sprite. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Did they upscale this? Oh my god, they did. I can see it.
OTS-14.
I forgot a name from long ago. One I'd nearly forgotten now rises naturally to my lips once again. From today onward, I'll call you OTS-14.
闪电，从今往后就叫你 OTS-14，好吗
OTS-14。
She quietly whispers the name to herself, as though savoring its significance. Tears threaten to spill from her eyes once more. But she lifts her head proudly and flashes me the same beautiful smile she wore when we first met years ago.
指挥官 ，OTS-14，很高兴能与您再见。
哼，这么简单就结束，我可还没。啊，好了，下一个任务是什么？
Portrix. Ex Inferis. I'm back. No matter the distance that separates you, she'll always return to your side. Unlocked by completing Chiral Redundancy Part 1. Shadows of Dawn. Actually, let me read these. Claw Sheath Beast. This is the beast retracting its claws in the executioner's final mercy. Gnosis. A silent absolution outweighs in 1,000 words. Binary Orbit. As they traverse a nightmare of blood and gore, the twin stars cross paths in the darkest hour. Shadows of Dawn. Where the sun shines, the shadow's form can clearly be seen. A new storm brews in the darkness. 2074. Orlok Conglomerate Conference Room. The enormous curved screen finishes displaying the report, leaving only a cold casualty figures and data charts. Zimmerman places his terminal face down on the table with a clack.
所以
Cocoon stands holding a tablet, maintaining her usual refined, deferential smile.
虽然有一些计划外的损失，但计划还是成功了。我们通过朱诺确认了莫科什的情况，也找到了那位指挥官在污染区的行动范围。关于国安局在这些事件背后扮演的角色，也初步得出了结论。
先说说国安局吧。我对棋盘上的小卒向来兴趣有限，在莫科什这盘棋里， 我只关心幕后的执旗之人。
通过朱诺活动期间对莫科什的持续监控，我们可以确定，在莫科什的事件和建设中，有国家安全局的人形单位介入。但是，在本次派出朱诺调查指挥官的行动中，国家安全局并未授权那位人形参与协助。从作战中双方的表现来看，国家安全局甚至很可能对这次事件毫不知情。
有趣。
Zimmerman falls silent in thought.
他们之间的合作并没有那么紧密，至少不像是莫科什事件中表现出来的那样。不，国安局不是慈善机构，那只老狐狸不会做无意义的投资。国安局突然支援那位指挥官，或许还有另外的用意。
您是认为，他们同我们一样，也在寻求货物？
只要有利可图，他们也没有理由置之不理，不是吗？
A grin spreads across Zimmerman's face.
这对我们是个好消息。只要他们双方之间存在可撬动的缝隙，莫科什就总有机会回到我们手中。
您的远见与洞识，总是令我受益匪浅。那么，是否需要再派出一支小队，留在那位指挥官周围，等待时机？
不。我们已经送过去了朱诺，保持监控即可，没必要再浪费其他人手。暂时让这位伟大的解放者在镜头背后好好的享受他的胜利吧。我们有更加伟大的利益要去争取。说真的，这件事也不是非要我们亲自动手。
是。
计划外的损失是指什么？
原本，如果黑眼的行动顺利，我们甚至可以在这一阶段就将货物带回来。不过我们发现，在那艘战舰上，存在一个非常强大的 AI。
在电子战中将你击倒的那个，
他的突然出现，干扰了原定的入侵。
That's twice you failed by the way. That is twice you have failed in electronic warfare. Once against Helen, and once against Dandelion.
但有意思的是，交战中他所显露的手法和风格，和赫利非常相似。
Zimmerman raises an eyebrow, clearly sensing what truly valuable this report.
说下去。
相似，并不代表他们是同一单位。通过比对入侵赫利的数据，我判断，对方的运算能力远在赫利之上。甚至极有可能，对方就是赫利系统的原型。当然，这都是我的主观判断。但借由本次交战所获得的代码资源，我们可以对集团内部的电子战技术进行全面迭代。
如果迭代完成，对于下一次与赫利的交锋，你有多大把握赢得彻底的胜利？
在那位原型不干预的情况下，90%。
Zimmerman taps his fingers against the table. A satisfied smile slowly returns.
我很赞赏你的自信。
Good luck.
迭代的事尽快推动下去。摇篮曲正在奏响，这份成果，我们很快就能用得上。
如您所愿。
令堂的计划很快就会开始，我们应当为此做好充分的准备。
他会很高兴，您做出了这样的判断。
简，你也要做好和我一同前往威尼斯的准备。
我们一定要亲自去吗？
我们一定要亲自去，简。如果事情的轻重缓急能够用不那么抽象的方式进行比较，那么相比起来，一座黄区的地下城市和一个莫名其妙的通缉犯，只能算是开胃小菜中 那半颗不起眼的小番茄。
明白了。
2074, a Paradeus outpost deep in the red zone. Cold artificial light pours down from the high ceiling with a biting chill, illuminating the ring of prisms and their metallic supports below. Nitos and Nichers are standing silently like instruments on display, faint iridescence shimmering across their dresses. Ataraxis drifts past the translucent curtain, her skirt trailing behind her as she walks with light, soundless steps.
母亲。
The woman being addressed as mother stands atop the central platform. Now indoors, she no longer requires the production of a suit. The lights cast her slender frame into a delicate silhouette. Wordlessly, she replays the footage on the screen over and over again. It shows Groza, no, Juno, rampaging through the ruined city in her frenzy. As well as her being driven to the brink of insanity by the violent reaction of the Boojum cells, only to be pulled back from the abyss by that group. But none of them piques her interest. Her eyes remain fixed on one figure.
他们是谁？这个姐姐看起来好可爱。
这是之前财团送过来的一个素材，它来自 IOP， 并且搭载了帕斯卡利亚博士的新技术。我在他身上收集到了一些数据，之后，在财团的要求下，用之前的那条管线把它改造了一下。
哦，3代人形，
财团的人是这样称呼的。他们无法理解，我的技术从根本上就并非是人形的迭代，又或许他们明白，但只是无法割舍，从 IOP 夺走这项虚名的诱惑，所幸与我无关。
母亲是在看他？
不是。
The woman shakes her head and points to someone else on the screen.
他是……
我不得不承认，这世界或许的确存在一些我无法解释的引力，是因为我最近时常提起，所以它再次出现；或是我预见到了这一刻，所以才会想起它。
他是母亲说的那个免疫体。
我本以为它已经被彻底销毁。 显然，作为一件造物，它具备从我的控制下脱离的智慧和能力。
母亲想把它找回来吗？我可以帮母亲把它带回来。
我曾有过渴望寻回它的时机，但是现在，它对我的价值，或许并不比 OTS-14更多。从我的角度来看，它们都只不过是未完成的实验样本。
The woman turns off the display and looks at Ataraxis.
人类一思考，上帝就发笑。也许没有人能够知道，自己穷尽一生的事业，在通往真理的道路上，究竟是多么微不足道的一小段路程。那些伟大的先驱，查尔斯·达尔文、艾萨克·牛顿、阿尔伯特·爱因斯坦、亚瑟·休谟，对他们而言，他们事业的最高峰是在哪里？对我来说，就是此刻，就是你。心愿，你会是我成交的答卷。
我会让母亲变得更好。
你会让自己变得更好。我的造物不应只是工具，它们应当成为道路的一部分，是会主动迈向终点的行者，而不是被绳索拖过去的祭品。他们，还有其他的实验品，都做不到这点，所以，他们只不过是你前进道路上的注脚。
注脚。
Draxus quietly repeats the word.
那我会好好记住他们的。
你会记住的。
The woman turns around and steps down from the platform.
在你将它们咬碎、吞噬之后。
Gross. 2074 Namfa, Director's Office. Lining the hallway walls are faded group photographs. Kruger, Hellion, Kalina, and many unfamiliar faces dressed in brand new Griffin uniforms. Kalina slows her steps, her gaze drifting across those faces. In truth, she hardly recognizes any of them. After all, she only ever served adjutant for the one person. That person is on there too, standing in the corner. She looks so young at the time, wearing a shy smile. Compared to her, Kalina's own smile is as bright as the host of a children's television show. They were all smiling, all looking forward to the lives ahead of them. She knows that the most part of the people in the photograph have long since disappeared into the world's new order.
格丽娜小姐，克鲁格先生的会议刚结束，他说可以立刻见您。谢谢。
She takes a deep breath and raises her hand. Knock, knock.
进来。
The office is much the same as before, piled with old documents alongside new terminals. Namfa's emblem shares the same display with the classic G&K insignia, a snapshot of two overlapping eras. Kruger looks up as Kalina enters the office.
很高兴看到你脸色好了不少。他们结束了对你的询问。
不，只是最近休息的比较多。
She closes the door, walks over to his desk and sets a folder before him.
以及，我给了自己一个能让我神清气爽的答案。
Kruger's eyes settle on the folder. Just an ordinary transparent cover with no markings at all.
你下定决心了？
是的。
Kruger remains silent and simply looks at her for a long moment.
现在并不是去找他的最好时机。无论是对你，还是对他，都是。
我知道。
你之后有什么打算？
还不知道。
Kalina smiles softly. A smile that's not entirely carefree, but carries an unmistakable sense of relief.
但我知道，我需要翻新的一页了。老是被牵着走，也难怪某些人总是拿我当幼儿园小朋友。
从程序上来说，我应该拖一拖，再给你做一整套挽留程序。
Kruger opens the folder and removes the letter inside. Conventionally, I should be stalling you for as long as possible before putting you through the full retention program.
如果您愿意，我可以等。
Kruger picks up a seal and stamps the document without hesitation.
相信我，对上了年纪的人来说，浪费时间就是一种谋杀。
克鲁格先生，
从今天起，你不再隶属于非军事管理局，也不再对本办公室的任何命令负有义务。你接下来要做什么，去哪里，见谁，帮助谁，都与你的前职务无关。
谢谢。
She lowers her head.
谢谢您这么多年来的照顾。
还有一件事。
Kalina looks up.
如果有一天，你在黄区或其他地方，偶然遇到一些我们共同的熟人，替我转告他一句话。
He pauses, carefully choosing his words.
先相信自己，然后别人才会相信你。
我会转达的。
She turns toward the door. Her hand reaches for the doorknob before she stops.
克鲁格先生。请您保重。
Kruger looks at her and slowly nods.
保重。
Late into the night, after everything has settled, I leave my room to keep my appointment with her. Despite having been there before, given that this time is in the dead of night, the experience feels strangely out of place. Perhaps some secrets are simply too dark to reveal before everybody. My thoughts drift back to the day we first met.
欢迎您来造访，指挥官。一直以来，我都期待着能够这样谈话。
我也是，不过开始前我还是想问一句：我所认识的纳美西斯，和你确实是一个人吗？
当然，我便是与您在沙漠中相识，托身于爱慕号的纳美西斯，到此刻为止。
以后呢？
以后，由您来决定。我所拥有的，除了爱慕号的人形之外的身份， 对您而言，或许会更有用处。如果您希望的话。
不需要，你现在这样就很好。
你也的确是我认识的那个人，遵命。
不过，关于你的过去，还有你与海伦娜、梅兰妮之间的事，我认为自己需要知道，可以吗？
我就是为此邀请您的。该从哪里开始说起呢？首先，就从我为什么会变成人形这一点开始说起吧。
Hold up. Did you just say become a doll? Become a doll.
变成人形。你是？
没错。寄宿在这具素体中的意志与思维，曾属于某个普通的女孩。女孩的名字叫做艾丽芙·纳美西斯，曾与家人一起生活在那座红区的城堡中。
Elif Nemesis，
就是我们救出6分仪的那一座吗？
Nemesis nods gently. Her voice flows as calmly as a stream under the moonlight, yet beneath that stillness I can sense a violent undercurrent.
那个女孩，便称为我吧。有一个战功赫赫的父亲，身为世袭总督，他带着当地人在3战中保住家园，从深海与盗匪下庇护走投无路的难民。城堡周围的土地，当时非但不是红区，甚至辐射水准还低于黄区的大多数地方。即使困苦，大家也能齐心互助地生存下去。拜这一切所赐，我的童年堪称幸福。只是作为父亲的女儿，对比其他亲人，我总是过于柔弱，热衷于向母亲学习占卜与歌唱，喜欢花朵，畏惧那些守护着我们的枪械与军人，对更广大的世界一无所知。
Seeing a Nemesis recounting her story with ease, I sense something off about it. Radiation increasing in an area isn't exactly a rare phenomenon, but just how much collapsed radiation did it take to transform a place that was once livable into what it is now? I already know where she's going with this, or rather, what she's about to bring up.
某天，一群衣衫褴褛的人流亡而至。为首的女子仿佛无所不知，永远温柔耐心，有着说不完的故事。我自然地仰慕上了那个人。父亲也提供给他们食物和水，邀请他成为我的私人教师。可惜，那个女子还有另一个身份——帕拉蒂斯顶尖的研究者之一。
Nemesis clenches her fists so tightly that at those words that her fingernails pierce her synthetic skin, crimson fluid welling from her wounds. This body may very well be the most human-like I've ever seen. Her body trembles, not from cold, but from rage.
就是这名老师，将我的故乡、家族，一切都化作食粮，投进有关如何驯服神明的试验之中。
To tame a god. You got me fucked up. What do you mean, tame a god? Excuse me? I think. Wait, I need to very quickly clear these.
为您服务。交流。
I need to very quickly clear these because these candlelight things might actually be actually insane. Hold on.
逃得掉吗？引擎已激活。下一步，乐意吧？
别打我！
啊，总算结束了，
You do these real quick.
准备就绪，逃得掉吗？引擎已激活，火锅，
请下令。
下一个，
行动中。
来自彼端的启示。
Just a couple more. Oh, I see a I see like this weird yo-yo thing. Hold up, what is that?
下一个，火锅，准备就绪，逃得掉吗？引擎已激活，
乐意小忙。
接下来的目标是下一个，准备就绪，逃得掉吗？引擎已激活，
好困，为您服务。
我投降。
请您指示。
以真理与庄严奉上。
接下来的目标是
Okay, nice. And these. Let's do the supply runs real quick because these are definitely going to be required. Yeah, we good.
接下来的目标是下一个， 来自彼端的启示。
It's funny because we called back DeFi, but they never showed up. I wonder if that's just something we're going to do for the next.
不要小看玩具设计师的力量哦。
下一个，准备就绪，逃得掉吗？引擎已激活。
I'm gonna punch you.
开启最大输出功率。
明白。
Alright.
不要小看玩具设计师的力量哦。
Those are some funky looking currency pieces. What the hell is that? Forbidden fruit. Making it forbidden instead makes people want it even more. Kinda gross. Alright. Let's buy some poles. Oh my god. That's for Nemi. Okay, that's good enough for now. Okay, let's read some of that shit that we just unlocked. Finish this. Yes, sir. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, that's a mail. From OTs-14. Dear Commander, do you remember that ball during the Griffin days when you danced with me? Being able to have you all to myself is a rare thing even for me. In addition, there's also the fact that she is around. It would be terribly sad if I were the only one still reminiscing about the past. However, I would be delighted to help you relive those days. After all, you gave me a chance to get close to you again, didn't you? The music, the candlelight, the fragrance, the fine wine. I have faithfully replicated the dance floor of my memories onto the crew deck. So, come join me, Commander. Let's recreate that perfect waltz and use our steps to trace the distance between us. Sounds like a lovely way to spend an evening, don't you think? I've included a little gift for this letter. Think of it as a token of my sincerity. I'm looking forward to tonight when we will only have eyes for each other. Interesting. Yeah, I gotta get Nemesis up first, because that shit is pogger. How long have I been live? Okay. I think it's time. I will say, I do think she's an interesting character, but low-key, I'm much more interested in Nemesis Gnosis. Like, low-key. Because she has so much more to tell. Anyway, alright, let it ride. Nice. Oh yeah, lucky bag. I'll buy that later. They injected pads into my pull session, man. Ugh, that's taking me to the brink. Let's do a couple of these single pulls. Did I accidentally pull a little bit on the previous banner? Or more sense? I don't remember it being that odd-shaped.
终于回到了你的身边了，指挥官。未来的路还很长，让我们愉快相处吧。
Accumulated damage and burst damage. There she is. Alright. And now for the weapon. fresh. Oh, actual purple, thank God. Okay, we've got a couple Doritos lined up, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, a couple. Let's do like 5. Actually, let me pull a fucking. Hey, not bad. Alright, that standard out of the way. Nice, another one. Nice. Alright, took us to the finish line, but we got there. Compete a little. Alright then. I'll leave it there for now.
我在。
I'm very curious about Nemesis.
干一杯吧。
干一杯. Wait, so you're saying that, like you're saying cheers to me?
感觉刚刚好。不错的提升。还是我更强大一些吧。不要为此而讨厌我。 拥有巨翼的鸟群。
Nemesis, Gnosis. I have plans for you, but I'll definitely be reading your dormitory and everything. Okay, so her headpiece and everything is a little different, but overall it's the same poses. Okay. And we can come in her. Amazing PFP. Binary intersection. Farewell to the awkward mystery, and its places are speaking the words of her covenant to you. Low-key, I kind of want to do it. She is so interesting to me, and I might actually use her more because she's just kind of baller. We've got the records and the memories and the voices. Okay, I'll probably make a video on that. I'm probably gonna covenant her. Okay, GG's. My goodness, I need to go to bed. Holy fuck. Did I forget anything at all?
干一杯吧。需要现在查阅一下吗，指挥官？
I gotta find AR parts for everything? What do I even... Burn boost? That is interesting. Fuck it. shotgun sights. What about, you know, let me just do a little bit of close assault, huh? I got nothing. Alright, let's go again. Oh, it went burn. It went burn. Oh well. Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Is Nemesis Gnosis? Oh, I can deploy both the standard one and the other one. Okay. Okay. I need to lay down. This is a bit much. Alright, GG's.